Chapter 1352. Join Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights? Hearing Princess Veronica's invitation, everyone's eyes focused on Wu Yan. When she first came to the Ansari Academy, Veronica also invited Wu Yan once. But that time, Wu Yan refused. Now, Veronica sent out an invitation again. But this time, no one was surprised by Veronica's invitation. Although the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were the most famous and glorious knights in Lorimon, not just anyone could join them. At the very least, if one wasn't a dragon knight, then they definitely wouldn't be qualified to join. But would Wu Yan not be qualified to join? He was someone who could even defeat the commander of Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights. If even someone like him wasn't qualified to join Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights, then as Ursula said, no one in this world was qualified. I hope you can think about it. Veronica's face was unprecedentedly serious. It could even be said that she was sincere. You're really strong, not just in terms of strength. You're also outstanding in terms of logical thinking. It's a waste for someone as talented as you to stay in the academy. I think so too, Lord Lorimon. On the side, Ursula couldn't help but change her indifferent attitude and sincerely tried to persuade Lorimon. To be honest, I've always felt that it's not a good choice for me to be the commander of Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights. Although I have the power to deter my subordinates in terms of management, I'm really not good at it. After saying that, Ursula seemed to think that her words weren't shocking enough, so she didn't give up until she was shocked to death. If you're willing to join Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula is willing to step down and give you the position of commander. Lord Lorimon. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Veronica was also silent. Obviously, Veronica didn't have any objections to Ursula's words. Become the commander of Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights? Yashur was shocked. Lorimon. Sylvia slightly shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. In her heart, she was happy for Wu Yan's honor, but there was also a trace of reluctance that even Sylvia didn't notice. Commander. Lebecca lowered her head and pondered for a moment before looking at Wu Yan. Lorimon, you should really consider Highness Veronica's words. This is a rare opportunity. When she said this, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she had such a stupid idea, but she wanted to keep Wu Yan by her side. She didn't want him to leave with Veronica. But Lebecca still decided it's Lord Lorimon Dragon Knights. After all, Lorimon was the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights. Whether it was status or reputation, he was second only to one and above all. At the very least, in the Kingdom of Knights, apart from the Night King and Veronica, no one could make Ursula kneel. Even the Night King and Veronica could only make Ursula kneel on one knee. If Wu Yan could become the commander, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. As if he saw through everyone's thoughts, Wu Yan glanced at the crowd and sighed. Veronica. Wu Yan didn't address Veronica as Her Highness anymore. He called her by her name. Veronica wasn't displeased at all. Instead, she looked straight at Wu Yan. Veronica knew that Wu Yan didn't have any respect for her. Their usual honorifics were nothing more than a casual way of addressing each other. This also meant that once Wu Yan called her by her name, it was time for Wu Yan to get serious. Thank you for your invitation. Wu Yan glanced at the impatient yak. However, I have my own reasons for staying in the academy. Hearing Wu Yan's rejection, the people around him sucked in a deep breath. They didn't think that there would be someone in Lorimon who would refuse to become the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights. Wasn't this a little too foolish? Even Ursula felt pity for Wu Yan. Only Lebecca and Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions eased considerably. Veronica's expression didn't change. She probably expected Wu Yan's answer. It seems that subduing you is much harder than I thought. Veronica shook her head and stared at Wu Yan. Since you won't accept my invitation, then you'll have to accept the other thing. Wu Yan and Co flinched when they heard this. Sylvia's eyes, which were the same color as Sylvia's, gradually focused. Sylvia suddenly reached out her hand to Gullian. A sword, yes. Gullian respectfully bowed and handed a luxurious golden knight's sword to Veronica. Veronica grabbed the sword and pulled it out of its scabbard. She slowly walked towards Wu Yan. "Your Highness Veronica? Royal's sister?" Rebecca and Sylvia were rather shocked at this sight. The people in the surroundings began to clamor as well. Could it be that Her Highness Veronica is angry because of Wu Yan's repeated rejections? Wu Yan frowned but didn't do anything. Instead, he silently watched Veronica approach. Veronica nodded and raised her voice as if she was announcing something. First year of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's advanced course, Rune Randall. In the name of Veronica Yamamoto, I hereby appoint Veronica Yamamoto. In the name of Loriaman, I hereby appoint you as a Dragon Knight. A Dragon Knight? Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others' eyes lit up. They finally understood Veronica's actions. There were different levels of masters who had dragons as their partners. The most basic of all was to obtain a dragon cultivator who had successfully obtained fall. Following that was the Dragon Knight. The difference between a Dragon Knight and a Dragon Breeder was the state of ball. When a dragon was born, it was divided into 3 forms: a pterosaur, an earth dragon, and a water dragon. However, in the process of being nurtured by humans, they had a chance to evolve into a holy dragon based on their master's ability and the bloodline growth of the pterosaur, earth dragon, and water dragon. The moment a dragon breeder, ball, transformed into a holy dragon, a dragon breeder would have the right to become a Dragon Knight. At that time, the royal family of the Knights of Lorimon would summon the outstanding dragon breeder and give him a silver pocket watch called the Dragon Knight Certificate, officially appointing him as a Dragon Knight. That was what Veronica was doing right now. As for whether Wu Yan's ball was a holy dragon or not, there was no need to prove it. If a dragon that wasn't a holy dragon could defeat Ursula, it would truly be heaven-defying. Rune Randall, Veronica rested her knight, sword on Wu Yan's shoulder. "Are you willing to swear an oath and sacrifice everything you have in the name of a Dragon Knight to protect the knighthood of Lorimon?" Looking at Veronica's grim expression, Wu Yan bitterly laughed and sighed. He knelt down on one knee, and with a completely formulaic tone, he made a statement that didn't even scratch an itch. "I am willing to bet my star carving and ball." "Very good." Veronica sheathed her sword in satisfaction and took out a silver pocket watch with the royal family of the Knights of Lorimon engraved on it. She handed it to Wu Yan. "From today onwards, you are a Dragon Knight of Lorimon." "Yes." Following the procedure that every dragon breeder had to follow, Wu Yan took the silver pocket watch from Veronica and placed it on his chest where his heart was. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, a warm round of applause could be heard from all directions. It was rare to be able to witness a Dragon Knight's appointment ceremony with one's own eyes. "Well then, it's time for me to go." After announcing the end of the ceremony, Veronica turned her head and looked at Sylvia. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. "Sylvia, since you've grown a little, I'll acknowledge you this time. But if I hear even the slightest bit of bad news about you, you know the consequences." Under Veronica's sharp gaze, Sylvia shrunk her neck in embarrassment. But when she saw Wu Yan's smiling eyes, she calmed down and puffed out her chest. "I won't let you down, royal sister." Veronica curled her lips and a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 1353. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Apollyon. Cheers! Inside Wu Yan's dorm room, Rebecca, Sylvia, Cosette, Yashu, Yak, and the others gathered at the dining table in the middle of the room. They raised their cups filled with fruit wine, and they clinked them against Wu Yan's cup before he could react. With a ding sound, they downed the wine. "Huh!" Yak was the first to finish the large cup of fruit wine in her hand. She couldn't wait to look at the dishes on the table. "Can we eat now?" At the side, Yashio picked up a handkerchief and wiped the fruit wine from the corner of AI Ku's mouth. "You haven't congratulated Roland yet." Fisk, humans sure are troublesome to the core. AI Ku pursed her lips in displeasure. She looked at Wu Yan unwillingly. "Congratulations on becoming a dragon rider." "Congratulations, Roland." "Congratulations." Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others also smiled and gave their congratulations. Even Cosette smiled and raised his cup to express his congratulations. "Well, thank you guys." Wu Yan said that, but he still couldn't let go of the burden on his face. But it's only becoming a dragon rider. Is there a need to go to such lengths to celebrate? What do you mean only becoming a dragon rider? Sylvia was the first to put on a serious face. A dragon rider is not only the national treasure of Lorieman, it's also the #1 dream of every dragon breeder. Even our academy only has 5 dragon riders. Including you, there are 6 in total. Isn't that worth celebrating? In the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, every dragon breeder par's birth has to be celebrated, let alone the birth of a dragon rider. Lebecca winked playfully. When I became a dragon knight, everyone in the dormitory gathered to celebrate. The entire dorm? Wu Yin looked at Lebecca in surprise. The entire dorm is considered pretty good. Lebecca glanced at Sylvia in amusement when she saw Wu Yan's surprised expression. When Sylvia became a dragon rider, it was even more exaggerated. Not only was the entire academy celebrating, but the entire royal family also spread the word of Lorieman. The Knight royal family has also spread the news to the entire Knight Kingdom of Lorraine, causing more than half of the Knight Kingdom to fall into a festive mood. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Wu Yin was speechless. Dragon cultivators who could obtain fall were extremely rare, and those who could make fall evolve into a holy dragon and become a dragon knight were even rarer. Even the entire Ansari Academy, there were only 5 or 6 of them. It was easy to imagine just how many dragon knights were there. However, in the entire Lormon knighthood, there were still quite a lot of dragon knights compared to the truly rare existence of the Holy Sky Dragon Knights. So, it was indeed a bit exaggerated for the entire country to celebrate the birth of a dragon knight. I didn't want to. Sylvia's expression turned ugly as she recalled what happened back then. But in the royal family of Lorieman, now, I'm the only one with par. Plus, I'm the 4th princess. Father, sister, and the others all said they should celebrate and report the good news to the entire kingdom. In the end, it became like that. Now, the royal family of Lorieman had 5 members. They were the royal family of Lorieman, the 1st princess Veronica, the 2nd princess, the 3rd princess, and the 4th princess Sylvia. Originally, there were 7 members of the royal house of Lorimon, but the queen, Sylvia's birth mother, had passed away. Prince Julius had also been executed for the crime of slaying a dragon. Without those 2, the royal house of Lorimon was left with only 5 members. Among the 5, Sylvia was the only one who was reborn at the age of 7 and became a dragon breeder. In the end, she became a dragon rider. It was understandable that the royal family of Lorieman would want to celebrate. If we really want to count it, it's actually a very small celebration with just a few of us. Lebecca rubbed her chin and pretended to be serious. You're now a member of the student council. You're also the one who ended the undefeated legend of Commander Usula. Shouldn't we publicize it and at least let the citizens of Ansari celebrate? I think it's a good time to celebrate. Without hesitation, Wu Yin raised his glass and said resolutely, I'll accept your blessings. Cheers. Then, as if afraid that Lebecca would regret it and die, Wu Yin drank the fruit wine in his glass in one gulp. He almost choked. Everyone in the dorm couldn't help but laugh. Ugh! While Wu Yin choked on his food, Yaku sneakily reached out to grab the food on the table and swallowed it in one gulp, also whimpered and rolled her eyes. Hey, didn't I tell you to eat later? Yashur patted Yak's back in a flurry. You're not the main character today. Why do I feel like you're busier than anyone else? Yaku finally caught her breath, glared at Yashur fiercely. As a holy and noble dragon, I'm already giving face by coming to this stupid, ignorant, and stupid humans party. Do you still have a problem with that? You? Yeshu immediately smiled dangerously. That stupid, ignorant, and stupid human you speak of defeated the strongest Saint Dragon Knight in this world. If you're too arrogant, be careful that he doesn't release that dragon. Upon hearing that, the image of the white dragon's burning flames, graceful figure, and terrifying white sea of fire flashed across Yak's mind. Her aura instantly weakened. What? At that moment, AI stammered weakly and powerlessly. If it's me, I can do it too. Yes. Yashur brushed her off disapprovingly. Yak almost went berserk. Corsette had no choice but to step forward and mediate the situation. Lord Yashur, no matter what, today is a celebration. Just let Yak eat to her heart's content. Dragons are the symbol of the knighthood. Sylvia also stood on Yak's side. Even if Yak isn't the main character, Yak should still be the most distinguished guest. Sylvia and Corsette are the most sensible. Yak instantly nodded, causing Yashur to be slightly unconvinced. If you guys spoil her like this, be careful that she doesn't take advantage of you. Bang! Before Yashur could finish speaking, AI ruthlessly kicked him in the chest. Goo-hoo! Yashur let out a strange howl as he was sent flying and heavily crashed into the wall. The impact caused the entire room to shake. Some of the items placed on the table and the bed fell to the ground and scattered all over the floor. You guys, are you really here to celebrate with me? Wu Yin was dumbfounded. I strongly suspect that you guys are here to tear down my house. Oomph. Yak snorted and turned her head away. A mere watchdog. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really climb over my head. Looks like I haven't taught him enough. S-train. Sylvia's face instantly turned red as she glared at Yashur, who was wailing in grief. Why you guys are doing something unhealthy? You're the shame of our Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. I can roughly guess what you're thinking, but I'm sure your imagination is wrong. Lebecca said in an outsider's tone. Besides, even though Yak is in human form, her power is truly of the dragon attribute. Even if Yashur wants to, I don't think he has the guts. Pervert without the guts. Cosette chuckled. It was unknown whether he was taking pleasure in Yashur's misfortune or adding insult to injury. Lord Yashur, you're surprisingly useless. Being attacked both physically and mentally by everyone at the scene, Yashur was so angry that he fell unconscious on the ground. Serves you right. Aiku mercilessly added another stab. At this moment, an item that fell to the ground due to the tremors entered Yak's sight. Her eyes lit up and she cried out in surprise. Wah! With lightning speed, Alec leaped over and picked it up. What is this? It's so cute. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the object in Aiku's hand and saw the full appearance of the object. It was an extremely cartoonish dragon-shaped plushie. Sylvia trembled as she looked at the dragon-shaped doll. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1354. HM. Lebecca looked at the dragon-shaped plushie in Yak's hands with curiosity in her emerald eyes. It's quite cute, but why is there a plushie here? Isn't this the plushie Sir Roland always hung by his bed? Corsette, who had become Wu Yan's personal maid in the morning, immediately recognized the plushie and tilted her head. I've always thought this plushie looked familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Lebecca and Yak nodded nonchalantly at Cosette's words and didn't take it to heart. Only Sylvia's eyes flickered violently as she stared at the dragon-shaped doll. You too. Wu Yan snatched the dragon-shaped plushie from Yak's hands and curled his lips in annoyance. Not only are you planning to tear down my house, but you're also interested in my stuff? You're a man. What are you doing with a plushie? Lebecca's expression turned strange. Roland, don't tell me you actually like dolls and stuff like that. I feel like there's more to your words. Wu Yan rubbed his temples and raised the dragon-shaped plushie. Someone gave me this plushie. Gave? Lebecca and Corsette looked at each other with interest on their faces. Gave. Sylvia abruptly took a step forward and asked with an agitated expression. Who gave it to you? What did you give it to me? What did you give it to me? Sylvia, Her Highness? Sylvia's agitated expression made her even more agitated. Lebecca, Cosette, Yak, and the others were surprised. What's wrong? Wu Yan looked at the doll in his hand with a doubtful look. He asked in a doubtful tone, Is there something wrong? Don't worry about it. Tell me. Sylvia became more and more agitated and her eyes reddened. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand with all her might. This is very important to me. Please tell me. This. Lebecca, Corsette, and Yak looked at each other when they saw that Sylvia seemed to be on the verge of hysteria. After this period of time, Everyone present knew that although this princess was a little immature, she was still very much in line with her identity in other aspects. But now, Sylvia's behavior. Wasn't this already related to making trouble out of nothing? Why were they so excited? Wu Yin frowned, staring into Sylvia's eyes, looking at the uncontrollable excitement on her face and the wavering in her eyes. He was extremely puzzled, but he did not choose to hide it. This was about 9 years ago. At the larval ritual in the Abian forest, Zhang leashing a little girl I met gave it to me. 9 years ago, Abian forest? Youngling ritual? Sylvia's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand tighter and tighter. A trace of hope appeared in her icy blue eyes. She was a little nervous. With a hint of nervousness, Sylvia's gaze seemed to want to burn a hole in Wu Yan's face. It became extremely intense. Then do you remember when it was 9 years ago? Yes. Wu Yan felt Sylvia's strange and passionate gaze and nodded with difficulty. He scratched his face. It was at the juvenile ritual in the moon of Aries. Before he finished, Wu Yan's eyes widened and he panicked. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? After hearing what Wu Yan said, Sylvia actually shed tears. Your Highness? What's wrong? Don't cry. Rebecca was so shocked that she even used honorifics. Yak was also nervous and clumsy as she stuttered. Corset, on the other hand, was stunned. 9 years ago on the moon of Aries. With a face full of astonishment, Corset opened her mouth in astonishment. Your Highness's birthday was on the moon of Aries. She was 7 years old 9 years ago. Wah! Rebecca was shocked. Sylvia's birthday was on the moon of Aries. She was 7 years old 9 years ago. Wu Yan's dragon-shaped plushie was given to him by a little girl at the youngling ritual in the Abian forest on the moon of Aries. Coupled with Sylvia's abnormal behavior, could it be? Yak seemed to have come to the same conclusion. She looked at Wu Yan. Sylvia didn't give you this cute plushie, did she? Wu Yan slowly opened his mouth. His mind was in a mess when he saw Sylvia crying uncontrollably. It can't be that coincidental, right? Sylvia was the little girl he met 9 years ago, the one who failed to be selected in the youngling ceremony and was given a youngling by him? Wu Yan didn't know what to do. Looking at the man in front of her who was at a loss of what to do, Sylvia's memories, which had become blurry after nearly 10 years, regained their clarity once again. Sylvia could still remember that 9 years ago, she had failed to be chosen by the Mother of Dragons during the youngling ritual. Just as Sylvia wept helplessly, a big brother who should not have appeared in the youngling ritual and should be in his teens or 20s appeared before her, granting her youngling and miraculously making her a dragon breeder. Due to the passing of nearly a decade and the fact that she was still a child at the time, Sylvia didn't remember the big brother's appearance very clearly. The only thing she remembered was the name that big brother left behind before he left. Wu Yan. Sylvia looked up and stared into Wu Yan's eyes. You're Wu Yan. When he said that, everyone quieted down and Wu Yan confirmed his suspicions. Sylvia was the little girl from back then. You really are that little girl from back then? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. How could there be such a coincidence, Wu Yan? Rebecca looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. Is it your real name? Rebecca, Sylvia, Cosette, Yak, and Yasha, who was still clutching his chest, looked at Wu Yan. No one here knew about Wu Yan's background. However, they already knew that Rebecca was the one who gave Wu Yan his name. It wasn't his real name. Thus, everyone was curious about Wu Yan's name. This was especially true for Rebecca and Sylvia, whose eyes were burning with passion. Of course, the reason was different. Rebecca was excited because she could finally understand some things about Wu Yan. Sylvia was excited because she wanted to confirm whether the person in front of her was the one who gave her a new lease on life. Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone looking at him with different natures but similar gazes. There's nothing to hide. Indeed, my real name is Wu Yan. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It's really you. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan in a daze. But, that's not right. Sylvia didn't remember the big brother who gave her life clearly because too much time had passed, but she at least remembered that he was a big brother in his teens or 20s. As for Wu Yan, he looked to be in his teens or 20s. Could it be that Wu Yan's appearance didn't change at all after 10 years? He even became her classmate? Sylvia wanted to laugh, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Of course, Wu Yan knows what Sylvia is thinking. This is also the reason why he didn't know what to do when he found out that Sylvia is the little girl from back then. He quickly pulled Sylvia over and turned around with his back facing everyone. Sylvia, I was already like this when you saw me as a child. Please, don't tell anyone about this. Sylvia wanted to ask why, but when she saw Wu Yan's pleading expression, her heart softened. I understand. Sylvia clenched her teeth and agreed. She didn't know what kind of emotion she was feeling. I'll say that you're from the same batch of children as me to participate in the youngsters' ceremony. That's good. Wu Yan nodded gratefully at Sylvia and explained to Rebecca and the others in distress. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan the entire time. She didn't shift her gaze for a single moment. Chapter 1355. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Epona. Sylvia was lying on the bed in her revealing white pajamas, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Raising her head and looking at the bright moon and stars hanging high in the night sky outside the window, such a peaceful scene was unable to calm the restless heart in Sylvia's heart, causing her to sigh repeatedly. Sitting up from the bed, Sylvia lowered her head and looked at the star carving that was slightly above the center of her chest. She could not help but reach out and stroke it. This star carving shouldn't have appeared on Sylvia's body. After all, Sylvia didn't make it to the youngling ritual. However, that man had given Sylvia hope, a miracle that she had thought was impossible to obtain. Even now, Sylvia was still puzzled. Why is it that after almost 10 years, Wu Yan still looks so young? With that appearance, even if she didn't know his exact age, she could still pass as a student. Also, wasn't the Mother of Dragons the only one who could give a human youngling life? Why was Wu Yan able to give her a youngling? Thinking about it, Sylvia realized that her understanding of Wu Yan was close to nothing, be it in the past or the present. However, it was the same. Be it in the past or the present, Wu Yan helped Sylvia regain her new life. During the youngling ritual, he gave her a youngling and made her a dragon cultivator. When the youngling went berserk, not only did he save her, he even gave her a slap and helped her walk out of her misconceptions. During the corpse ash dragon's attack, Lancelot had personally taught him a lesson, telling him what courage was, what strength was. When Veronica arrived, she gave her a chance to prove herself, helped her become stronger, and helped her obtain unimaginable achievements. Even now, Sylvia still couldn't believe that she relied on her own strength. She defeated one of the top 20 dragon knights in the world. However, the method of using the dance of the penetrating dragon's breath that entered her mind told her that it was all true. The past returned to Sylvia's mind one by one. She realized that without Wu Yan's help, she was nothing. He had already sworn an oath during the ceremony of youth. She swore to become an outstanding knight and not let down Wu Yan's kindness. But in the end, without Wu Yan's help, she wouldn't be where she is now. If Wu Yan didn't come to the Ansari Dragon Academy, then she would still be like before and close herself off to the path of becoming an outstanding knight. She was still that aggressive and unreasonable Princess Blue Ice, wasn't she? Of course, if that was the case, she wouldn't have friends like Rebecca, Yak, and Yashur. Furthermore, when the corpse ash dragon attacked Ansari, she could only hide in the academy and tremble in fear. After that, when Sister Veronica came to Ansari, she wouldn't admit that she was like that. She would think that Sylvia was a disgrace to the Wong family and marry Sir Jirian so that she could become a breeding tool. So, it was because of him that I could walk the path of becoming an outstanding knight. Sylvia could feel the warmth from Wu Yan's body through the star carving on her chest. Her face started to burn. Of course, what Sylvia isn't sure about is how she's going to face Wu Yan with these complicated feelings in the future. Actually, Your Highness, you just need to face your own feelings. Just as this thought surfaced in Sylvia's mind, A voice that seemed to have seen through her thoughts, and as if it had been calculated rang out in a timely manner. It was a pity that the timid Sylvia was frightened by this sudden response. She wanted to scream, but a soft hand covered her mouth and stuffed her words in her throat. Shortly after, the owner of the voice didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I thought your highness would have changed a lot by now. Who knew that your reaction would still be so timid?" This time, Sylvia finally heard the voice clearly. She turned to the source of the voice, and her eyes widened slightly. "Cosette." "Yes, it's me." Cosette smiled helplessly, and Sylvia complained angrily. "Please, can you not scare me when you know me well?" "Your Highness, you didn't recognize my voice." Not only did Cosette not admit her mistake like a subordinate, she even made a false accusation. "If your Highness hadn't been thinking about Sir Roland, you wouldn't have failed to recognize my voice." What? Sylvia stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red, and she started stammering. "Who's thinking about Roland? Your Highness, don't even think about hiding it from outsiders, let alone me." Cosette clicked his tongue and shook his finger. "Princess, if you plan to hide it from me, then there will be no one to help you." Sylvia was at a loss for words. She pursed her lips and mustered up her courage. "Cosette, what do you think I should do?" "Before asking what to do, Your Highness, you should answer a question of mine." Cosette didn't hide her curiosity at all. "Your Highness, do you like Sir Roland?" "Like?" Sylvia's cheeks were so red that water was about to drip out. She lowered her head and shyly pointed her fingers together. "I don't know." "Then, Your Highness, think about it carefully. Sir Roland treated you so well," Cosette said with a smile. "Think about the way Lord Roar saved you when the baby dragon went berserk, the way he rode Lancelot and carried Her Royal Highness to bravely suppress the corpse Grey Dragon, the way he helped Her Royal Highness become stronger and obtained Her Royal Highness Veronica's approval. Also, the way Lord Roar interacted with you during the juvenile ritual." Hearing this, Sylvia couldn't help but recall the various things that she had just recalled, and a dazed smile unknowingly appeared on her face. Seeing this scene clearly, Cosette laughed slyly. "It seems that your Highness has already understood your feelings for Sir Roland." Sylvia was startled. Looking at Cosette's teasing expression, she suddenly felt ashamed and rolled her eyes at Cosette. "So what?" "It's very simple." Cosette's next words almost made Sylvia jump up in fright. "Your Highness, just go down and confess to Sir Roland." "Why?" Sylvia's eyes widened. She looked at Cosette in disbelief. "Why you want me to confess?" "That's right," Cosette said in a seemingly kind manner. "Since your Highness understands your feelings, you should confess as soon as possible. Otherwise, look at Lord Loon. He has an invincible dragon-riding skill and invincible strength. Even Captain Yuzura is no match for him. He's also a good cook. With such good qualities, he'll attract other girls sooner or later." "The other girls?" This time, Sylvia had no choice but to hesitate. "Look at President Lebecca. She seems to be interested in Sir Roland as well." Cosette struck while the iron was hot when she saw Sylvia wavering. "Although I don't want to deal a blow to your Highness, are you confident that your Highness can win against that President Lebecca?" Sylvia was speechless. Although Lebecca was only a noble and couldn't compare to the fourth princess, Sylvia had been born as a princess, while Lebecca had relied on her own talent and hard work to become a 1-in-a-million Saint Sky Dragon Knight, an achievement she had achieved on her own. Coupled with her outstanding looks, hot body, transcendent temperament, and perfect upbringing. Compete with Lebecca? Sylvia had no confidence at all. Fortunately, President Lebecca doesn't seem to have completely fallen. She only has a good impression of Lord Loon. Cosette analyzed. "This is a good opportunity for your Highness to seize." But Sylvia wavered. "Your Highness, you don't even dare to confess?" Cosette gave her a final dose of ruthless medicine. "If Her Highness Veronica finds out, she'll think you're useless again." Sylvia's expression changed, and her eyes instantly turned vicious. Chapter 1356. Ansari Dragon Academy, Apollo Lodge. Apollo Lodge was very quiet at night. It was so quiet that even the chirping of cicadas could be heard as a lullaby, lulling everyone in Apollo Lodge into a deep sleep. Or rather, it was already so late at night. As long as they had a normal routine, they would be asleep at this time. However, at this time, when everyone was supposed to be sleeping, two girls were quietly walking along the corridor of Apollo's abode, heading straight in a certain direction. These two girls were none other than Sylvia and Corset, who had just been exchanging thoughts in the Epinash royal family's private room. If others knew that the dignified fourth princess of Lorea knighthood actually brought her personal maid to sneak into the boys' dormitory at night, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the knighthood of Lorea knighthood. Then, Veronica would fly over and punish this princess who ruined the reputation of the Wong family. There is only one reason why Sylvia and Corset snuck into the male dormitory at night when others were sleeping. Corset watched as Sylvia sneaked into Wu Yan's room. Corset walked briskly without making any sound. He let out a soft sigh. Although I did say that we should seize the opportunity and confess as soon as possible, Your Highness, you don't have to be so quick, right? Can't you wait until tomorrow? Shut up. Sylvia turned around and glared at Corset. Her ears were flushed red. Who do you think did this to? I only said to confess as soon as possible. I didn't say to confess immediately. Corset said impudently. Your Highness, you rushed over after hearing my words. I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. As if you wanted to stop me, why couldn't you stop me? Sylvia exposed Corset. You just wanted to watch a good show, so you chose to watch from the sidelines. But Your Highness, you were the one who rushed over. What? What can I do? Who would have thought that after hearing what you said, I would feel anxious and unknowingly run over here? I regret it now. That's right. Your Highness, it's not too late for you to retreat, right? Sylvia stopped in her tracks when she heard that, and a conflicted expression appeared on her face. Why didn't I think of that? In front of love, women are blind. Corset shrugged his shoulders. I didn't believe that before. Now I do. Sylvia glared angrily at Corset. She turned around. All right, let's hurry up and leave this place before anyone notices us, she finished. Sylvia lifted her feet and walked towards the entrance, but she had only taken 2 or 3 steps when a strong hand grabbed the back of her collar. Since you're already here, how can you just run away? Corset had a frightening smile on her face. Corset used a gentle yet unquestionable strength. She dragged Sylvia towards Wu Yan's room. Wait, poor Sylvia, without Lancelot, her combat power is only at 5 points. Compared to Corset, who is extremely proficient in espionage and combat techniques, even if she struggled with all her might, it would be useless. She couldn't even scream, so she could only be dragged to the door of Wu Yan's room with grief and indignation. We're here, Your Highness. Corset stood in place and looked at Sylvia with a kind expression. Please come in. Corset opened the door to Wu Yan's room. Sylvia was stunned. Or doesn't he lock the door when he sleeps at night? Your Highness, have you forgotten that I come here every morning to bring breakfast to Lord Lune? Corset opened her palm. There was a key lying in her palm. So, I already have the key to Lord Lune's room. Is that so? Although I didn't get Lord Lune's permission, isn't that trespassing? Don't mind these trivial matters. Corset took a step back and opened the door before speaking to Sylvia with a grin. Yes, Your Highness, please come in, me. Sylvia had a bad feeling about this. What about you? Although I like to play, I don't want to be a light bulb. Corset smiled meaningfully. If I'm here, I might disturb the two of you. It's better if I stay here and wait for Your Highness. How? How can that be? Sylvia was in a sorry state. Without you, I have to be alone with Lune, right? Corset looked at Sylvia in surprise. Her eyes were full of smiles. Isn't it better for the two of you to be alone? Maybe after the confession, Her Royal Highness and Lord Roland will do something that I can't watch. If I'm there, won't it ruin things? Zhang Tai thought to himself. You. Steam rose from Sylvia's head. She wanted to shout at Corset, but she was afraid of being discovered. She could only hold back her tears and turn her head to look at the dorm room, whose door was wide open. Thump, thump, thump. Sylvia could only see the scene in the room and a figure lying on the bed. Her heart started beating violently. Perhaps if the confession is successful, it will be like what Corsette said. They would do something shameful. Who knows? Besides, even if Sylvia didn't have such thoughts, if Wu Yin wanted it, with Sylvia's current feelings for Wu Yin, she wouldn't be able to refuse, right? In other words, the distance between the two of them will be infinitely close tonight. At the thought of this, Sylvia's heart started beating at an unprecedented speed. The frequency of her heartbeat made Sylvia afraid that her heart would jump out her chest. "Your Highness," Corsette giggled. "Even I can hear your heartbeat." Sylvia gave Corsette a hateful look. Throwing caution to the wind, she rushed into the room and came to Wu Yan's bedside. At night, Wu Yan's window was closed, but he didn't close the curtains. The weak moonlight shone in from the window. It was projected onto the bed, exposing the scene on the bed to Sylvia's eyes. He didn't put on his pajamas. Wu Yin took off his jacket, and with a calm breath, he fell into a deep sleep with a serene expression on his face. The moonlight shone on Wu Yan's body. At this moment, Wu Yin was like a cloak made of gauze. He blended in perfectly with the moonlight. The temperament of a vampire ancestor was vividly displayed in the room. He was like the king of the night. Looking at this beautiful scene, Sylvia was mesmerized and intoxicated. Corsette waited outside the door for a full 10 minutes, but didn't hear anything from the room. She was surprised. With doubts in her mind, Cosette pushed open the unlatched door, walked into the room, and came to the bedside. The next moment, the scene in front of her made Cosette stunned on the spot. Wu Yin was still lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Sylvia, who was supposed to wake Wu Yin up and confess her love for him, somehow slipped under the blanket. She laid in Wu Yan's embrace, with one hand hugging Wu Yin and the other hugging the dragon-shaped plushie that originally belonged to her. With a smile on her face, she fell asleep peacefully. Corsette didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she snuck into the male dormitory just to sleep with her sweetheart. "Your Highness, really?" Corsette gently sat on the edge of the bed and helped Sylvia pull up the blanket. She looked at Wu Yin and hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch his cheek. In fact, Corsette didn't know why she encouraged Sylvia to confess to Wu Yin. She only knew that if Wu Yin was really with Sylvia, it would be the best outcome for her. In that case, Corsette would be able to serve Wu Yin legitimately and no longer be his personal maid in the morning. Corsette was very loyal to Sylvia. She was so loyal that even when Veronica wanted to put her in an important position and other nobles wanted to poach her, they were all mercilessly rejected by her. That's why Veronica was so surprised when she heard that Corsette was serving Wu Yin. Originally, Corsette thought that she only needed to serve Sylvia for the rest of her life. She didn't need a second master at all. In the beginning, she said that she was Wu Yan's personal maid in the morning. In fact, that was just a joke. Other than making breakfast for Wu Yin, Corsette didn't do anything else that resembled serving him. Making breakfast wasn't really serving him, was it? But recently, Corsette started to do more and more things while helping Wu Yin make breakfast. She even helped Wu Yin get dressed and washed his face in the morning. This was completely within the scope of serving him. Corsette didn't know why this was. Her loyalty didn't allow her to serve two people. But if Wu Yin and Sylvia could become a couple, then Wu Yin could also become her master and be served by her with this thought in mind. Corsette unconsciously started to encourage Sylvia. Perhaps Corsette should also ask herself the same question she just asked Sylvia. Corsette murmured to himself. Chapter 1357. That night, Wu Yin slept exceptionally soundly. Not for anything else, but during his sleep, he didn't know when it started, but there were two extremely pleasant fragrances that accompanied Wu Yin throughout the night, and they went into his nose without any explanation, making him feel as if he was bathing in a sea of flowers, and his entire body and mind became comfortable. Wu Yin didn't know how to describe that fragrance, but he felt that it was particularly pleasant, and it smelled even better than the fragrance of the plants that he smelled in the bathroom of Sylvanus that could calm one's mind. Therefore, that night, not only did Wu Yin sleep particularly well, but he also had a very good night. It was also because of this that when the night passed, and the morning sun shone through the window and domineeringly into the room, Wu Yin slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Although his wine-red pupils were still a little confused, they didn't have the laziness that they should have when he slept in the past. He slept until the sun rose, and he slept until he woke up naturally. This made even Wu Yin, who liked to sleep in very much, wake up early. He was in a particularly good mood, and he didn't have the mood to sleep in anymore. He directly woke up, and he couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, this smile quickly froze on Wu Yan's face. The fragrance that accompanied Wu Yin all night, even the cold air brought by the appearance of the morning, couldn't be removed. It still lingered around Wu Yin, and with Wu Yan's breathing, it entered his body, making Wu Yan's body relax. But now, Wu Yin no longer had the time to pay attention to it, and it made him have a good dream. The fragrance of a good night. He could clearly feel that the bed, which should have been able to easily fit his body, had become a lot more cramped today. Of course, the crowding wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Yin could feel that his spread-out hands. It seemed that he was holding two extremely soft things, one big and one small on the left and the other on the right. Realizing this, Wu Yin fell silent. Although he didn't know what was going on, the crowded feeling, the familiar feeling of the two soft lumps in his hand, and the fragrance that kept drilling into Wu Yan's nose were all telling him, "It seems like I've entered some kind of interesting plot again. After all, that soft touch, it's not the first time he's felt it from the girls who share their lives with him. That pleasant fragrance, it's something that the girls have on them as well." Wu Yin, who used to experience this feeling almost every day in the past, can't help but feel a little relieved. How could he not be familiar with it? In addition to his past experience and the faint intuition in his heart, coupled with little guesses and analysis, Wu Yin had a pretty good idea of what happened here. Maintaining his silence, Wu Yin slowly lowered his head and looked into the blanket. Then, Wu Yan's vision was completely occupied by two familiar and beautiful faces. Phew, phew! With gentle and sweet breathing, the two beautiful young girls leaned their heads against Wu Yan's chest. The distance between their faces was extremely close, almost touching each other, and their lips were connected. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the window onto the two girls' hair of different colors. One of them shone with a dazzling golden light, while the other emitted a gentle purple light. There was a smile on their faces, and their fair faces seemed to add an unexpected charm, making people's hearts beat faster. At the same time, these two uninvited girls who came at an unknown time and even snuggled into Wu Yan's blankets, snuggled into his embrace, and entered dreamland. Their voluptuous bosoms, separated by the academy uniform and the maid uniform respectively, fell into Wu Yan's grasp. In other words, Wu Yan was holding the two girls' soft breasts in each hand while lying on the bed, and these two girls were lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. If it wasn't for the fact that the three of them were well-dressed except for being a little messy, even Wu Yin himself would have suspected that he had unknowingly done something outrageous last night. Looking at the two extremely unexpected faces that shouldn't have appeared, not only leaning against his chest, but also imprinted into his eyes, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He exhaled a complicated breath and looked at the ceiling. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" Wu Yin mumbled as if he's asking for help. "Why did Sylvia and Corset come to my bed and give me benefits?" Lucien asked. This question didn't elicit an answer from the heavens, but a murmur that sounded like someone talking in a dream. "Roland." Sylvia rubbed against Wu Yan's chest and murmured Wu Yan's name with a blissful expression, causing Wu Yan to be filled with shock. This Sylvia murmured my name even in her dreams and looked so happy. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? While Wu Yan was having such thoughts, another similar murmur caused him to lose his composure. "Lord Roland." Corset frowned, and her cheeks began to blush. "No, not like this. At least, not there." Listening to Corset's murmur that could definitely cause normal men and normal women, and even abnormal men and abnormal women to have unhealthy fantasies, Wu Yan was embarrassed. "Corset, What kind of happy? No. Infuriating dream are you having? No, no, no. Now is not the time to think about this with his mind in a mess. Wu Yin began to unconsciously knead the two plump mounds in his hands, causing Sylvia's pretty face to blush like corsets. Corset began to breathe delicately, filling the warm space with a pink atmosphere. Perhaps because Wu Yan's movements were too violent, or perhaps because Corset's combat strength was high and her senses were sharp. Corset slowly opened her eyes with a soft groan. She woke up the moment she sensed the abnormality in her body. She raised her head and met a pair of wine-red eyes. Wu Yan looked at Cosette, and Cosette looked at Wu Yan. Both of them could see their own reflections in each other's eyes. Even their breaths intertwined with each other. They were so close to each other that they fell into an eerie silence that lasted for a long time. In this strange atmosphere, Wu Yan also saw that Corset's pretty face was blushing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, while her face was blushing, Corset's expression showed a slightly playful smile, as usual. "Good morning, Lord Roland, Good morning." Wu Yan nodded with a blank face. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to ridicule. "Is this the time to say good morning?" "What else?" Corset blinked and said in a teasing tone, "Lord Roland, do you want to take the opportunity to do something else?" Well, Corset not only didn't seem to care, but also seemed to be flirting with him. Wu Yan couldn't help but become bolder and resumed his kneading. "Not now, I don't know, later." Wu Yan's kneading caused Corset's expression to change slightly. Her purple eyes suddenly became blurred. Looking at Corset's blurred appearance, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. With tacit understanding, the two looked straight at each other as if they could only see each other. Then, the two faces slowly began to close the distance. Ew. Just as Wu Yan and Cosette were about to kiss each other, a melodious voice came from the other side, causing the two to stiffen up in an instant. "Ew." Another whimper. Sylvia finally woke up, perhaps because she hadn't completely regained her consciousness. Sylvia raised her head and rested her chin on Wu Yan's shoulder like the most intimate of lovers. Her soft long hair fluttered down and sprinkled on Wu Yan's face. She murmured in a confused tone, "Corset, are you up?" It seems that Sylvia mistook Wu Yan for Corset, but soon a strange feeling rose in her heart. Because compared to Corset, Sylvia's shoulder was undoubtedly more robust and faintly carried an unfamiliar aura. Sylvia's misty eyes regained their brightness as she abruptly looked over. Then, Wu Yan's face appeared in front of her eyes. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "Good morning." Sylvia was stunned, and then her face flushed red. "You!" A sharp and piercing scream echoed through the sky. Chapter 1358. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed tiredly on his way to the lecture hall. "I finally had a good morning, but it turned into a farce in the end. Why do I have to be so tired?" Thanks to Sylvia's shrill scream and her tearful, disheveled appearance as she ran out of Apollo's cottage, the boys of Apollo's cottage, who had heard the noise and seen the whole process, were in an uproar. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a girl running away after being violated. Therefore, even though it was a bright and pleasant morning, all the boys in the Apollo dormitory seemed to have gone crazy early in the morning and were in a mess. Then, all kinds of rumors started to spread. For example, after defeating Captain Yuzura, the Protoss horsemen got too complacent and decided to rape the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon. Well, another example was, Her Highness Princess Sylvia fell in love with Roland, the man who defeated Captain Yuzura and became the strongest in the world. She tried to confess her love to him, but was rejected. She suffered a severe blow and was too ashamed to stay on the scene. Another example would be, during the banquet to celebrate Roland becoming a Dragon Knight, Roland and Her Highness Sylvia both violated the school's rules and secretly drank. In the end, after getting drunk, they had a wonderful night. After waking up, Her Highness Sylvia could not accept reality and escaped from Roland's room. Good bad guest made up. In just one morning, all sorts of rumors entered Wu Yan's ears. Yashu even ran over to Wu Yan and asked him about what happened with a hesitant look on his face. Yak also came to ask if he did something worse than a beast. Even Raymond and the others came over. Just dealing with these people is enough to squander away his good mood from this morning. At the same time, he also squandered away his stamina and energy side. When he thought about how this matter might spread to the entire Ansari Academy, he knew he would have to deal with more trouble. Wu Yin sighed again with a sad face. Ma. Lord Roland, cheer up. It's worth mentioning that after Sylvia ran away in tears, Corset didn't chase after her. Instead, she stayed by Wu Yan's side. Just like usual, as if nothing had happened, she helped Wu Yin dress, wash his face, and make breakfast. She didn't seem to be affected at all. Another thing worth mentioning was when Wu Yin was being questioned by Yashur, Yak, and the others. The cute maid also stayed by his side. She's not trying to help Wu Yin explain himself. She's gloating over his misfortune. Thus, when he saw Corset's beaming face, he felt the energy in his body flowing faster. Who do you think is to blame for this? Cosette tilted his head, pretending to be confused, and asked in disbelief. Is it my fault? Shouldn't it be your fault? Wu Yin didn't even have the strength to complain. This was originally caused by you guys invading my room. Aren't you guys afraid of being caught and treated as female perverts? Ma, it doesn't matter. Corset smiled perfunctorily. As long as you don't get caught, even the laws of the Night Kingdom of Lorea can't find a reason to punish you. And Cosette raised her index finger and blinked her eyes. Lord Roland, don't you like it? Wu Yin couldn't help but take a few more glances at Cosette's cute and playful actions. He rolled his eyes at the same time. Do you think you can get away with it by acting cute in front of me? Can I? Cosette was surprised from the bottom of her heart. Then, her expression changed. A faint blush appeared on her face. Her moist lips slightly exhaled a sweet breath. Her little tongue licked the corner of her mouth. It was as if she had changed into a different person. In other words, compared to this cute action, President Leibecca's provocative action is more to Lord Roland's taste. Right? You? Wu Yin was a bit flabbergasted by Cosette's astonishing transformation. It's a pity you didn't go into acting. Even if I go into acting, Corset will still act as a maid. Corset chuckled and changed the topic. By the way, Lord Roland, what do you think about Her Highness sleeping next to you? Wu Yin stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He quickly regained his composure and shifted his gaze to the other side. What do you mean, what do I think? Isn't that an accident? Rune-sama, you were surprisingly mean. Even Cosette couldn't help but feel helpless after hearing Wu Yan's response. I don't believe Lord Roland can't see the change in Her Highness, especially in her attitude towards you. And Wu Yin glanced at Corset with a faint smile. Do you want me to take the initiative and pursue Sylvia? Yes. It would be best if that's the case. Corset sighed, and her expression turned serious. But no matter what, I only hope Lord Roland can be as natural as before when facing Her Highness. As natural as before? Wu Yin was stunned. You should be able to see that Her Highness looks strong, but she's actually very delicate, right? Corset stared into Wu Yan's eyes. As long as Lord Long's behavior is a little strange, Her Royal Highness will definitely realize what happened in the morning. She will start to worry that Lord Long will hate her. In the end, she will either not dare to face Lord Long anymore or be lost and run away in shame. So, instead of that, why don't you face Sylvia with a normal attitude like before, right? Wu Yin looked at Corset with an amused expression. It seems like you're very loyal to Sylvia. Of course. Cosette raised her head without hesitation. She made a rare, arrogant reply. She looked deeply into Wu Yan's eyes before opening her mouth with a tone full of ambiguity. Perhaps, in the future, I will have to change from 1 to 2. Oh, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Will you really serve 2 people at the same time? Yes. If Her Highness becomes Lord Roland's partner, then she will become my master. Corset pursed her lips and said with a seductive smile, By that time, I'll have to obey Lord Roland's every command. Is that so? Wu Yin pursed his lips in a nonchalant manner. He didn't notice the serious look in Cosette's eyes despite the grin on her face. There it is. While Wu Yin and Cosette were chatting happily, a scream suddenly sounded in front of them and attracted their attention. When Wu Yin and Cosette looked up at the source of the sound, the scene in front of them stunned them. Why it really appeared Lord Roland, Lord Roland. A series of crazy screams resounded in the sky above the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. It was as if they wanted to shatter the eardrums of others. It shook Wu Yan's ears and made him see stars. Rumble, 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 rumble. Along with the screams, the ground started shaking like an earthquake. It's getting closer and closer to Wu Yan. The screams that resounded through the sky came from the female students of all grades, all dressed in the academy's uniform, who filled the entire area in front of them. The trembling sound was caused by the female students who filled the entire field of vision. They rode their respective dragons and charged towards Wu Yan with hearts in their eyes. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the sky-covering scene of the female students riding on pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons charging towards him. His face is full of shock. What's going on? Cosette also recovered from a shock, revealing a wry smile. Lord Roland, it seems like your fan club has finally appeared. Fan club? Don't forget that you're the one who defeated Captain Ursula and became the strongest dragon knight in the world. Is it strange that those girls who are attracted to you have become your fans? Cosette smiled gloatingly. You have to be careful. The female students in our academy are very open. Be careful not to be pushed into bed by your fans. Wu Yan's curses were mercilessly drowned out by the deafening screams and the rumbling sound that shook the ground. Chapter 1360. The Seven Dragon House's rooms were very spacious. After all, this was a place for holy dragons to rest in. Even the youngest dragon whelp was larger than an adult earth dragon, water dragon, or winged dragon. If the place was too small, it would be impossible for them to live in it, let alone an existence like Guvelin, who was close to the largest holy dragon. Gawain's room wasn't small either. With Gawain living in it, more than half of the room was empty. Faint light poured in from the window and shone on Gawain, who was curled up on the ground, making his silver fur sparkle. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that Gawain's eyes were only half closed. There was still enough light left for him to see what was in front of him. At the same time, he could clearly see the elf-like girl who was cowering in front of him, not daring to step forward. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. That fairy-like girl with pointy ears should be Gawain's master, right? In other words, this girl was the one who had ridden Gawain and fallen off his back. She was the one who had been afraid of Gawain and was rejected by Gawain. This girl had probably appeared here to figure out why Gawain had rejected her in an attempt to win him back. Wu Yan didn't know if this girl knew why Gawain had rejected her. However, Gawain had been pretending to be asleep the whole time, but he had been observing her. It seemed that Gawain was also testing his master. Look at her. Has he walked out of the shadows? If she had, Gawain would have responded to this girl immediately and reconciled with her, right? However, looking at the girl's behavior, Wu Yan began to sigh inwardly. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Although there was longing for Gawain in her eyes, there was also an indelible fear. She kept a distance from Gawain. She wanted to go forward, but she didn't dare. This kind of behavior, this kind of distance, was too unnatural for a dragon knight and her ball. At the very least, as his master, the girl could go forward. She could rub Gawain's fur to express their closeness. The girl seemed to be thinking the same thing, but she kept hesitating on the spot. She seemed to be struggling. With Gawain's proud personality and consideration for his master, he definitely wouldn't accept her, right? The girl's goal in coming to the dragon house. In the end, if nothing unexpected happened, it would end in failure. She had no idea that her goal had been seen through. Even the result was predicted. Her eyes were filled with struggle. She raised her foot. She put it down, then raised it again. She put it down again, repeating it over and over again, her shoulders trembling. After a long time, the young girl still didn't choose to go forward. Her hands tightly gripped the uniform on her body as she softly called out, She called Gawain. When Gawain heard the girl call his name, but did not step forward, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked coldly at the girl before him. He looked. Gawain was Gawain. Was Gawain? No. Under Gawain's cold gaze, the fairy-like girl's hands began to tremble. She took a step back, tears welling up in her eyes. Gawain! The girl sobbed and called out sorrowfully. I beg you, don't do this. I can't live without you. Rejected by her own ball and not even allowed to get close to him? For Dragon Knight, this must be a very painful thing. In particular, her image was extremely lovable, making people unconsciously want to protect her. With that helpless and sad look on her face, no matter how hard-hearted a person was, their heart would soften for a second or two, right? However, Gawain had a heart of stone. He didn't even bother to respond. He turned his head away and acted extremely cold. Why did you reject me? Seeing Gawain's indifference, the girl's tears began to roll down her face. I've always treated you as my family. Why did you reject me? Treat me as your family? Then why are you afraid of me? Why are you riding me with fear? Why don't you dare to approach me? Should I be afraid of my own family? Roar. Gawain couldn't help but feel sorrow and anger. He raised his head and roared at the girl. The girl took a step back in fright. She looked at Gawain, who was roaring at her, as if she was an enemy. Sorrow welled up in her heart. She couldn't stop her tears. She turned around and tried to escape. Bang! However, just as the young girl turned around and ran out, she suddenly bumped into something. With a cry of surprise, she fell backwards. Just as the girl was about to fall to the ground, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her, pulling her back. Up! The girl jumped in fright. She hurriedly raised her head and looked in front of her. She was stunned. That was because there was a person standing right there. Clearly, the thing she crashed into was the person in front of her. Are you all right? Wu Yin scratched his face and asked apologetically. I'm sorry. I didn't know you would suddenly turn around and run. By the time I wanted to avoid you, it was already too late. I'm fine, the girl mumbled. She quickly reacted and wiped her tears. She lowered her head. She probably didn't want others to see her cry. As long as you're fine. Wu Yin smiled and glanced at Gawain. Gawain didn't expect him to appear at a time like this. He shook his head with a smile. That. Wu Yin pretended to be confused. He looked at the girl. That's your fall, right? Hearing this, the girl's slender shoulders trembled violently, as if they would break at the slightest touch. She fell silent. However, Wu Yin had no intention of letting her go. Since it's your fall, why don't you go over? The girl was silent for a moment. She raised her head and looked at Wu Yin. Her eyes were filled with sadness. I wanted to go over, but Gawain wouldn't let me. Is that so? Wu Yin looked at the girl, and then at Gawain, whose head is full of question marks. He grabbed the girl's hand. The girl was stunned. She wanted to struggle, but before she could, Wu Yin pulled her towards Gawain. Wait a minute. The girl quickly reacted and shouted. Don't get close to Gawain. He won't let anyone get close. Be careful not to get hurt. Roar. Gawain immediately roared. However, he didn't sound as fierce as before. Instead of calling it a threat, it sounded more like confusion. The girl who heard the change in Gawain's voice was stunned. Wu Yin took this opportunity to pull the girl to Gawain's side. Gawain immediately turned to look at the girl. His eyes were fierce, but he didn't try to threaten her. Instead, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. His dissatisfaction was naturally directed at Wu Yin. Gawain didn't want his master, who was afraid of him, to get close. However, Wu Yin brought her over. How could Gawain not be dissatisfied? If it weren't for Wu Yin, Gawain would have yelled again to intimidate him. The girl knew that Gawain would do that. She stood there in a daze, unable to react. Why won't Gawain refuse you? Wu Yin didn't answer the girl's question. Instead, he patted Gawain's head. You come and touch him. What? The girl was shocked. I said come and touch him. Wu Yin looked into the girl's beautiful eyes. Even I touched him. As his master, shouldn't you touch Gawain? The girl's expression changed. She couldn't help but look at Gawain. Resistance appeared in Gawain's eyes. However, Wu Yin slapped him on the head. You don't make a sound. Gawain immediately stopped responding. The girl looked at Wu Yin in astonishment. She's also very surprised. Gawain was actually so obedient to him. Then can I also? A trace of hope rose in her heart. The girl finally reached out to Gawain. However, at this moment, a scene appeared in the young girl's mind. It was the scene of her falling off Gawain's body. The girl stopped abruptly. Fear appeared in her eyes. Roar! Seeing the girl like this, Gawain finally couldn't take it anymore and roared, waking the girl from her fear. You! The girl cried again. She turned around and rushed out of the dragon house without looking back. Looking at the girl running away, Wu Yin rubbed Gawain's head. He looked at Gawain, who was looking at him with a sad expression, and didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 1361. There were a total of 4 student dormitories in the Ansari Academy. The male dormitory for the advanced class was called the Apollo Dormitory. It was where Wu Yin and Yashur lived. The female dormitory for the advanced class was called the Epona Dormitory. It was where Lebecca and Sylvia lived. Of the 2 dormitories for the basic class, the female dormitory for the basic class was called the Maeve Dormitory. There was no one in the Maeve Dormitory at the moment. It was almost time for class. As students of the basic class, this was the time for them to lay down a solid foundation for their path as dragon cultivators. Therefore, there was no one in the Maeve Dormitory. They were all in their own classes at the moment. However, in such an uninhabited dormitory, a burst of messy footsteps abruptly sounded in the corridor. If one looked closely, one would see a person running down the corridor. This person was the fairy-like girl who escaped from the 7th Dragon Dormitory. She was Gawain's master. Gawain was a true holy dragon. In other words, this girl was also a true dragon knight. However, this dragon knight, with such extraordinary abilities, was, in fact, only a student of the basic course. How could she become a dragon knight when she was still in the basic class? Her talent wasn't bad. However, the fairy-like girl didn't have the slightest bit of pride. As a dragon knight, she was refused a ride by her own fall. She even refused to get close to him. How could she have the leisure to be proud of herself? She recalled how Gawain roared at her, like she was an enemy. She felt sorrow in her heart. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She ran back to her room without looking back. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, the girl came to her room and leaned against the door. Her expression was filled with sorrow. Her sparkling tears were abnormally bright in this dark room that was completely blocked out. They shone and dripped onto the floor. After crying silently for a while, the girl raised her hand. She wiped the tears from her face and looked up. Her delicate face was filled with sadness as she faced her own dormitory. This room was very different from an ordinary student's room. All sorts of potted plants were placed around the room. It was unknown whether they were placed randomly or according to their habits, but they were placed in a very orderly manner in this space that was neither too big nor too small. It didn't look like a normal girl's room at all. The room was filled with the fragrance of various plants. Except for a round table in the middle of the room, the rest of the furniture was basically filled with potted plants. The number of potted plants was astonishing. From the wall to the window, there were traces of plants everywhere, giving people the feeling that they had stepped into a small forest. And in the middle of the room, there was a coffin with white flowers at the bottom. There were potted plants all around, and in the center was a coffin. It was absolutely not an exaggeration to describe this feeling as strange. Perhaps it was because this scene was too strange, or perhaps it was because there were so many potted plants, but in this basic course dormitory, where 3 people were supposed to share a room, only this fairy-like girl occupied this room alone. This could be considered the benefit of a dragon knight. The girl had lived in this room for nearly 3 years, so she didn't feel anything strange about it. She looked around at the tightly drawn curtains that didn't let in a single ray of light. It was very dark in the room. The girl casually took off her uniform and exposed her body to the air. Exquisite, doll-like facial features, amethyst-like eyes, sharp ears, a delicate body that looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch, and a pitiful and mysterious charm. Such a delicate body could be said to be against the rules. It didn't look like it belonged in this world. The young girl didn't put on any other clothes and just walked into the coffin that was covered with white flowers. She hugged her knees and curled her fair body into a ball. Her purple eyes were filled with confusion about the future. The girl's name was Luca. Shalanin was a third-year student of the Ansari Dragon Academy's basic course. He was also a member of the Yekibrad clan, known as the Forest Fairies, the Yekibrad people. The Yekibrad clan. They were commonly known as the Forest Fairies. Since ancient times, they had lived in the forest and lived in the forest. They were a race that was generally outstanding and beautiful. And Luca was a famous genius in such a clan. Just by looking at Luca's appearance, you could tell. Her sharp ears, delicate face, and imperfect but extremely alluring body were exactly the same as the fairies in fairy tales. In addition to the potted plants around her, she was known as the Forest Fairies in reality. In the knighthood of Lorman, the Yekibrad clan was also a very famous clan. In addition to their beautiful appearance, they were also proficient in herbology. They were definitely the best in the world when it came to herbs. The effects of the Yekibrad's herbs were unanimously praised by people all over the world. The prices of their herbs were always high in the market. However, the Yekibrad people weren't famous for their beautiful appearance or their profound knowledge of herbology. Instead, they were famous for their fighting prowess as dragon knights. In the past, the Yekibrad clan was famous for producing excellent dragon knights. Their people weren't that outstanding when it came to raising dragons, but they had unimaginable talent when it came to riding dragons. Among them, the most famous was the magical dragon riding skill that only the Yekibrad clan leader could use. It was passed down from generation to generation, the dragon dance. It was a dragon riding skill that, once completed, could activate all kinds of magical effects. It was a flying dragon riding skill. Luca slipped up when she was practicing the dragon dance and fell off Gawain's back, resulting in the current situation. Today, the heroic legend of the Yekibrad people had become a legend of the past. The lifespan of the Mother of Dragons was coming to an end, and the dragons were gradually declining due to the lack of star essence. As a result, the decline of the dragons led to a sharp decline in the number of dragon nurturers among the Yekibrad. Without the dragon breeders, there would be no more dragon knights. Naturally, the Yekiblade race, which was famous for producing many dragon knights, would decline. Luca was the only Yekubald student in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Therefore, Luca, who had become a dragon knight in the basic course, was not only directly appointed as the next patriarch, but also received the qualifications to learn how to ride a dragon and perform a dance. She was also placed high hopes on by the Yekiblades. How disappointed would the Yekiblades be if they knew that their fall had refused to ride Luca, and that her star essence path had been cut off, and that she was facing the danger of death? Luca felt an unprecedented pressure when she thought of this. The reason why he had sealed himself in a room without any light was probably due to the immense pressure he was under, right? Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how helpless Luca would be. She wanted to go back in time and fly in the sky like Gawain. However, Gawain kept rejecting her. Luca didn't understand why Gawain kept rejecting her. She only knew that if this continued, Gawain would one day die due to the lack of star essence. At that time, she wouldn't even be a dragon breeder, let alone a dragon knight. How cruel would that be to Luca, who had high hopes placed on her? If Luca could confess to others that she fell off Gawain's back, they might be able to figure out why Gawain refused her. The problem was that the Yekibrad people were a superior race when it came to riding dragons. Falling off a dragon's back was a great humiliation to them. There was no way Luca could tell others about this. She walked into a dead end. Luca didn't know how many times the helplessness and bewilderment in her heart had visited her heart, making her almost shed tears again. Gawain! She softly muttered Fall's name. Gawain's face appeared in her mind. Suddenly, the image of the figure who pulled Luca close to Gawain and made Gawain obey flashed across Luca's mind, startling her. How could he make Gawain obey him? Chapter 1362. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Student Council Office. The Student Council President, Lebeka, The disciplinary committee member, Sylvia, Yashu, mascot Yak, and Wu Yin sat around the table in silence. Corsette was standing behind Sylvia, pouring tea into a cup of water. At this time, Rebecca was dealing with some written documents. Yashur was helping her organize and arrange them. Ak was sitting there with a bored expression. Compared to Rebecca and Yashur, she was simply bored to death. Aside from Yak, there were two other people in the student council office who were also bored to death. Wu Yin, Sylvia. One of them was clearly an assistant who was supposed to help Rebecca, the president, but instead, he threw the job to Yaksu while he sat in his seat with a face full of fatigue. The other was a member of the Conduct and Discipline Committee. She had no fate with this kind of written work, so she also sat in her seat with an unnatural expression. Because of this, the entire student council office was filled with an awkward atmosphere. In the past few days, this awkward atmosphere had been playing out in the student union office for a while almost every day. It was extremely annoying. The main reason was because of Sylvia. Maybe Sylvia is still holding a grudge over the fact that she snuck into Wu Yan's room and slept in his bed for a night. That's why she's still holding a grudge. In the past few days, other than the student council office or the classroom, Sylvia would never appear in front of Wu Yan. Even in the student council office or the classroom, Sylvia would choose to sit in the seat furthest away from Wu Yan. Sometimes when they accidentally bumped into each other, they would rarely talk, making the atmosphere very awkward. Unlike Sylvia, Corsette was the exact opposite. She always appeared around Wu Yan and was no longer limited to the morning. Sometimes, she would even stay in Wu Yan's room at night. It was very suggestive. However, only Wu Yan knew that the reason Corsette appeared in his room at night was because she wanted Wu Yan to find a way. She wanted him to return to the state where he could talk to Sylvia naturally. As for other times, why would Corsette appear beside Wu Yan from time to time? Even Wu Yan and Sylvia didn't know the reason, let alone outsiders. Of course, the main reason for this situation was Sylvia. She couldn't converse normally with Wu Yan, and every time they met, she would run away with a red face, causing the atmosphere to become awkward. As for Wu Yan himself, he had his own troubles. Sitting in his seat, Wu Yan propped up his chin with one hand and looked out of the window. He let out an extremely sad sigh, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Here, Sir Loon. Corsette, who had come to Wu Yan's side, put a cup of black tea on the table in front of Wu Yan with a funny expression. Have a cup of black tea to refresh yourself. Thank you. Wu Yan replied in a weak tone. He picked up his cup of tea and sipped it in a bored manner. Corsette laughed even harder, and Rebecca looked up at him. She first looked at Wu Yan and then at Corsette. She spoke to Corsette meaningfully. Corsette, I feel like you're becoming Wu Yan's personal maid. Are you planning to abandon Sylvia? How could that be? Corsette paused for a moment before answering with a smile. I'm just doing my duty. Rebecca asked curiously. Even if you're doing your duty, shouldn't you be doing your duty to Sylvia? Why is it Loon? What's the difference? Corsette said with a smile on his face. Sir Loon will become my master sooner or later anyway. Rebecca didn't know what was going on and was surprised. Become your master? Yes, after all, Her Royal Highness and Sir Loon. PFFF, Sylvia, who was drinking black tea, spat it out and sprayed it all over Yashur, who was still sorting out the information. Yashur was stunned on the spot. However, Sylvia didn't even pay attention to Ashur. Her face flushed red as she frantically yelled at Corsette. What are you trying to say, you talkative maid? Mama! Corsette covered her mouth and giggled. Her Royal Highness is shy. Sylvia was immediately flustered. Her suspicious reaction caused Rebecca's beautiful eyes to narrow slightly as she put on a fake smile. Looks like I've missed out on something interesting during this period of time. Then she looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan is still as listless as ever, as if his soul has left his body. It's not that I'm scolding you. Rebecca rolled her eyes. You've been like this for the past few days. You're making people sleepy. Sleepy? Wu Yan leaned on the table in distress. I even feel like fainting right now. What's wrong with you? Rebecca couldn't bear to see Wu Yan like this. Is it because of those crazy fans? What? That shouldn't be the case. Yashur took out a handkerchief and wiped the tea that Sylvia sprayed all over his face as he explained in a muffled voice. The Student Council and the Board of Governors have already issued a ban. If those fans are too extreme, they'll be expelled. That shouldn't be the case, right? That's true. That's true. The fans are no longer as crazy as they used to be. Wu Yan's face turned green at the mention of this. But what about moderate? Moderate, a place that is not too extreme. Rebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur exchanged glances. They were all confused. That so-called don't go overboard. Corset, on the other hand, had an obviously knowing expression as he squatted down. By the time he stood up again, a large box that was half the height of a person had already appeared in his hand, and he slammed it on the table. That's it. Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and even Yak, who was bored out of her wits, turned their gazes to the wooden chest. The wooden box, which was half the height of a person, was filled with letters of different colors. This is... Rebecca picked up one of the letters in the box and looked at the red hearts on the cover. There were even some lip prints. She immediately understood. This is a love letter, right? Love letter. Yashu and Yak widened their eyes. Love letter. Sylvia, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She abruptly jumped up from her seat and ferociously pulled out a letter from the wooden box. When she saw the red hearts and lipstick marks on the letter, her pretty face flushed hot. How shameless. Resisting the urge to tear the love letter in her hand into shreds, Sylvia's eyes burned with raging flames. The beautiful blonde hair on her back seemed to be fluttering, making one think of an enraged male lion. As a student of the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy, how could you? Seemingly triggered by the lipstick print on the cover of the love letter, steam began to rise from Sylvia's head. She stomped her feet on the ground, causing the floor to resound loudly. Not perfect at all. Your Highness, don't you think your reaction is a little too extreme? Yashu asked carefully. It's just a love letter. Compared to the fans who declared their desire to be Rune's mistress in public, this can only be considered moderate, right? Sylvia lowered her head in embarrassment. She couldn't explain herself. She glanced at Wu Yan, who was sprawled on the table, and vented her anger on him. Did you hear that? It's just a love letter. Why do you act like you've gone 300 rounds with Commander Yuzura? 300 rounds with Yuzura? Wu Yan snickered as if he's broken. I'd rather fight Ursula for 3,000 or even 30,000 rounds than see these love letters again. Your Highness, Cosette spoke up helplessly. Actually, these days, Lord Lune has to deal with 10 love letters almost every day, just like the ones in this big box. 10 a day. Sylvia froze. That's a ridiculous amount. Rebecca flipped through the love letters in the wooden chest with interest. Even I haven't received this much before. Halfway through her sentence, Rebecca suddenly froze in place, a look of astonishment appearing on her face. Taking out a letter from the wooden box, Rebecca actually cried out in surprise. It's her. Chapter 1363. WH. What's wrong? Rebecca's sudden exclamation startled everyone in the student union office. What's wrong? Wu Yan, who was lying on the table like a corpse, straightened up and looked at Rebecca with a frown. Is there something wrong? Rebecca didn't answer the question immediately. Instead, she frowned and flipped through the love letter in her hand. Her eyes and face were filled with doubt and disbelief. No, impossible. With that child's personality, why would she write a love letter to someone of the opposite sex? And in that state, Wu Yan, Sylvia, Cosette, Yashu, Yak, and the others looked at each other in confusion. They looked at the love letter in Rebecca's hand that she's flipping through. Compared to the other love letters in the wooden box, the one in Rebecca's hand didn't seem like a love letter at all. There was no fancy cover, no heart or lip prints. The surface was white and flawless. It was very clean. It looked like an ordinary letter. It didn't look like a love letter to the opposite sex at all. Even the ink pad was just ordinary ink pad. There was nothing special about it. Could this be a letter to the wrong place? Sylvia tilted her head and said, affected by the first impression she had of the love letters. It doesn't look like a love letter. It's not just that it doesn't look like a love letter. The person who wrote this letter is the one who wrote it. The person who wrote it isn't someone who would be bold enough to write a love letter to someone of the opposite sex. Rebecca shook her head with a frown on her face. She handed the letter to Wu Yin. Maybe it's just an ordinary letter and not a love letter. Look at it yourself. Looking at the letter in Rebecca's hand, Wu Yin thought about the love letters he had dealt with in the past few days. He couldn't help but resist. He took the letter from Rebecca. He looked at the signature. Luca, Xiaonan. Wu Yin grabbed his hair as he read the name. Who is it? Luca? Xiaonan? Yashur grabbed his hair as well. What a strange name. It doesn't seem like a name that someone from a knight's kingdom of Lorimon would come up with. Luca? Xiaonan? Unlike Wu Yin and Yashu, Sylvia and Cosette were rather surprised. Obviously, they should know this person called Luca. Sharonin is a girl's. Why are you all so surprised? At the side, AI could grumbled unhappily. Since you know her, then tell us who she is. Why are you so surprised? Rebecca. Wu Yin raised the letter in his hand. She looked at Rebecca suspiciously. This person, you all know him? I should say, it's strange that you two don't know her, right? Rebecca smiled helplessly. Luca is a celebrity in our academy. She's the youngest dragon knight in history, and she's also the secretary of our student council. How can you not know her? The youngest dragon knight in history. Yashur was shocked from the bottom of his heart. And she's from our student council? Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. Now that Rebecca mentioned it, Wu Yin recalled that there are two members of the student council who haven't been on duty. One is the vice president and the other is the secretary. It's because these two haven't been on duty in the student council that Wu Yin has an extra assistant position. He's responsible for helping the vice president and secretary with their work. In other words, this person was called Luca before. Xiaonin's job as secretary fell on Wu Yan's shoulders because of her absence. Also, Rebecca had just said, Luca, Xiaonan was the youngest dragon knight in history. In the entire Ansari Academy, including Wu Yan, there were only 6 people who were qualified to be called dragon knights. Rebecca was a dragon knight. Calling her a dragon knight would be belittling her. Wu Yan and Sylvia were real dragon knights with the title. Of the remaining 3, one of them should be Luca, Xiaonan? Although there were 3 dragon knights left, Wu Yin couldn't help but think of one possibility. Luca, Xiaonan's person. A few days ago, in front of Gawain's dragon room, the fairy-like girl who tried to win Gawain's heart but failed. Wu Yin flipped the letter back and forth between his fingers. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Rebecca, has this girl called Luca lost her ability to control fall recently? She asked with a frown. Lost her ability to control fall. Yashu and Sylvia held their breaths. Rebecca turned around and looked at Wu Yin with narrowed eyes. Looks like you already have a clue as to why Luca wrote to you. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Yin pursed his lips when he heard Rebecca's tacit agreement. He opened the letter and took out a small piece of paper. Rebecca, Sylvia, Corset, Yashu, and Yak immediately gathered behind Wu Yin. They didn't try to avoid arousing suspicion and openly read Luca's letter to Wu Yin. The content of the letter was like this. Lord Lune, I have a favor to ask of you. Please come to my humble abode when you see this letter. Thank you very much, Luca Xiaonan. Greetings, Luca Xiaonan. So that's how it is. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead, and he had a funny smile on his face. Just like that troublesome dragon, it's causing trouble for others. Should I say is expected of its owner? Troublesome dragon. Sylvia looked at Wu Yin curiously. Are you talking about this child called Luca's Fall? Luoong. Rebecca hesitated for a moment and asked with uncertainty. Do you know Gawain? Know him? Wu Yin scratched his face. I do know him. After all, ever since Luca and Gawain's astral essence path was cut off, I've been taking care of Gawain. I've been feeding him things that contain a lot of astral essence to keep him alive. The astral essence path was cut off. Sylvia's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Luca lost her ability to control fall because her fall refused to let her ride it? How could that be? Yasha muttered in disbelief. Once a dragon refused its owner, it would be impossible for it to obtain astral essence from its owner. Although this was unpopular knowledge, there were actually quite a few people who knew about it. People like Lebecca and Sylvia, who had outstanding academic results, naturally knew about it. Only problematic students like Yashur were still in the dark. Even Yak knew what was going on, and her little face tensed up. There must be a reason why a holy and noble dragon will be the first to break the contract. His words sounded like he was trying to protect her, but he was accidentally poked by AI Ku. A sinister look appeared on his face, but in the eyes of outsiders, he looked cute. Did Luca do something that humiliated the dragon race? Is that why it would rather die than let her ride it? Don't jump to conclusions, Yak, Lebecca said calmly. While I can't say for sure that it's not Luca's fault, the real reason is still a mystery. We can't just blame Luca. President Lebecca is right. Sylvia stood up solemnly. A dragon wouldn't refuse its owner for no reason. Perhaps there's another reason, Rune. Lebecca looked straight at Wu Yen. You're saying that you've been taking care of Gawain's diet. Does that mean Gawain has accepted you? You've tamed it? You can say that. Wu Yen shrugged. Although it was difficult at the beginning, but now, even if I ride it, that fellow won't reject me, then... Lebecca's eyes lit up. Do you know why Gawain refused Luca's ride? I guess you can say that. Wu Yin poured a bucket of cold water on Lebecca when he saw her smile. But the situation isn't as easy to solve as you think. The smile that had just appeared on Lebecca's face collapsed. How should I explain this? Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. Wu Yin picked up the letter Luca wrote to him. He read the letter, and his wine-red eyes turned around. Anyway, let's go meet this Luca first. Chapter 1364. Ansari Dragon Academy, Mafi Lodge. Isn't that President Lebecca? Where? It's true. President Lebecca came to Mafi Lodge. And Her Highness Princess Sylvia. Her Highness Princess Sylvia came too. That man, is he Lord Rune? Lord Rune? Heavens, even Lord Rune came. Lord Rune. When Wu Yin, Lebecca, and Sylvia arrived at Mafi Lodge, the girls in the basic course class noticed them. When they saw Wu Yin, they went into an uproar. Since Mafi Lodge was a female dormitory, it wasn't convenient for boys to enter. Thus, apart from Wu Yin, who was invited by Luca, only Lebecca and Sylvia accompanied her. Yaksu was very concerned about Luca losing her ability to control fall, but since the famous horsemen of the divine race Kama Empress True Red and Princess Blue Eyes were all here at the same time, a half-baked problem student like him wouldn't be of much use. So, he reluctantly left with Yak. Cosette didn't follow them either. She went back to prepare lunch. Thus, only Wu Yin, Lebecca, and Sylvia came to Mafi Lodge. Originally, the boys wanted to enter the female dormitory. They had to get the approval of the student council president first. Then, the president had to inform the warden before they could enter. But since Lebecca came personally, why would she need approval? At the entrance of Mafi Lodge, Lebecca communicated with the warden. Then, the three of them went to Luca's room. As a result, a girl from the basic course class appeared in the hallway and saw Wu Yin, Lebecca, and Sylvia. She exclaimed, causing all the girls in Mafi Lodge to come out of their rooms. They lined up on both sides of the hallway and looked at the three of them with love in their eyes. Immediately, the entire Mafi Lodge fell into a wave of cheers and support for these girls who were still in the basic course class. Whether it was the perfect student council president of the academy or the fourth princess of the Knight Royal family, both of them were the targets of their dreams. As for Wu Yen, he even defeated the commander of Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula. Sarvin was a legend. In the hearts of these young girls, the fact that a senior from the same school was the strongest existence in the world was enough to make Wu Yin their Prince Charming. Now, all of a sudden, the object of their yearning all came to their dormitory. These girls were so crazy that even the dormitory supervisor could only stay downstairs. He could only smile bitterly as there was nothing he could do. looking at the girls with hearts in their eyes and shrieking at the top of their lungs as if they would pounce on him at any moment. Wu Yin, who was already traumatized, shrunk his neck and angrily increased his pace. Ha! Rebecca laughed mockingly. I remember that not long ago, you were still regarded as a cheating student who got in through the back door by the students in the academy. Who would have thought that the cheating student is now the most popular person in the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy and even the entire Lormon Knights Kingdom? Stop it. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm starting to regret it. Enduring the screams and heated gazes, Wu Yin lowered his voice. His voice was full of frustration. In the knighthood, the most popular people are the powerful Dragon Knights and Saint Sky Dragon Knights. Although Captain Yujira is very beautiful, the reason why everyone in the knighthood of Lormon is because she is the most powerful Saint Sky Dragon Knight. Sylvia exclaimed with pride. Now that Roland defeated Commander Ursula, it's only natural that he's so popular. I already said that I'm starting to regret it. Wu Yin slapped his forehead as if he had a headache. So, all of you should stop talking. Rebecca and Sylvia looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Rebecca seemed to have come to the Maeve house to look for Luca. Under her lead, and with the support of the girls in the foundation class, the three of them soon arrived at the end of the third floor. They stopped in front of a door at the end. Above the door, there was a door plate with only one name on it. Luca? Shalanin? In the dorms of the foundation class, regardless of whether it was the male or female dorms, 3 people would share a room. The nameplate should have 3 names as well. However, Luca's room only had her name on it. Luca must be living alone. Although Wu Yin was curious as to why a girl in the foundation class would want to live alone, it wasn't the time to be concerned about such trivial matters. Luca, are you there? Rebecca started knocking on the door as if she was already used to it. Respond if you're there. I brought the person you want to see. However, there was no response from the other side of the door. What's wrong? Sylvia poked her head out from behind Rebecca's back. You're not here? No, Luca is a true homebody. She doesn't like to go out, and after what happened, she's become even more reclusive. She hasn't even gone to class in a long time. There's no way she's not in her room. Rebecca shook her head. I think she's probably asleep. Asleep? Luca has a bad habit of being hard to wake once she falls asleep. Rebecca revealed a doting smile as if she was talking about her mischievous younger siblings. She took out a key. Looks like I made the right decision to take the key from the dorm warden, just in case. She inserted the key in her hand into the keyhole of the door in front of her and turned it gently. With a click, the door was unlocked and Rebecca pushed open the door. In the next instant, a different smell assaulted Wu Yin and Sylvia's nostrils. This is... Wu Yin sniffed at the odor coming from the room in surprise. Is this the smell of herbs? That's not right. Sylvia gave a different answer. It should be the smell of herbs. Sylvia's words were suddenly stuck in her throat as she looked at the scene in the room. Her eyes widened, and her expression became one of terror. Wu Yin flinched when he saw this. He looked inside the room in confusion, and his jaw dropped in the next moment. In the dimly lit room, a coffin placed in the center of the room entered everyone's sight. It was a long, luxurious, 6-diamond coffin that only vampires would lie in. The surface of the coffin flickered with a bright luster. It should be made of iron. The lid was nowhere to be seen, and the insides were filled with white flowers. Inside the white flower bed, there was a beautiful elf-like girl with sharp ears. She was wearing a revealing nightgown. Her hands were clasped together on her chest as she lay inside the bed. No matter how one looked at it, there was only one word to describe the girl in such an environment. A corpse. Luca dead? Are you kidding me? Sylvia's body stiffened and her face paled. She couldn't help but take a step back. No, that's not right. For a moment, Wu Yin was shaken, but he soon realized something was wrong. Her chest is still rising and falling, and her face is very red. Rather than saying she's dead, it's better to say she's sleeping. Rebecca giggled as if she was watching a good show. Don't worry, Luca isn't dead yet. She's just sleeping. Becca walked to the edge of the coffin and crouched down to shake Luca's body. Luca, get up. We're here to see you. You. Luca's sharp ears trembled. She looked like a rabbit and was very cute. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Becca in confusion. Becca. Luca. Becca smiled warmly. Good morning. Luca nodded in a daze. She slowly straightened her back and stretched. Huh. An extremely cute yawn was let out by Luca. As she yawned, she rubbed her eyes. She had a sleepy appearance. The straps of her nightgown slid down from her shoulders. It was extremely alluring. Even Wu Yin couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. Chapter 1365. Bang! Just as Wu Yin was staring at Luca's body that was faintly visible below her collarbone due to her shoulder strap slipping off, a muffled sound and a sharp pain came from his abdomen at the same time, causing his face to almost distort. Oomph! On the side, Sylvia expressionlessly withdrew her elbow strike and coldly snorted, causing Wu Yin to be a little angry. Your Highness, when did I offend you? To the person who kept looking at his junior sister's body with a perverted gaze, Sylvia cast a cold gaze at Wu Yin. I don't think there's a need to explain. Who's looking at his junior sister with a perverted gaze? Wu Yin immediately retorted, causing Sylvia to glare angrily at him. If you do something wrong, you have to be brave enough to admit it. This is the family rule of Knight Loriamin's Wong family. I didn't do anything wrong. In that kind of situation, those who don't look are abnormal men, right? Ow, how dare you say something like that? Can you still be considered a student of the Ansari Dragon Academy? All right, you two stop arguing. Becca, who had unknowingly arrived between Wu Yin and Sylvia, placed one hand on each of their shoulders and forcefully separated the two who were arguing. Arguing in someone else's room. Luca doesn't know what to do because of you two. Hearing that, Wu Yin and Sylvia were slightly stunned. They turned around and looked at the coffin. Only then did they see Luca rubbing her small fists, not knowing what to do. Clearly, Luca was a little panicked by the sudden argument between Wu Yin and Sylvia. Sorry. Wu Yin and Sylvia awkwardly apologized. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their faces darkened and they snorted at each other. They turned their heads away. Becca found it funny that they were quarreling with each other like children. Luca stole a glance at everyone present. Then, she fixed her gaze on Wu Yin. Her purple eyes lit up slightly. He climbed out of the coffin. Luca suddenly walked in front of Wu Yin. He actually sat down on his knees. He bowed so deeply that his head hit the floor. Lord Lune, what are you doing? It wasn't just Wu Yin. Becca and Sylvia were startled by Luca's actions. Last time, I'm really sorry. Luca raised her head. His eyes were fixed on Wu Yin, and a pitiful aura emanated from his body, making Wu Yin feel guilty, as if he had done something wrong. Why are you apologizing? Even Wu Yin panicked when faced with this situation. He quickly crouched down and held Luca's shoulder. Wu Yin felt her smooth touch through his hand. Wu Yin wanted to help Luca up, but that unbelievably smooth touch tugged at his heartstrings. For a moment, he forgot to do so. Sir Long had helped me so much last time, but I didn't recognize him. If I didn't ask around, I wouldn't have known that the person who helped me was Sir Long. Luca apologized from the bottom of her heart as she lowered her head again. Sir Long. Luca apologized from the bottom of her heart and lowered her head again. Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Lune. No, I didn't take it to heart. Wu Yin froze when he saw Luca pressing her forehead to the floor like a servant who had done something wrong. He didn't know what to say. It was just that she didn't recognize him. Even if Luca's performance last time was indeed a little rude, there was no need for her to be so respectful just for an apology. Right? Isn't this a little too much? Don't mention Wu Yin. Even Sylvia, who has been in a high position for a long time, felt that Luca's way of apologizing was a bit too exaggerated. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Becca, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. She put her mouth next to Wu Yan's ear and whispered a sweet explanation. Luca is a member of the Yekiblade clan. The Yequblade clan is best at dragon riding, and they have their own pride in dragon riding. However, because of this, the Yequblade clan will give the highest respect to those who are also outstanding in dragon riding. You have the title of Divine Rider, and your dragon riding skill is already recognized as unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid that Luca has already treated you as the most respectable person in the world. There's something like that. Wuyan didn't know if he should laugh or cry at the same time. He thought that Luca knew who he was, and that he was the one who defeated Ursula. That was why she was so respectful. He didn't expect that she was only interested in his dragon riding skills. Even Gawain didn't refuse Lord Lune. He even listened to Lord Lune. Lord Lune's dragon riding skills must be superb. Luca clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest as if she was worshipping something. However, her face was always weak, making people want to protect her and bully her at the same time. I didn't recognize Lord Roland last time. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Wuyan's expression turned bitter. He ignored the slippery feeling in his hand and helped Luca up. All right, I didn't take it to heart. You don't have to worry too much, really? Luca carefully looked at Wuyan. She only relaxed when she confirmed that Wuyan didn't blame her. That's great. You're the one who's exaggerating, Luca. Wuyan scratched his cheeks, and he followed Luca's example. He sat down on the floor and cut to the chase. I've already read your letter. I can roughly guess why you've asked me to come here, but let me listen to your reason. Rebecca and Sylvia also turned serious as they looked at Luca. They were probably very worried about Gawain's condition as well. Luca lowered her head and fell silent. It took her a while to muster up the courage to meet Wuyan's eyes. I hope Lord Roland can teach me how to not be rejected by Gawain. Teach you how to not be rejected by Gawain? Wuyan closed his eyes. Why? Luca didn't know what to say. Because Gawain has been rejecting me. So I thought, don't tell me. Wuyan interrupted Luca. His wine-red eyes exuded a sense of pressure that made Luca shiver. Have you never thought about why Gawain rejected you? Reason? Luca was stunned. Let me tell you the truth, Luca. Wuyan spat it out in a merciless manner. Strictly speaking, I'm on Gawain's side. Wah. Luca's slender shoulders trembled. On Gawain's side? Rebecca, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. In other words, the reason why Rowan and Gawain rejected Luca was because of Luca? It's because of me. Luca couldn't stop herself from wavering. It's just as Sylvia said. A dragon wouldn't reject its master for no reason, let alone use its own life to reject its master. Wuyan stared at Luca until she lowered her head in fear. Gawain might be a proud dragon, but he cares about Luca more than anyone else. Luca, I don't believe you don't understand this. Of course I understand. Luca's expression carried a hint of grievance. But Gawain won't talk to me. He should have at least told me why he rejected me. Gawain has gone overboard. Wuyan shook his head. Kaluka, because of me last time, Gawain controlled his bad temper and allowed you to get close to it. At that time, I also let you touch it, but why did you stop halfway? All of a sudden, Luca froze on the spot, as if she had been struck by lightning. That's right, last time, I could have touched Gawain. Why did I stop halfway? Until she stopped, Gawain clearly didn't reject her. Looks like Roland was right. Sylvia's expression tensed up when she saw Luca's reaction. The problem is most likely with Luca herself. Luca's expression changed drastically. Her large, watery eyes were filled with frustration. Chapter 1366. Just as Wuyan said, as Gawain's master, it was impossible for Luca not to know how much Gawain cared about Luca. She had been connected to Gawain's consciousness almost every day as his rider. That was why Luca was so upset when Gawain refused to let her ride him. It wasn't just because Luca had to bear the pressure of the high hopes of her clan. It was also because Gawain, who Luca saw as her family, refused to ride her. It wasn't that Luca didn't consider why Gawain would refuse her. It wasn't that she didn't think it was because of her. However, when she realized the truth, Luca still couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. Not only did Gawain refuse her because of her, He even cut off his celestial essence path and put his life in danger. To Luca, this was no different from her causing Gawain's death. Roan, Lebecca couldn't help but speak to Wu Yin when she saw the sadness in Luca's amethyst-like eyes. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Why don't you help Luca again? Hearing Lebecca's words, Luca realized that now isn't the time to be sad. She lifted her head, and she looked at Wu Yin with a hopeful expression. As Gawain's owner, Luca was well aware of how difficult it was to deal with Gawain during this period of time. He never took a step out of the seventh dragon house. He didn't even leave his room. His body was getting weaker and weaker, but he refused to be examined by any experts. If anyone approached him, Gawain would threaten them. In the past, Gawain had reluctantly accepted Long Ding's care for a limited period of time because of food and shelter. But recently, Gawain would not even allow other dragons to get close to him, let alone Long Ding. He was like a severely injured beast or an animal that had just given birth to its offspring, extremely aggressive. At first, Luca was worried. If this continued, Gawain might even starve to death, let alone wait for his celestial essence to run out. That was until she heard from Long Ding that someone else was taking care of Gawain. Luca was relieved. A while ago, Luca met Wu Yin, because Wu Yin seemed to be able to handle Gawain. That was why Luca wanted to get help from Wu Yin and have Gawain acknowledge her again. After asking around a little, it was only then that Luca realized that the person who had been taking care of her fall and the person who had helped her that day was the horseman of the Protoss, Rune. Randall, like Lebecca said, as a Yacobledian, she was influenced by the culture of the Yacobledians. Lebecca, the president of the student council, praised Luca's dragon riding skills as unparalleled. Wu Yin, the rider of the gods, couldn't help but respect her. Therefore, after learning that the person who helped her approach Gawain that day was the Protoss rider, Luca hurriedly wrote a letter out of respect. However, Corset, who was helping Wu Yin deal with love letters, mistook it for a love letter and threw it together with the big box of love letters, ready to get rid of it. Fortunately, Rebecca accidentally discovered Luca's letter. Otherwise, Luca's letter would have been thrown away by Corset as trash. Now, to exaggerate, Gawain only acknowledged Wu Yin in the entire world. He allowed Wu Yin to approach him and even seemed to listen to Wu Yan's every word. If Wu Yin could help her, then her chances of getting Gawain's acknowledgement would be much higher. Roland, please help her if you can. Even Sylvia lowered herself and pleaded for Luca in a soft voice. The dragon is the symbol of our knight's kingdom. As the fourth princess of the knight's kingdom, I can't just sit by and watch a dragon die in front of me, let alone a precious holy dragon. Roland, please help Luca this once. Lord Roland, please help me. Luca placed her hands on the floor in front of her and bowed respectfully. She pressed her forehead against her hands and bowed deeply. I don't want to lose Gawain, and I can't live without him. I want to return to the past with Gawain. So, Lord Roland, please, why do I feel like I'm playing the bad guy? Lebecca, Sylvia, and Luca are all begging him for help. Wu Yin rolled his eyes when he saw the three beauties begging him for help. I didn't say I wouldn't help, did I? I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to help, would I? Yes. Luca abruptly lifted her head and looked at Wu Yin with a joyful expression. In other words, Gawain has a bad temper, but he and I get along quite well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken care of him. Wu Yin shrugged. If you want to watch it die, of course I can't do it. If you want me to help you, I will definitely help, but don't celebrate too early. Wu Yin added coldly when he saw Lebecca, Sylvia, and Luca smiling. You know that Gawain rejected you mainly because of your own problems. I can be your middleman, but whether or not Gawain will acknowledge you again depends on you. Luca hesitated. Why are you hesitating? Sylvia frowned. Your fall is facing the threat of death because of you. Now that you have a solution, shouldn't you go forward bravely to overcome all difficulties and save Fall's life? Luca shrieked when Sylvia reprimanded her. She shrunk her neck in fear. Sylvia, don't get too worked up. Luca has a very delicate personality. If you scare her like this, it will have the opposite effect. Rebecca pressed on Sylvia's shoulder and walked up to Luca. She held her hand and spoke softly. But Sylvia is right. Luca, you can't hesitate anymore. Gawain is waiting for you to save him, Rebecca. Luca took a deep breath. She finally regained her composure and nodded. I understand. Luca turned to Wu Yin and spoke respectfully again. Then, Lord Loon, I'll have to trouble you. Well, just leave Gawain to me. Looking at Luca's respectful yet weak demeanor, Wu Yin rubbed Luca's head. It's up to you whether or not we can succeed. Luca blushed, but she didn't break free from Wu Yin's hand. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and revealed a shy yet enjoyable expression. Her pointy ears even twitched. She looked very cute. Luca's cute appearance made Wu Yin unable to resist moving his hand away from Luca's head. Instead, he touched Luca's pointy ears. Something unexpected happened. Luca shivered and let out a cute whimper. Her face turned pink and her body became weak. She fell forward and into Wu Yin's arms. She gasped for breath. My ears. Luca's reaction startled Wu Yin. Wu Yin felt Luca's white and smooth body falling into his arms. Her cheeks were red and she was gasping for breath. She looked like she was at his mercy. He couldn't help but think of a prank. Therefore, Wu Yin didn't let go of Luca's ear. Instead, he pinched her other ear with his other hand. No, you can't. Luca shuddered. Her delicate body suddenly tensed up and the blush on her face deepened. And Luca's performance naturally attracted a certain wolf's gentle and unbridled needing. Wu Yin started to rub her pointy ears as if he was harassing her. Luca felt like she was struck by lightning. Her tensed-up body turned limp as she laid in Wu Yin's arms. She kept panting, causing the air around them to be tinged with a pinkish hue. Wu Yin found this rather amusing. Just as Wu Yin was about to take it one step further, the temperature around him suddenly dropped to the lowest point, as if it had frozen over, startling Wu Yin from his enjoyment. Wu Yin finally remembered there were two other people at the scene. Tomorrow morning, 7th Dragon House. I'll take you to see Gawain. Wu Yin realized the danger, and his face tightened. He left those words and ran out of Luca's room like a gust of wind. Stop right there. You shameless bastard who dares to touch your junior. Sylvia clenched her fists and her face darkened. She chased after Roland like a madwoman. Rebecca had a gentle smile on her face, but there was no trace of smile in her eyes. She slowly walked out of Luca's room. Lord, Roland. Luca was the only one left. She was panting and lying on the floor. She looked like she was tortured. Chapter 1367. It was a night filled with dense dark clouds, but with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. This was one of the few commercial cities in the Knights Nation of Lorman, Dan Bailey's city. In this city, surrounded by thick city walls, what could be seen everywhere was not tourists from home and abroad like in Ansari City. Instead, there were famous or unknown merchant guilds and cunning merchants. Unlike Ansari City, which was known as the Academy City and had a tranquil atmosphere, although Dan Bailey City was filled with a noisy and lively atmosphere on the surface, and the streets were also filled with sharp-tongued merchants. In fact, this was a city with many hidden dangers. It was because when Dan Bailey City became a famous commercial city, in order to promote the circulation and convenience of goods, it was also very convenient to open to the outside world and did not set up any defenses. Therefore, Dan Bailey City was also a famous mixed city of various ethnic groups. Walking on the streets of Dan Bailey City, one could easily see some ethnic groups who did not look like citizens of the Knights Nation. For example, tall people who looked extremely barbaric, ordinary people who wore strange clothes, and people with dark skin who wore revealing clothes. If such a person were to walk in Ansari City, he would more or less attract some attention, but in Dan Bailey City, the pedestrians did not even give him a second glance. Therefore, people who did not look like citizens of the Knights Nation could walk here without worry. Naturally, there were also some ethnic groups who were more radical and wanted to rebel against the Knights Nation of Lorman. This also included people like Anya, who had joined the Sepharo's empire. On the bustling street, Anya lowered her head and used the scarf around her neck to cover her face as she walked forward. In Dan Bailey's city, it was fine even if an outsider like Anya was exposed under the sun. However, hiding her appearance, it had almost become an instinct of Anya's. Keeping her head down and burying the lower half of her face in the scarf, Anya walked on the street with ease. It was obviously not her first time in Dan Bailey's city. She turned into an alley from the main road. She walked all the way into the alley, when there was no one around. Only then did Anya raise her head to reveal her face. In front of him was an ordinary building. He appeared in front of Anya. It was a secret stronghold set up by the Sephiroth Empire within the borders of the Knights of Lorman. Generally speaking, some of the secrets and urgent matters that had been discovered by spies in the Knight of Lorman were all delivered and discussed here. Although the Sephiroth Empire had set up many secret strongholds like this within the borders of the Knight's Kingdom of Lorman, recently, due to a person with a relatively strong background living here, this place had become a place of more frequent activity. Anya, on the other hand, was here to meet this so-called important person. She pushed the door open and walked inside. She walked up the stairs and nimbly moved up the stairs until she was in front of a door. Anya, come back and report. Come in. Almost at the same time, a voice entered Anya's ears, causing her heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. She hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness in her heart, pushed open the door, and walked in. Behind the door was a room that was decorated like a study. It wasn't very big. Inside the room, behind a desk, a silver-haired man with a mask on his face was leisurely sitting on a chair. It was the one who revived the corpse dragon and escaped from Wu Yan's grasp, Maidens. Looking closely, one could see that Maidens' artificial limb that was broken by Wu Yan was now in perfect condition. It seems like he had a new artificial limb installed. Anya? Maidens shifted his gaze to Anya. From the looks of it, you seem to have gained something. Yes, Lord Maidens. Anya respectfully bowed. I have infiltrated the Ansari state. I see. Maidens nodded. Then, have you investigated the matter I asked you to investigate? Yes. We are still investigating, but we have preliminary information. Anya took out a document from her waist bag and placed it on the desk. This is information about the boy who defeated the corpse dragon and the girl who was swallowed into its stomach. Please take a look. Lord Maidens nodded casually. He picked up the document on the table and began to read it. Anya hesitated, as if she had something to ask, but in the end, she didn't ask. Actually, Anya was very confused. She wondered why Maidens was investigating Yak. Investigating Ashur was excusable since he defeated the corpse dragon Maidens awakened. But why would he investigate Yak, who was swallowed by the corpse dragon? Was it because she was a dragon in human form? Anya didn't quite understand, but since Maidens asked her to investigate, she could only do her best. After a while, Maidens lifted his head from the document in his hand and looked at Anya. Then, what about the student who stopped us? For a moment, fear flashed through Anya's eyes. I've collected it too. Her face that was originally filled with determination turned pale. She gritted her teeth and handed another document to Maidens. Maidens didn't seem to notice the change in Anya's expression. He took the document and began to read it, but not long after, he frowned in surprise. Defeated Loriamin's Holy Dragon Knight, Commander Yusula? L. Sarwin? Why yes. Anya's expression turned ugly. That was an open duel. I was there at the time. This is interesting. Mikawai's narrowed his eyes under the mask, looking at the document in his hand with a serious expression. However, Maidens was stunned by what he saw. A white dragon that wields white flames. Hearing Maidens' words, Anya's body trembled violently, and the expression on her face became even uglier. This time, even Maidens noticed Anya's strange behavior. Anya, what's wrong? Lord Maidens. Anya was hesitant like never before. She clenched her teeth and spoke softly. Do we really have to go against Roland? Against Randall? Maidens didn't answer. Instead, he looked straight at Anya. Are you afraid? Anya wanted to deny it, but she couldn't. Why? Maidens continued to stare at Anya. As a warrior, you're not even afraid of death. Why are you afraid now? Anya's pretty face became bitter as she took out a crystal from the bag at her waist. It's a product developed by the Empire that can store images. Lord Maidens, do you want to see Roland personally? Randall and Ursula? Sarwin's duel will make it clear. With that, Anya placed the crystal on the table. An arc of light flashed across the surface of the crystal, and an image appeared. It's an image of an elegant white dragon bathed in a sea of white flames. In the image, the white dragon was extremely elegant and graceful. Under the rendering of the white flames, it looked like a sage walking in the world, giving people a good impression of it. However, looking at the white dragon in the image, Makawo's scalp suddenly went numb, and his eyes were filled with horror. That dragon, Makawo's couldn't help but take a step back. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Just now, when he saw the white dragon's burning flame in the image, Makawo's was actually scared. That's right. He was scared. He was scared for no reason at all. That's impossible. Anya didn't know, but Maidens knew he wasn't an ordinary person. In this world, there wasn't a single dragon that could instill fear in him. Not even the last descendant of Avalon's holy dragon royal family, Yak. But it's undeniable that Maidens was scared when he saw the white dragon. No, it's impossible. Makawo's held his head in pain, causing Anya to become somewhat anxious. Lord Maidens, are you all right? I'm fine. Maidens stopped Anya, who was about to approach him. He turned around, and his breathing calmed down. After a while, Maidens spoke. Let's go. To sorry. Chapter 1368. Does Luca really want to reconcile with Gawain? Wu Yin quietly climbed up the stairs of Maffei House. He grumbled to himself as he made sure not to be discovered by the girls in the basic class. It couldn't be helped. They had made an appointment to meet Gawain today, but even a lazy sleeper like him was dragged out of bed by Corset, while Luca still hadn't arrived at the 7th Dragon House. What was going on? There were still classes to attend today, so Luca and Gawain had to meet earlier to avoid clashing with the class schedule. Everyone woke up early with the same thought in mind. Even Yasha and Yak were there, but Luca was still nowhere to be seen. Although Luca was very cute, everyone had woken up early because of her. However, she hadn't shown up all this time. Wasn't that a bit too much? Of course, Rebecca still gave an explanation. Luca has always been a homebody. In the past, other than when she was with Gawain, Luca always stayed in her room. According to her, she could only feel at ease in a room filled with the smell of herbs. Therefore, it was not easy to drag her out of her room. Due to this reason, Wu Yin was assigned the task of calling Luca over. It was because Luca respected Wu Yin the most. Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others had to inform the academy first. When dealing with an uncontrollable dragon, the slightest mistake could lead to danger. Furthermore, once the dragon went berserk, the buildings and whatnot would be destroyed without restraint. Without the consent of the academy, the student council would not be able to escape the blame if such a thing were to happen. So, Rebecca brought Sylvia to greet the academy first. Yashur and Yak, on the other hand, remained on standby since they had never seen Luca before. Wu Yin was the only one who could come to Luca. Thank goodness it's still early. Those girls should still be sleeping. Otherwise, I would definitely be surrounded. Wu Yin had only been here once yesterday, so he didn't forget the way. It took him some time. He arrived at Luca's room. Luca! He extended his hand. Wu Yin knocked on the door and raised his voice. Are you up? He waited for a while, but there was no response. Wu Yan's lips twitched. Is she really sleeping? Rebecca said that Luca wasn't easy to wake up from her sleep. Moreover, there was a special sleeping incense in her room. With that, Luca wouldn't be easily woken up. At the very least, it would be impossible to wake her up through a door. Looks like I was right to borrow this from the dormitory supervisor, just in case. Taking out a key from his pocket, Wu Yin couldn't help but recall the time when he used the student council's name to request to enter the female dormitory. Just in case, he also asked for a spare key. The dormitory supervisor seemed to be on high alert about something. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it as he spoke. "Luca, I'm coming in." Wu Yin pushed open the door to Luca's room. A room filled with unknown plants entered Wu Yan's sight. Along with it, there was a fragrant smell of vanilla. It floated out of Luca's room. This light smoke should be the incense that Rebecca had lit, right? Indeed, smelling this fragrance was like smelling the fragrance of the plants in the bathroom of Veronica's Sylvanus. It made one's mood tend to calm down involuntarily. At first, Wu Yin felt calm when he smelled the incense. When Wu Yin saw the scene next to the coffin that acted as Luca's bed, his calm demeanor was tossed out of the window. Lord Loam? In the center of the room, on the edge of the coffin, Luca wasn't sleeping like Wu Yin expected. She's already awake. However, the timing of Wu Yan's arrival. How should I put it? Very good. The room was filled with light, smoke from the burning incense. Coupled with the surrounding forest-like scene, it was like a fog pervading the forest. The entire room was shrouded in a hazy environment, just like a fairyland. Luca stood in the middle of the drifting white fog. When she saw Wu Yin barge in, she was stunned. Her porcelain-like, delicate body was faintly discernible in the light smoke of the incense, flashing with an inconceivable arc of light. It was like a pure pearl, extremely easy to attract people's attention, and also extremely easy to make people feel a burst of blood vessels. Her slender waist was drawn in a beautiful arc, leaving behind a flawless curve. Her delicate collarbone was as thin as a wing, and her shoulders were as fragile as porcelain. Although her delicate figure was definitely not outstanding, it was definitely full of charm. A set of nightgown slid down her body, forming a circle around her body. It was obvious that it had just been taken off by its owner. To put it simply, Luca was now completely naked. Wu Yin froze. Lord Loam? Luca, on the other hand, walked over to Wu Yin after a brief moment of surprise. Unfortunately, Luca had forgotten one thing. That was at her feet, the clothes that had just been taken off, with her body as the center, slid to the floor. In the next moment, one of Luca's feet was hooked by the clothes on the ground. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Luca's body suddenly tilted and fell down diagonally. Watch out! Wu Yin reacted in time. He didn't care about Luca's naked body. He rushed forward and hurriedly caught her petite body. The fragrance of herbs wafted into his nostrils. Then, because of the impact, both of them lost their balance. Ah! With a scream, Wu Yin and Luca fell into a ball. They rolled like gourds and hit the wall not far away. Of course, Wu Yin was at the bottom of the pile. However, Wu Yin found that things were not good. Whoa! Something soft pressed on Wu Yan's mouth and nose. Even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't. He could only whimper. Luca, in her naked state, rode on top of Wu Yan's head. The thing that blocked Wu Yan's mouth was Luca's lower body. Ah, no, I can't breathe. I've been blown away. Luca raised her head and let out a delicate moan. Impossible. How could such a melodramatic thing happen to me? With this thought in mind, Wu Yin widened his eyes and unconsciously moved his mouth. Ah! Luca's body started to tremble violently. Her two smooth thighs suddenly clamped Wu Yan's head with great force. Her unique body temperature and body fragrance were transmitted to Wu Yan's senses. Wu Yin felt that he had no more regrets in this life. Ah! No! Don't! Can't! Luca suddenly tensed up her body. Her whole body trembled violently as if she had exhausted all her energy. Her slender and delicate body fell limply onto Wu Yan's body. She started gasping for breath. Her cheeks were flushed red and her elf-like ears were dyed pink. Her amethyst-like eyes were filled with a misty color. It wasn't until Luca collapsed that Wu Yan's mouth and nose finally got some relief in their stuffy state. However, he looked like his soul has left his body. His face is blank and lifeless. In the past, Wu Yin didn't imagine that he would be like the male lead in anime. With a welfare halo, He could even get benefits from opening a door. But he didn't expect that this day would actually come. Moreover, it was a great benefit. Until now, Luca's smell was still rushing back and forth in his mouth and nose. Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Soon after, a strong murderous aura rushed towards him from the direction of the door. Wu Yin shivered violently. He didn't know what to think, but his forehead was covered in sweat. He. At the door of Luca's room, Rebecca sneered. Veins popped up on Sylvia's forehead. Billowing black smoke rose from their backs as they walked towards Wu Yin. Chapter 1369. Ansari University Dragon Riding Academy, 7th Dragon House. In the empty space in front of the 7th Dragon House, Yak had her hands on her waist. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the strange scene in front of her. Sylvia's delicate body was trembling and her face was ashen. She looked like she was about to explode in anger. Rebecca maintained her elegant posture. Her every move was filled with a natural and noble aura. She had a smile on her face, but there was no smile in her eyes. Luca was bashful. Her entire face was bright red. Her amethyst-like eyes were filled with tears. She was acting very weak, and her eyes kept sneaking glances to the side. And in front of Luca's eyes, there was an expressionless Wu Yin. His background was dark, and he looked like he had just escaped from hell. Yak's narrowed eyes were filled with annoyance. She didn't hold back as she cursed at them. You just came back from the hospital, right? Don't say any more, Yak. Yashu pulled Yak away in fear. It feels very dangerous. You must not provoke them again. Yi Zichen said. Look at how useless you are. They're just a few female human creatures. Why are you so scared? Yak curled her lips in disdain. Do you think you have a right to call yourself my slave? I hate that right. I really don't want it. What did you say? All right, calm down. Yak seemed to want to send Yashu to the hospital as well. Rebecca let out a sigh of relief. She recovered her perfect image as the student council president and spoke calmly. Don't forget that we have more important things to do. We can't be like a certain someone and take advantage of a junior at a time like this and forget about the important things. I already said that it was a misunderstanding. Wu Yin subconsciously refuted, but in the end, he sighed bitterly. Forget it. No matter how I explain, you won't listen. On the side, Sylvia suppressed her anger and snorted. Taking action against a junior? What a shame. You are the public enemy of all females. As for the public enemy of all females, the iron fist of justice must be punished. This is the family rule of the royal family of Lorimon. Before Sylvia could finish, she was interrupted by Wu Yan's imitating tone, and he added in a weird tone. I've heard this sentence countless times just now. Unfortunately, you're no match for me. You can't punish me. Hearing this, Sylvia immediately glared at Wu Yan, but there was nothing she could do. Her face was red with anger. This is outrageous. Be like a real dragon knight and be brave enough to take responsibility. Your so-called responsibility is to let you punch me a few times, right? Wu Yan grinned and said, I'm sorry. This responsibility is too heavy. I can't bear it. Seeing that Wu Yan and Sylvia were about to quarrel, Sylvia hesitated. Luca was about to cry. It's all my fault. Please don't quarrel. That's enough. Let's stop fooling around here. Rebecca stopped them. No matter what, let's deal with Luca and Gawain first. That's right. Yashu also stopped them with a resentful expression. If we leave Gawain alone, Luca will be too pitiful, Lord Loon. Luca looked at Wu Yan anxiously, a trace of pleading in her eyes. Sigh. Seeing how easily Luca was aroused, Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. You're right. Let's not waste time. Let's go in. Rebecca, Luca, Yashu, and the others immediately responded. Sylvia nodded solemnly as well. Then, the 6 of them entered the dragon house. We're here. Under Wu Yan's lead, the group arrived at the innermost dragon room of the 7th dragon house. Inside the room, Gawain was lying on the floor weakly. His silver fur looked dull due to his weakened state. He didn't look like a holy dragon at all. Just by looking at Gawain, the group could tell that he wasn't in good shape. Hey Loon, seeing how weak her kin was, Yak couldn't bear to see him like this. Are you able to cure it? Gawain's current condition isn't caused by his illness. In fact, if he was sick, it would be much easier. Wu Yin shook his head. The main reason why Gawain is so weak is that the star essence road between him and Luca has been cut off. He has lost a lot of star essence and the energy needed for his life activities. Therefore, as long as he can replenish a lot of star essence, Gawain will recover immediately. However, that level of astral essence replenishment isn't something that can be obtained by eating food with a high amount of astral essence. Wu Yin glanced at Yak. Unless Gawain swallows a human. That way, he'll be able to replenish his astral essence. Don't say such a terrifying thing. A chill rose in Yak's heart, and her expression became ferocious. The holy and noble dragons would never do such a thing. Then let's quickly connect Luca and Gawain's astral essence path again. Wu Yin turned his head and looked at Luca from the corner of his eyes. In any case, we can only rely on Luca. Go, Laika. Rebecca's heroic voice reverberated through the air. No matter what, let's greet Gawain first, and me. Luca shrunk her neck and looked at Wu Yin. It wasn't until Wu Yin nodded at her that Luca nervously clenched her fists and walked forward timidly. However, halfway through, Luca suddenly stopped and didn't go forward. It seemed like Luca wanted to talk to Gawain at this distance. Isn't this a little too far? Sylvia couldn't help but voice her own opinion. Since she's talking to her ball, she should be closer. Gawain hasn't woken up yet. He didn't refuse either. Luca stopped herself. Rebecca frowned thoughtfully. It seems like the problem lies with Luca herself. Is there a reason why she can't get close to Gawain? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Wu Yin is the only one who kept looking at Luca. No one knows what he's thinking about. Gawain, after a while, Luca finally called out Bale's name and woke Gawain from his slumber. However, when Gawain saw that it was Luca who called out to him, his eyes turned cold. He turned away and closed his eyes again, not noticing that there were other people present. Gawain. Luca lowered her head when she saw this. She was dejected. What kind of attitude is that? Sylvia was also angered by Gawain's attitude. Is that the attitude he should have toward his master? Has he rejected Gawain to this extent? Rebecca's expression darkened. The situation is worse than we thought. She's still as bad-tempered as ever. Even Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's no need for this, Gawain Luoong. Rebecca pursed her lips at Luca and Gawain. I think you'd better go help Luca. I guess that's all I can do for now. Wu Yin shrugged. He walked past Luca and headed towards Gawain. Follow him. Luca froze out of reflex when she heard Wu Yin's words. When she came back to her senses, she started hesitating. Follow him? Does he want you to follow Gawain? But will Gawain agree? Luca felt uneasy when she thought of this. Wu Yin's voice drifted into Luca's ears. If you don't even dare to get close, both you and Gawain are doomed. Luca's heart tightened. She looked up and saw Wu Yin approaching Gawain. Her heartbeat quickened. Gawain. Luca kept repeating Boer's name in her heart. She clenched her hand into a fist and placed it on her chest, as if she was cheering herself on. She mustered her courage and finally lifted her foot. Slowly, she approached Gawain's direction. However, if one were to look closely, they would notice that Luca's feet were trembling slightly as she moved forward. It was as if the one approaching wasn't Baal who was destined to be with her for the rest of her life, but a terrifying prehistoric beast. Chapter 1370. As Wu Yin and Luca got closer to Gawain, the atmosphere felt like a volcano is about to erupt. Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashu, Yak, and the others felt like their nerves were about to explode. Gawain seemed to have sensed a familiar presence approaching and abruptly opened his eyes. When he saw Wu Yin and Luca approaching him together, Gawain paused and began to hesitate. Should he continue to refuse his master's approach? However, the friend of his benefactor who had helped him was also present. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to reject him like this? After hesitating for a while, Gawain still couldn't come to a decision. His dragon eyes were filled with displeasure, and he shifted his gaze to Wu Yin, silently complaining about Wu Yan's actions. He clearly knew his situation and promised not to interfere, but he still interfered. Gawain didn't know how to speak the human language, but his displeased gaze revealed his thoughts. Wu Yin was amused. What's with the tantrum? He's still a young dragon after all. With that in mind, Wu Yin chose to ignore Gawain's displeasure and brought Luca to Gawain's side. Go, Gawain. Luca hid half of her body behind Wu Yan's back. She looked at Gawain timidly. Gawain's cold stare made Luca's mood plummeted. Gawain watched as Wu Yin brought Luca closer to Gawain. Gawain didn't show any obvious signs of rejection. Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. Roland really managed to tame that Gawain, Rebecca said with a sigh. Gawain may still be a young dragon, but his abilities aren't inferior to Lancelot's at all. His personality is also rather difficult to deal with. I didn't think he'd actually be tamed. Roan didn't disappoint his title of Rider of the Divine Race. Lancelot is still a young dragon, Sylvia retorted unhappily. Also, Lancelot has mastered the flying method of speed burst, and I'm getting more and more familiar with the dance of piercing dragon's breath. Lancelot's strength is also much stronger than Gawain's. Indeed, Gawain doesn't have speed burst, and Luca doesn't know the dance of piercing dragon's breath. If they really fight, they'll be defeated in an instant. Rebecca looked deeply at Luca, who was hiding behind Wu Yin. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. But if you underestimate Luca, you will suffer a great loss. Don't forget, Luca is the next leader of the Yekablad tribe, patriarch of the Yekablad tribe. Sylvia seemed to have remembered something, and her expression froze. Dancing on a dragon? If Luca can master the dragon dance, who will win? That's hard to say, Rebecca said before turning her gaze to the front. Of course, the prerequisite is that Luca has to gain Gawain's approval again. While Rebecca and Sylvia were talking, Wu Yin patted Gawain's neck and shook his head when he saw the displeasure in Gawain's eyes. I know that you don't want me to interfere in your affairs, but it's definitely not a solution for you to continue like this. I also know that you don't care whether you can keep your life or not, but think about it yourself. Once Luca loses you and fall, how desperate would she be? Don't forget, Luca's an existence that her own race has high hopes for. Wu Yin stared at Gawain's pupil-less purple dragon eyes. Once she loses the qualification to become a dragon knight, or even a dragon breeder, Luca's position in her tribe will undergo drastic changes. In that case, she might as well be dead. Do you want that to happen? Gawain's gaze immediately changed. If Luca can overcome her weakness and return to her previous state, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Wu Yin patted Gawain's neck. At least give Luca a chance. This time, the displeasure in Gawain's eyes disappeared. Only hesitation remained. Of course, Gawain, who was willing to risk his life for Luca's safety, didn't want to see Luca face the situation that Wu Yin mentioned. But overcome. Can she overcome it? Gawain. Luca mustered up her courage and looked at Gawain with a pleading gaze. I don't know what I did wrong, but at least give me a chance. Give me a chance to talk to you. You. Gawain lowered his head. His dragon eyes were filled with uncertainty. It's too hard for you to make such a choice at your age. Wu Yin stroked Gawain's dragon horn. Just do as I say, Gawain. You don't have to do anything. Just sit here. Gawain shifted his dragon head and looked at Wu Yin. He then glanced at Luca, who had a hopeful look on her face. He turned his head away as if he couldn't care less, but he obediently laid back down on the ground. What a prideful dragon. Wu Yin rubbed Gawain's head as if he's trying to soothe him. He bent down, and his expression turned serious. Luca touched Gawain. Lord Loon. Luca was a little happy to see Gawain lie back down on the ground after Wu Yan's words. But when she heard Wu Yan's instructions, she became nervous again. Touch Gawain like before. Wu Yin looked disdainfully at Luca, whose forehead was covered in sweat. This is your chance. After today, even I might not help you anymore. Luca raised her head in shock. Wu Yan's expressionless face entered her field of vision, telling her that he wasn't joking. Luca was given the chance. Whether she could grasp it or not was up to her. If she couldn't grasp it, then everything Wu Yin did would have been in vain. Luca clenched her fists and shifted her gaze to Gawain. She twisted her hands a few times, and a wavering expression appeared on her doll-like face. After a long while, she walked out from behind Wu Yin. She stood in front of Gawain and looked at his body that was within reach. She raised her hand and slowly moved it towards Gawain. Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, Yak, and the others gradually became nervous. Gawain slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't look at Luca. Under everyone's gaze, Luca's hand came closer and closer to Gawain. Just as Luca's hand was about to touch Gawain, her pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle. The memory of that day surfaced in Luca's mind once again. The panic when she lost her center of gravity. The fear when she lost her balance. The helplessness when she fell from Gawain's back. The despair when she saw Gawain getting farther and farther away from her and the ground getting closer and closer to her. She couldn't reach Gawain even if she extended her hand. Russell, Luca's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale. She drew back all her hands, hugged her own body, and stepped back with a face full of fear and trembling. Luca, Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others were shocked. Roar! Gawain suddenly raised his head and let out a roar filled with anger and disappointment at Luca. It turned into a sound wave that blew towards Luca. Ah! Luca finally reacted. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the roaring Gawain. She turned around and chose to run again. However, Luca's footsteps soon stopped. This was because Rebecca and Sylvia were standing side by side in front of Luca, blocking her path. Luca, Lebecca's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Why did you suddenly stop? Why don't you dare touch Gawain? Why did you suddenly run? The three whys were like sharp arrows, piercing Luca's heart and making her body tremble. Luca, Sylvia raised her voice with a sharp glint in her eyes. Don't tell me you're afraid of Gawain. Afraid of Gawain? Luca was dumbfounded. I'm afraid of Gawain? In other words, Gawain rejected me because I'm afraid of him? How? As if she had lost all her strength, Luca's body softened and she knelt on the ground. Her expression was stupefied. Lebecca and Sylvia glanced at each other and lowered their heads in silence. In the dragon house, Wu Yin stroked Gawain's head. He looked at the kneeling Luca and slowly closed his eyes. The atmosphere in the dragon house was heavy. Chapter 1371. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Student Council Office. Wu Yin, Sylvia, Yashu, Yak, and Cosette are all gathered here. Other than Cosette, who is standing behind Sylvia, the rest of them sat around the table. None of them looked any better than the others. Obviously, at this moment, everyone present was in a very bad mood. Even Yak, who usually liked to cause trouble, had a gloomy face, completely devoid of vitality. Because of this, the entire student council office was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. It was deathly silent. After who knows how long, the door to the student council office was pushed open. Lebecca walked in valiantly. However, her face no longer had that confident and charming smile. It was rare for her to have a gloomy expression. Her emerald eyes were filled with worry and even a trace of exhaustion. Cosette. Wu Yin sighed when he saw the unconcealable exhaustion in Lebecca's eyes. Pour a cup of tea for Lebecca. Yes. Cosette smiled and poured a cup of black tea on the table in front of Rebecca. Just whose maid are you? Sylvia was dissatisfied and powerless when she saw Cosette obediently follow Wu Yan's orders. However, she didn't say anything else. After all, it wasn't the time to care about these things. Thank you. Lebecca finally squeezed out a smile and picked up the black tea in front of her. After taking a sip, his condition had more or less recovered a little. How is it? Wu Yin asked in a concise manner. Although his words were concise, everyone present understood what Wu Yin was asking. They all looked at Lebecca. I've already sent her back to Mafush. Lebecca bitterly smiled. But as soon as I returned to the room, Luca, close the door and ignore my shouts. I think she must have suffered a great blow, of course, Sylvia said with some indignation. Who would be refused to ride by their own fall because they are afraid of their fall? That's unimaginable, right? Don't be so sure. Wu Yin waved his hand at Sylvia. Luca also has her own reasons. Don't use your own views to generalize others. If Luca was really afraid of Gawain, she wouldn't have tried so hard to get him back. You mean? Rebecca, who was drinking her tea, paused and frowned. Luca is afraid of Gawain for another reason? No. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. Instead of saying that Luca is afraid of Gawain, it's better to say that Luca is afraid of riding Gawain. Afraid of riding Gawain? Everyone froze for a moment, and even Sylvia furrowed her brows. What's the difference? The difference is huge. Wu Yin shook his head. He hesitated for a moment. Actually, the reason why Gawain rejected Luca and why Luca was afraid of riding Gawain is because there's a big story behind it. With that, Wu Yin began to recount what he had learned from Gawain. Luca rode Gawain. She practiced the dragon dance that was passed down from generation to generation in the Yekibrad clan. Only the patriarch could learn and perform the dragon dance. Due to the difficulty of performing a dance while riding a dragon, he fell from Gawain's dragon back. She also suffered from psychological trauma after falling from Gawain's back. She began to fear riding Gawain. In the end, Luca forced herself to continue the dragon dance. Gawain was worried that Luca's life would be in danger if she continued to ride the dragon while suffering from psychological trauma, so he rejected Luca's request. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to ensure Luca's safety, even at the cost of severing his celestial essence path. After hearing the whole story, Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, Acker, and even Cosette were all speechless. I didn't think there would be such a big reason behind this. Rebecca looked at Wu Yin with a complicated expression. She was also touched by Wu Yan's words. That's why you said you were on Gawain's side, right? Gawain's method was a bit extreme, but it was the best way to protect Luca. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead. To be honest, I'm also frowning. As expected, psychological trauma can't be removed so easily. I think Luca should have already vaguely sensed the reason why Gawain would reject her. She just didn't want to admit it. Why? Sylvia was perplexed. No one will laugh at her. It's normal to fall from a dragon's back. Is there a need to not admit it? The Yekibrad clan is best at dragon riding. You can see that from the dragon dance. Rebecca was the one who answered Sylvia. For the Yekibrad clan, falling from a dragon's back is the most humiliating thing. So that's why Luca hid the fact that she fell from Gawain's back. She didn't want to admit that she was afraid of riding Gawain. Sylvia finally showed an expression of relief, but soon, a troubled expression appeared on her face. This is going to be troublesome. Like Wu Yin said, psychological problems aren't something that can be solved so easily. Otherwise, Mikoto wouldn't have sunk into a state of extreme distrust towards humans and extreme disgust towards men for half a year, just because her reputation was tarnished. Meijio's thoughts may be too extreme, but it's also true that she was hurt. In the end, she even suffered from psychogenic voice loss. Who could say that it's not a big problem? If it wasn't for Wu Yan's subconscious desire to protect the elves, Meijio would still be treating humans like toys. She wouldn't be able to make a sound even now. Something will definitely go wrong if this continues. Rebecca straightened her back. Her eyes were sharp. Let's not talk about Gawain for now. Luca is so talented, and her clan has high hopes for her. Sooner or later, she will be active in the Kingdom of Knights as a Dragon Knight, or even as Saint Sky Dragon Knight. It will be a great loss for her if she is restricted by such obstacles and stagnates. The student union must give her some help. I agree. Sylvia was the first to react. Her face was serious. The Yekibrad clan has always been a clan with many talents in the knighthood of Lorimon. It's also because of their prowess on the battlefield that the knighthood exists today. Since Luca is the next leader of the Yekibrad clan, she will definitely be one of the strongest fighters in the knighthood in the future. As the fourth princess of Lorimon, I can't just sit by and watch. I agree. Yashur clenched his teeth. His face was filled with determination. Although I don't have the same perspective as President Rebecca and Her Highness, I used to be called a problematic student. I don't have the feeling of fall. I've experienced it for 3 years now. I can't bear to see Luca being looked down upon like I was in the past. That's why I can't just sit by and watch. Rebecca looked at Sylvia and Yashur with gratification and praise. Then, she looked at Wu Yan. I have stated my reason from the start. I can't just watch that dragon die like that. Wu Yan rapped his knuckles on the table as he scanned the crowd. Looks like the student council really has to intervene this time. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, there was a hint of joy in their eyes. They looked like they were enjoying themselves. Wu Yan couldn't help but pour cold water on them. I can understand everyone's feelings, but it's also a fact that we can't help. Everyone's expression stiffened. They looked at each other. I think it's better to ask the Academy's experts for help, right? Yashur voiced his opinion, but it was rejected by Rebecca. Someone already thought of this from the beginning. The Academy's experts wanted to examine Gawain from the very beginning. However, Gawain refused to let anyone approach him. They couldn't do anything. Can't Roan make Gawain listen to him? Sylvia was unsure of what she was talking about. With Roan around, the experts should be able to examine Gawain, right? But Gawain's problem is that he doesn't have enough star essence. Rebecca shook her head again. I think that even if the experts approach Gawain, they wouldn't be able to find a way for Gawain to replenish enough star essence. Otherwise, the dragons wouldn't have fallen to the point of having a contract with humans to survive. Immediately, everyone revealed a distressed expression. Chapter 1372. In the end, 3 days passed, but there was no progress in the matter between Luca and Gawain. During these 3 days, Rebecca and Sylvia went to Mafesh more than once. They wanted to know Luca's current situation with the excuse of visiting. Unfortunately, every time they went to Mafesh, the door was closed. They couldn't even see Luca's face. Luca also took away the spare key to the dormitory. The two had no chance at all and could only retreat. In other words, Luca had stayed in her room for 3 whole days and didn't take a step out. Originally, if she let Wu Yin go to Mei Fuxia, based on Luca's longing for Wu Yin and the fact that he helped her a while ago, Luca should be willing to let Wu Yin talk to her. However, Gawain's situation was also a problem. Without Wu Yan's care, Gawain's condition would definitely worsen. Left with no choice, they could only let Wu Yin take care of Gawain's matters while Rebecca and Sylvia continued to focus on Luca's side. This made Yeshu and Yak very dissatisfied. After all, the two of them had not been of any help from the start to the end, nor had they been assigned to any side by Rebecca. They could only watch as everyone busied themselves while they watched from the side, unable to do anything. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Mafesh was a female dormitory, and it wasn't convenient for boys to enter. Wu Yin took advantage of Luca several times when he went in. Rebecca and Sylvia naturally wouldn't allow Yashur to take advantage of Luca or the other girls. As Yashur's fall, Yak couldn't act on her own, so the two of them couldn't interfere with Luca's matters. As for Wu Yan's side, regardless of whether Gawain was willing or not to let Yashu take care of Gawain, Yak herself was very unwilling. According to Yak's original words, as a holy and noble dragon, even if the other party was of the same race, she wouldn't allow herself to do such a thing that only a servant would do. She didn't even allow Yeshu to do the same. The reason was that, as his servant, the only person Yaksu could serve was Ai, and so, on Gawain's side, Yaksu and Yak also forfeited. In the end, they could only watch from the side. Actually, Wu Yin really wanted to refute. What do you mean by servants? What did it mean to serve? All he did was cook a meal for Gawain and give him a small amount of star essence without anyone knowing. From an outsider's point of view, he was just providing food for Gawain. Is providing food for others something that only servants should do? You call this service? How could those chefs endure this? Although Wu Yin was not a chef, providing food for the dragons was a piece of cake for him. With his current culinary skills, as well as his physical abilities, he could easily prepare the food for Guthrum, Lancelot, and Gawain in a matter of minutes. It was not as easy as drinking water, but it was not much harder than eating rice. Therefore, it was not a big deal for Wu Yin to go to Luca's side while maintaining Gawain's life. However, Wu Yin had already taken advantage of Luca. Rebecca and Sylvia refused to let him go to Mafush no matter what. This made Wu Yin extremely dissatisfied. Sylvia had a reason to stop him from going to Mafush. After all, Corset had hinted that Sylvia was interested in him. But what about Rebecca? Was it purely because she didn't want to see her cute junior being taken advantage of? Or was Rebecca interested in him as well? Perhaps only Rebecca herself knew the answer to this question. Moreover, what time was it now? The matter of taking advantage of her should be placed at the back. The important thing should be the right thing to do, right? What are you up to? Thinking of this, Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh. Lord Roland sighed. Really? He really sighed. Oh, I really want to sit in front of Lord Roland and be blown away by his breath. I can't believe you have such a perverted idea. But I also want to listening to a group of girls gathering in a corner of the classroom, sneakily and brazenly looking at him while shrieking without bothering to hide their volume. Wu Yin lost at least 80% of his strength. Even the classroom can't be peaceful? At this moment, a loud voice echoed from the entrance of the classroom. Lord Roland, someone is looking for you. Someone. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Someone is looking for Roland? In a corner of the classroom, Sylvia lifted her head from her book and looked towards the door. In the next moment, Sylvia held her breath, and everyone in the classroom fell silent. At the door of the classroom, a petite figure seemed to be hiding behind the door. She was looking into the classroom uneasily. It was a young girl with slightly curly platinum hair that reached her shoulders. The young girl was wearing a female uniform unique to the academy. Her appearance was like a sculpture, extremely exquisite. Her pair of amethyst-like pupils were very conspicuous. Her entire body exuded a delicate and fragile temperament like porcelain that made people want to protect her. Her pair of sharp ears were much longer than the average person's. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a fairy tale, beautiful and fresh. It was Luca who had been hiding in her room for the past 3 days. Luca, Sylvia exclaimed. It's you? Wu Yin was also surprised. Not only Wu Yin and Sylvia, the entire classroom seemed to be in an uproar as they started discussing the matter. Isn't that the third-year Luca from the foundation class? Shalanin? Luca? Shalanin? Are you talking about the Yekablad? The youngest dragon knight in history? It's her. I recognize her. She's Luca? Shalanin. That Yekablad genius actually came to the classroom to look for Lord Loon. Luca might not be as popular as Rebecca in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, but she was definitely not at a disadvantage compared to Sylvia. She was a member of the Yekublade clan, the youngest dragon knight in history. Coupled with her delicate appearance and gentle temperament, many male students in the basic and advanced classes were her fans. Naturally, there were fans of Luca here as well. Luca's visit to Wu Yin would cause a stir no smaller than Rebecca's visit to Wu Yin last time. Luca, on the other hand, didn't realize why she's being stared at by so many people. She had a timid look on her face as she scanned the classroom. When she saw a surprised Wu Yin, Luca's eyes brightened up. Lord Loon. Luca. Wu Yin reacted, and he quickly stood up. He came in front of Luca, and he frowned when he saw how skinny Luca looked. I have a lot to say to you, but let me hear the reason why you came to see me first. Why, yes. Luca shrunk her head when she saw Wu Yin's angry expression, but she knew what was going on. Wu Yin was angry because he was worried about her and her fall. She, on the other hand, acted so shamefully when this lord was helping her. How embarrassing. With such thoughts in mind, Luca lowered her head like a child who did something wrong. She tried her best to explain the reason why she came looking for Wu Yin. Although I know it's unreasonable, I have one more thing that I want to ask Lord Long for. Is that so? Wu Yin didn't ask and continued to look at Luca. Luca's cheeks suddenly blushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Seeing that Luca seemed to have something difficult to say, the students immediately held their breaths and quieted down the classroom. Even Sylvia, who had wanted to come over, stopped in her tracks and stared at Luca closely. That. After a long time, Luca carefully raised her head. With a nervous expression, she said something that made the entire place freeze. Can you let me spend the night in Lord Loon's room tonight? Huh? Wu Yin was stunned. What? The whole class froze on the spot. Spend the night? Sylvia, on the other hand, widened her eyes as if time had slowed down. It was only when she finally reacted that she cried out in shock. Spend the night. In an instant, the temperature of the classroom dropped to the lowest point, as if it had been frozen, and an icy silence descended upon the entire classroom. Chapter 1373, Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In the night, the stars dotted the sky, and the moon shone brightly. The cold air, mixed with the moonlight, spread across the entire world. It was like a mist dotted with starlight, permeating the silent Ansari University's Dragon Rider Academy. At this time, there were only a few lights in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. The 4-student dormitories were all in darkness. One could faintly hear a lot of gentle breathing coming from inside the windows, proving that the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had fallen into a dream. The 7 dragon houses had all lost their light. All the dragons had fallen into a deep sleep. They let out a snort that was much louder than a human's. It was very rhythmic in the silent night, as if the dragons were singing a song. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was very easy to calm one's mind. However, tonight, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was destined to not be peaceful. Near the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, there was a building. It was a very old-looking sacred hall. In the middle of the sacred hall, there was a bell tower made of stone bricks. And on the bell tower of the sacred hall, one was tall and one was short. One big and one small, one male and one female, 2 figures stood there. The male's face mask could cover the area above his nose, leaving only 2 eye sockets. It was a coal mask. The female wore revealing unique clothes with a scarf around her neck. Her skin was dark, and her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. It was Maidens and Ania, who came from Dan Bailey City, standing at the highest point of the bell tower that was enough to have a panoramic view of the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Maidens looked down at the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy that had fallen into darkness as the lights gradually faded. In his eyes, a trace of nostalgia actually flashed through. Ania guarded behind Maidens. Her delicate figure was straight as she also looked down at the academy. Therefore, she didn't see the nostalgia in Maidens' eyes. Otherwise, she would be shocked. The moonlight poured down without any hindrance. The moonlight shone on Maidens and Anya. Bathed in the moonlight, Maidens' cloak fluttered slightly in the night breeze. He was like an assassin in the dark, causing Anya to feel a chill in her heart from time to time as she stared at his back, but she quickly regained her senses. After an unknown amount of time, Makawos finally withdrew his gaze that was filled with nostalgia. He exhaled and couldn't help but sigh. It's as peaceful as before. Same as in the past? Ania was startled and looked at Makawos suspiciously. Maidens, did you come to the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy often in the past? Seeming to have sensed the doubts in Ania's heart, Makawos turned sideways in a non-committal manner and opened his arms as though he wanted to hug the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Feel this peaceful atmosphere, Anya. It won't be long before this peace is broken. Maidens, Lord. Ania hesitated as if she had something to say, but didn't want to say it out loud. In the end, she brought it up. Are we really going to attack the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy? Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Makawos didn't answer, but asked instead. He closed his eyes as if he was really enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. However, the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down one's spine. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy is the Dragon Cultivation Academy of the Knighthood. In this knighthood, where dragons coexist, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy is the foundation of the knighthood's prosperity. Don't you think it's a good choice to use this place as an experiment site? Makawo slowly opened his eyes. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes like a sword. After all, we still need more experiments to determine if our corpse ash dragon can be used in actual combat. Corpse dragon. Anya couldn't help but feel disgust when she heard that name. To be honest, Anya didn't really like those ugly and disgusting corpse gray dragons. If it wasn't for Makawo's order, she wouldn't even want to look at them. She looked at the peaceful academy below and began to sympathize with it. Is such a peaceful academy about to be taken over by those corpse dragons? How pitiful. Let's begin. Makawo's ordered while Anya was still feeling pity for the academy. Anya, take those things out, yes. Anya hesitated for a moment before she agreed. She turned around and walked towards the interior of the clock tower. Lowering his head and looking down at the Ansari dragon riding academy that was being blown by the night wind, Makawo's narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "A giant dragon with white flames. Let me see." Anya walked into the interior of the clock tower under Makawo's order. When she came out again, there was a clay jar in her hand. It should be said that it was a clay jar filled with ashes. Furthermore, it was the ashes of a dragon. These were dragon ashes that Mikao's, Anya, and some spies of the Sepharo's Empire and the Knights Nation of Lorman had spent a considerable amount of time to steal from the temples dedicated to the burial of dead dragons in the Knights Nation of Lorman. Although Makawo's had the ability to use tools made by magicite engineering to awaken a dead dragon, the necessary condition to awaken a dead dragon was to use the ashes of a dragon as a medium. Otherwise, even if it was a product made by magicite engineering, it would be useless. Today, these ashes will turn into ferocious and disgusting beasts and mercilessly destroy the peace of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Anya suppressed the disgust in her heart and seriously put on a pair of gloves. She opened the clay jar filled with ashes and reached her hand into it. She took out handfuls of ashes and sprinkled them below the clock tower. Makawo's waved his hand and smashed an iron box that looked like a coffin on the ground. With a clang, Makawo's opened the lid of the coffin without hesitation and took out a huge sword that looked like a dragon's wing covered with bone spikes from a coffin. This strange-looking huge sword was the product of magicite engineering that the Sepharo's Empire was proud of and magicite engineering that the dragons had developed for many years. It was the summoning device for the corpse ash dragon. After the huge sword was taken away by Wu Yin last time, Makawo's returned to the Sepharo's Empire and created another huge sword. He even made some improvements to it. If the pitch-black huge sword in the past only looked strange and somewhat like a handicraft or decoration, then this huge sword that looked like a wing with bone spikes was truly strange and dangerous. It even looked like it had been mechanized and gave off a dangerous feeling at first glance. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were gem-like crystals embedded on the body of the greatsword. They were sparkling in the dark night, and there were traces of mana rippling vaguely. These gemstones were the Dragon Glory Crystals. Makawo's lifted his greatsword and slammed it down on the floor beneath his feet. Clang! The giant sword emitted a crisp sound as it pierced deeply into the ground. In the next moment, wisps of mana emerged from the giant's sword and flowed to the ground. Grasping the hilt of the huge sword tightly, Makawo's closed his eyes and chanted an incantation. It is an object of the deepest depths, from the abyss of death, an irresistible darkness, its blood, its flesh, ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes. The dragon glory crystals embedded on the huge sword bloomed with a frightening and strange light, illuminating the entire bell tower that had fallen into darkness. Makawo's opened his eyes and pulled out the huge sword. He grabbed the hilt with one hand and raised it to the sky. Show yourself. The crystallization of magic engineering. Dazzling red light flashed on the giant's sword like flowing water, and then condensed into lightning like thunderbolts. With a sizzling sound, the red light gathered together, and with the giant's sword as the source, shot into the starry night sky. Incomparably dark clouds suddenly appeared in the calm night sky and stirred like a whirlpool, circling back and forth and covering the clear night sky in an instant. Streaks of red lightning slithered about like snakes, flashing densely in the pitch-black clouds. Below the bell tower, in front of the Ansari Academy of Dragon Riders, a scarlet light began to flicker. It was like the eyes of a lone wolf staring at its prey. Chapter 1374. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Apollo, inside the dimly lit room. Wu Yin and Lucas sat on the floor facing each other. They didn't say a word, making the atmosphere quite awkward. Sitting in front of him, wearing a blue and white nightgown, her cheeks flushed red, her pair of small fists rubbing against each other, her entire person sunk into a swamp of bashfulness. Wu Yan's mouth kept twitching as he looked at Luca, who's been acting like this ever since she came to this room. What exactly did this girl come here for? Outside the window of Wu Yan's dormitory, two figures were sneaking around, peeking at the scene inside the room like thieves. One of them even had an angry look on his face. These two figures were Sylvia and Cosette. After the previous invasion incident, the fourth princess of Lormont knighthood was doing the dirty business of peeping again. If outsiders were to know about this, perhaps their impression of this famous Princess Blue Ice would be completely changed from the beginning to the end. Originally, Sylvia should have been very mindful of her image in the hearts of others, working hard to ensure that her actions would not bring shame to the royal family of knights. Her every action should have been very conscious, but now it was as if Sylvia had been possessed by a resentful woman. She hung by the window while glaring at the two people sitting opposite each other in the room, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Ugh, I didn't think you would really spend the night here. How impure, how impure. Your Highness," Sylvia muttered with a bitter expression. Cosette was speechless. "Are you that worried about Lord Roland?" "Of course I am," Sylvia answered without hesitation, but she still made sure to lower her voice so that the people in the room wouldn't hear her. "A while ago, that guy had been eyeing Luca. Now that the two of them are alone in the same room, Luca won't be able to resist once Luo Ong makes his move." Sylvia clenched her fists after she said that. She spoke with a righteous tone. "Our mission is to rush in and protect Junior Luca when Roland is behaving like a beast. We have to punish such a public enemy with the hammer of justice. This is the family rule of the Lormon Wong family." "Is that so?" Cosette blinked and smiled slyly. "What if he is willing to do this, and that with Lord Roland? What will you do, Your Highness?" What do you mean by willingly?" Sylvia's righteous expression crumbled instantly. Instead, his face was filled with guilt as he smiled embarrassedly. "How is that possible? Luca has only known Lord Roland for less than a week. Is there a problem?" Cosette looked at Sylvia with an amused expression. "Back then, Your Highness, you only met Lord Rune for less than 10 minutes during the juvenile ritual, but you still missed him for almost 10 years, didn't you?" That's not the same." Although he said that, his expression changed. However, Sylvia was already wavering. "That's because I am indebted to Lord Roland. That's why If you are indebted to Lord Roland, it's the same for Luca." Cosette reminded her kindly. "Don't forget, Lord Roland has been paying a lot of attention to Luca and Gawain. For Luca, Lord Roland has been very worried about her. This favor should be comparable to what Her Highness did for Luca, right?" This time, Sylvia panicked. Could it be that the two people in the room really have a chance to? "If you're so worried, why don't you go in and take a look?" Just as Sylvia found it difficult to conceal the panic in her heart, a voice suddenly entered Sylvia's ears. Sylvia was startled and almost screamed. However, Cosette, who already knew Sylvia's timid nature, nimbly covered Sylvia's mouth and stopped her from screaming. "I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. Should I say it's a coincidence or fate?" Behind Sylvia and Cosette, Lebecca was riding on Gufrin's head. She was bathing in the moonlight as she looked at the princess and made peeping through Wu Yan's window. She smiled. "As a member of the student council, I don't encourage peeping. See, President." Sylvia, who had finally managed to suppress the panic in her heart, was shocked again. "What are you doing here? Are you also?" "Well, I can't say that I don't care what Lord Roland and Luca do when they're alone in the room, but I'm more concerned about Luca. Rebecca gave an ambiguous answer. She rode Guffrin to Sylvia's side. By the way, Wu Yan's room is on the third floor, so Sylvia and Corsette are also riding on top of Lancelot. You're concerned about Luca? Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief and asked in confusion. What about Luca? Luca isn't as bad as you think. She didn't come to Lord Roland to ask him to spend the night with her. She's definitely not trying to do anything weird. Rebecca glanced at Sylvia, who was blushing. With that child's personality, she must have something to do with Lord Roland. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to her or Gawain. Sylvia calmed down after hearing Rebecca's words. Indeed, although he had not known Luca for a long time, with Luca's gentle and weak personality, she dared to request to spend the night in public. Either she really could not suppress her inner feelings, or there was definitely something going on. It was apparent that Rebecca had come here because she had noticed this. At the thought of this, Sylvia instantly felt ashamed of her crooked thoughts. You don't have to feel guilty. Rebecca seemed to have seen through Sylvia's thoughts. She smiled with a complicated expression. You're a girl in love after all. It's normal for you to be a little blind sometimes. In love. Sylvia's face turned red. No, it's not like that. Sigh. Rebecca ignored Sylvia's weak refutation and sighed. Really, that man is really sinful. He's making me angry. Angry. Sylvia's heart tightened for some reason. She hesitated for a moment before asking carefully. President, you also have feelings for Lord Roland. It's right that you don't deny having feelings for him. Rebecca didn't hide her feelings and revealed a natural and unrestrained smile to Sylvia. But whether he's worth entrusting my life to is something we'll have to wait and see. Sylvia fell silent. After a long while, she sighed. He really is a sinful man. At the same time, inside the room, sitting across from each other, Wu Yan couldn't help but break the awkward silence between the two of them when he saw Luca's blushing face fidgeting around. Hey, Luca, you must have something to tell me since you're spending the night with me, right? Wu Yan scratched his face and said helplessly, Are you really here to serve me in bed? Serve you in bed. Luca's already red face turned even redder because of Wu Yan's teasing words. She clenched her fists and said shyly, If Lord Roland needs to serve me in bed. Can you wait until I'm done? Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. This girl really does want to serve me in bed? Imperfect, too imperfect. Sylvia trembled in anger when she heard the conversation in the room. He actually wants to make a move on his junior. He should be punished by the heavens. Lord Roland is in the wrong. Even Cosette angrily reprimanded him. Sylvia nodded repeatedly. However, Cosette's next words almost made Sylvia fall to the ground. Ming, if you want to serve me in bed, just tell me. I can do it too. Cosette, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Sylvia said angrily. My maid is actually this kind of person. It's, well, your highness, don't mind it. Cosette waved her hand with a smile. Anyways, after your highness marries Lord Roland, I will have to accompany you in your marriage. Serving the future master is also a maid's benefit. You. Sylvia's hands trembled. Rebecca looked at the flustered Sylvia and the smiling Cosette and shook her head with a bitter smile. I have committed a grave sin. Chapter 1375. All right, I understand. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. Let's put this aside for now. Don't you have something you want to say to me? And Luca dilly-dallied for a while. After wasting a long time, she finally stopped blushing. Her small fists clenched together, and a trace of nervousness appeared on her face. Lord Loon, I want to ask you something about Gawain. I guess so. Wu Yan wasn't surprised. He nodded and gestured for Luca to continue. Seeing this, Luca's delicate little face instantly became downcast. Her eyes also revealed a strong sense of loss. Lord Loon, did you already know why Gawain rejected me? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Wu Yin threw Luca's question back at her without batting an eyelid. Did you already know the reason why Gawain would reject you? Uh, Luca opened her mouth, and a dim look appeared in her purple eyes. I don't know. It's not that you didn't know. You just didn't realize it. Wu Yin looked straight into Luca's beautiful eyes. No matter how slow you are, you should have noticed that every time you got close to Gawain, whenever Gawain approached you, you would subconsciously put some distance between us. When you got close enough, you would feel fear. I'm right, aren't I? Lord Loon. Luca looked up and met Wu Yan's eyes. In other words, Gawain rejected me because I was afraid of Gawain, right? To be more precise, you are the one who is afraid of riding Gawain. Wu Yin corrected her and closed the distance between them. No matter what, Gawain did it for you. You can't deny that. Luca's shoulders trembled when she heard Wu Yan's words. Tears welled up in her eyes. As expected, it's all my fault. That's why Gawain is so weak. He might even die. He finally understood the reason why Gawain had refused to let him ride his mount. For the first time, Luca was concerned about something other than her own riding. She cared about Gawain's life. It was clear that Luca was more concerned about Gawain's life than whether or not she could ride fall. Luca and Gawain. Although there was a serious gap between the master and servant now, they still put each other's affairs first from the beginning to the end. Should I say, as expected of master and servant? Luca, now is not the time for you to be sad, Wu Yin said coldly to Luca, who was on the verge of tears. Because of my care, Gawain hasn't reached the point where he has to sacrifice his own life to protect you. However, he is indeed getting weaker every day. If this continues, Gawain will die one day due to the lack of star essence. Are you willing to watch Gawain die? Luca sobbed and shook her head like a rattle drum. Then you should know that the hope of saving Gawain lies with you alone. Wu Yin held Luca's astonishingly thin shoulders. You have to be strong and overcome the trauma in your heart. Only then can you regain Gawain's recognition and re-establish your star essence path with Gawain. Return to the relationship you had before. Return to the relationship we had before. Luca looked at Wu Yin, a little shaken. Biba, can I do it? Gawain will be fine. As long as you recover, he will return to you immediately. No matter what, you are the master he is willing to risk his life to protect. How can he not acknowledge you? Wu Yin stroked Luca's cute little head. Don't worry, I will help you too. Lord Loon. Luca stared blankly at Wu Yin, who was gently stroking her head with a gentle smile. She blushed and quickly wiped away her tears. She nodded vigorously. I understand, Lord Loon. It's good that you understand. Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You are here to serve me in bed. How can I not help you? Ugh. Luca's small and delicate pointy ears turned red from the roots. Kaboom! Just as the atmosphere between the two of them began to become intimate, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the dark sky, bringing with it a deafening sound of thunder. Ah! Luca shrieked, and with tears in her eyes, she reflexively threw herself at Wu Yin. Wu Yin was caught off guard and ended up hugging her warm and fragrant body. However, before he could get a good feel of the soft body in his arms, a shriek that is 1,000 times more miserable than Luca's shriek came from outside the window. The shriek is so shrill that it's even more frightening than the thunder from before. Hearing the screams coming from the window, Luca's face paled. She thought it was some kind of supernatural being. She closed her eyes, and her arms around Wu Yan's waist tightened. Separated by a thin layer of pajamas, Luca's beautiful body was pressed into Wu Yan's embrace. An astonishingly soft sensation kept coming from his front, but he didn't have the leisure to enjoy it. He looked towards the window and grumbled in a resentful tone. Are you going to keep hiding? As the voice slowly faded away, the entire space fell silent. But not long after, the originally tightly shut window was suddenly pushed open, revealing 3 beautiful faces outside the window. In the end, Rebecca didn't seem to realize that she was caught peeping. She smiled to herself. Were we still found out? Your Highness, Cosette patted the back of Sylvia, who was hugging him tightly, with a helpless expression on his face. It's just a bolt of lightning. Is there a need to be so scared? But, Sylvia looked up with tears in her eyes. When she saw Wu Yin and Luca hugging each other, her pitiful expression disappeared and turned into a ferocious one. Cosette is right. It's just a bolt of lightning. How long are you going to hug each other? Luca finally reacted. She let out a soft cry and hurriedly pulled herself away. The deathly pale color on her face was replaced by a blush. Looking at Luca's cute blushing face, even Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Now is not the time for you to flirt. At this time, Rebecca spoke. She stood on Guffrin's head and looked at the sky with a serious expression. I'm afraid things aren't looking good. Not looking good. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. That's... When Wu Yin and Luca came to the window, they looked up with Sylvia and Cosette. They followed Rebecca's gaze and looked at the sky. What they saw made their expressions change. The night sky that should have been clear a second ago was covered by a layer of pitch-black clouds that spiraled like a whirlpool. Streaks of red lightning flashed back and forth in the clouds, bringing with them the sound of thunder. A heavy, gloomy, and evil aura seemed to have descended from the sky, shrouding the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Roar! Gyvelyn and Lancelot's eyes glinted with ferocity as they roared at the gloomy sky. Without the consent of Rebecca and Sylvia, the two holy dragons began to circulate their mana, causing mana to ripple around them. Astonishingly, he had already entered battle mode. It seems like Gyvelyn and Lancelot have sensed something as well. Rebecca's expression turned grave. This phenomenon, Sylvia's icy blue eyes fluctuated violently. It's the same as that time. Wu Yin stared at the sky covered by pitch-black whirlpool-like clouds. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Corpse Ash Dragon. That's right. The situation in the sky was exactly the same as when the Corpse Ash Dragon appeared and attacked Ansari. Rumble. A dull thud reverberated in the ominous night sky without any warning. Along with the reverberation of the sound, the ground of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy also began to rumble. Like an earthquake, it began to tremble violently. Wu Yin and Luca, who were still in the dormitory, lost their footing and nearly fell to the ground from the trembling ground. Luca cried out again. Her petite body fell from the tremor. Fortunately, Wu Yin caught her in time and prevented her from falling. However, Luca didn't mind at all. Instead, she pointed into the distance and cried out in shock. There! Chapter 1376. What's wrong? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The students in the 4 dormitories located in different directions of the academy opened their windows one by one, looking out of the window with faces full of panic. Not only the students, but the staff, teachers, and other related staff also poked their heads out of the windows of their residences. When they saw the scene outside the window, they were all stunned. Dong, 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 dong. The muffled sound was accompanied by the shaking of the ground, gradually causing chaos in the entire academy. That shocking sound was as if there was some huge, ferocious beast running on the ground, causing the empty space in front of the academy to raise a cloud of dust that covered the sky and covered the earth. Not long after, the dust dissipated. What appeared behind the smoke and dust was a terrifying army. They were naked, pitch black, and looked like they had beast-like eyeballs all over their bodies. Their eyes flashed with a wolf-like ferocious light, drooling from their mouths. They looked extremely disgusting. Looking at the appearance of those dragons, I'm afraid none of the citizens of knighthood would admit that these monsters were dragons. However, judging from their appearance, they were indeed dragons. Moreover, they were like an army that had formed into groups of dragons. Groups of winged dragons with naked bodies spread their wings and soared high in the night sky, looking like earth dragons. Groups of earth dragons with their naked bodies were galloping across the open space. They looked like water dragons, but their bodies were naked. Groups of water dragons were swimming against the current of the river. Under the cover of the night, black aliens that looked very similar to pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons, but their bodies were naked and shrouded in an evil aura, were charging in the direction of the academy. These ugly, pitch-black creatures that looked like pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons were none other than the corpse ash dragons. Looking at their numbers, there were at least 700, 800, or even 1,000 of them. Now, such a terrifying army of corpse ash dragons. They were charging towards the academy from the sky, the land, and the river. Roar, 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 roar. In the next moment, an evil and frenzied roar sounded. Gradually, it descended under the night sky that was covered by the pitch-black swirling clouds. This caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. His scalp went numb. What is that? A monster! Run! In the 4 dormitory buildings, a group of students who were still waiting by the windows screamed in horror when they saw this scene. They fled from the dormitory in a panic. Hoo-hoo-hoo! It was an ominous roar. Corpse Ash Dragon's army finally arrived at the academy. Bam! Amidst the rumbling, the gate of the academy collapsed under the relentless assault of the earth dragon-shaped corpse dragons. Dong, amidst the muffled sounds, the pterosaur corpse dragon army flew across the sky above the academy and started to spit out dragon breath, destroying the buildings one by one. Pong! Amidst the rumbling, the corpse dragon army burst out of the ground from the underground waterway, turning the entire academy into a pile of rubble. Hoo-hoo! A ruthless roar resounded through the clouds. How can Sylvia and Luca stared blankly at the scene before them. Buildings collapsed like building blocks under the assault of the earth dragon-shaped corpse dragon army. Fiery sparks exploded under the dragon breaths of the pterosaur corpse dragon army. Inch by inch, the ground opened up like a hole as the corpse dragon army shuttled back and forth. Gray smoke and scarlet flames danced and filled the academy under the moonlight. Students, faculty, and staff, everyone in the academy was running away in a panic. Under the night sky, the buildings were gradually being destroyed by the raging flames. Dong, boom, bang. Muffled sounds, explosions, and explosions resounded in the academy under the night sky. Buildings collapsed one after another, raising a hazy cloud of dust. Every corner of the academy was ablaze with raging fires. Ear-piercing screams rang out incessantly. It was like hell, the academy. Sylvia's body trembled violently, flames of anger surging from her face. Rebecca's emerald eyes were also filled with anger. Clearly, the two of them were enraged. Unlike Wu Yin, Rebecca and Sylvia had spent more than a year or two in the Ansari Academy. They had more or less developed feelings for the academy. Now that they saw their academy being destroyed by a group of corpse dragons, the rage they felt was not something normal people could understand. Rune-sama. Luca hugged Wu Yin tightly. She started talking in a flustered manner. Our academy, don't worry. Wu Yin patted Luca's back while looking at the collapsing buildings in the distance. Rebecca, now is not the time to be angry. You're the president of the student council. Hurry up and organize everyone in the academy to fight back. Hearing this, Rebecca came to her senses and her expression instantly turned solemn. President. Next to Wu Yan's room, Yashu and Yak peeked their heads out of the window and they looked at Rebecca. What should we do now? Rebecca didn't even think and was about to give the order. However, her voice was immediately interrupted by a roar not inferior to the corpse dragons. Roar, 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 roar. Amidst the roars, ferocious beasts that looked like corpse gray dragons emerged from the 6 dragon houses in the academy, one after another under the night sky. Pterosaurs flapped their wings like strange birds. The earth dragon moved its limbs like a lizard. It was a water dragon that was twisting its body like a huge snake. Finally, the dragons sleeping in the dragon house began to wake up and came out. In the next instant, the real pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons clashed with the pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons. The academy instantly became a battlefield between the dragons and the dead dragons. The dragons are making their move too. Lebecca's eyes lit up. Our masters are running away in panic, and it's the Falls who are fighting the enemy bravely? Wu Yin glanced at the students and teachers who were still running away and mocked himself. How ironic. Even if they're dragon cultivators, they're only in their teens. It's inevitable for them to panic in this situation. Lebecca shook her head and smiled. That's why the student council is needed. With that, she opened her arms and closed her eyes. In the name of Lebecca, in the name of Randall, I hereby command you, present the holy knight armor you forged to me. Roar! Gyuvlin abruptly roared. Mana surged from his body, forming two magic arrays less than 10 centimeters away from each other. The magic arrays rippled and enveloped Lebecca. The magic arrays slid across Lebecca's voluptuous body. One melted her clothes into light, while the other condensed into a set of armor that looked like a tight suit. When the two magic arrays shattered, the sacred tight armor on Lebecca's body flickered with a cold and fiery light. Then, Lebecca extended her hand, and a golden magic array flew out and rotated in front of her. Appear, a demonic spear that kills in one hit. Its name is Kai Guru. Borgu. A huge black and red spear that resembled a drill emerged from the golden formation and landed in Lebecca's hand. She suddenly grabbed it. Yeah, got it. If this academy is destroyed, I'll be in trouble too. Yak closed her eyes like a meditating nun and began to chant an incantation. Helmet, neck guard, chest plate, back plate, waist plate, hip plate, skirt plate, shoulder plate, arm plate, elbow plate, forearm plate, iron gloves, thigh plate, knee plate, shin plate, iron boots, spurs. The moment the last incantation fell, a white radiance followed by a powerful magic power wrapped around Yashur's body. Yashur could feel that the star carving on his left arm was heating up, causing him unbearable pain. And when the pain reached its peak, a set of silver knight armor made of pure magic appeared on Yashur's body, making him unable to feel any weight at all. Seeing Lebecca and Yashur equipped with the holy knight armor, Sylvia clenched her teeth and gripped Lancelot's reins. Although we don't have the holy knight armor, Lancelot and I have no intention of being spectators. Roar! Lancelot roared and echoed Sylvia's words. The war had begun. Chapter 1377. Roland, Lebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur didn't immediately charge into the center of the battlefield. Instead, they looked at Wu Yin, who was still in the dormitory. Now, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy could be said to be facing the greatest crisis in history. There was no doubt about Lebecca's strength, and Sylvia's strength had also greatly improved after obtaining speed, burst, and dance of the penetrating dragon's breath. While Yasha's paladin armor had a time limit and was merely a hastily assembled replica, at the very least, Yasha's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Sylvia's while the armor was still in effect. But there was a big problem with this. After all, what was happening in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy wasn't a battle, but a war. Facing thousands of corpse ash dragons, Sylvia's burst of speed had a time limit, as did Yashur's holy knight armor. Although Lebecca had the strength of the 8th rank on the battlefield, a single person's strength was limited. By the time the holy knight armor ran out of mana, Lebecca would be powerless to reverse the situation. Fortunately, they still had Wu Yin on their side. Whether it was Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, or Yak, they couldn't forget him. Not only was this ordinary-looking man the world's strongest dragon rider, he had also defeated the world's strongest Holy Sky dragon rider, Yuzura L. Sarwin's existence. If he made a move, then the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's victory would be set in stone. Or rather, everyone was still thinking that if Wu Yin summoned that white dragon from that day, then with the might of that white flame that instantly defeated Yuzura, the leader of Loriamin's holy dragon riders, it should be able to immediately eliminate all the corpse ash dragons in the academy, right? Although Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others didn't know how strong that white flame was. But that day in the arena, the monstrous magic that surged up to the sky. However, they could clearly feel it. With that level of mana, how could it be weak? Not to mention, Yujura had personally admitted it. That day, Wu Yin hadn't used his full strength. Therefore, Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others were waiting for Wu Yin to make a move to resolve the disaster of the Ansari Union's Dragon Riding Academy. Unfortunately, Wu Yin only looked at the battlefield in the distance and shook his head gently. Wu Yin hadn't finished his words yet. A muffled explosion suddenly rang out, interrupting his words. Suddenly, the water dragon-shaped corpse, ash dragons, burst out of the ground and rushed out of the underground waterway. There were about 5 of them, and all of them had pitch-black bodies, crazed eyes, festering gums, naked bodies, and a foul stench. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. The place they had charged out from was right below Lebecca and the others. Roar! Ear-piercing roars echoed through the night sky. A group of water dragon corpse ash dragons looked up with ferocious glints in their eyes. They fixed their gazes on Lebecca and Sylvia, who were riding on Guffrin and Lancelot. It's a corpse ash dragon. Lebecca and Sylvia's expressions changed. Roar! The water dragon corpse ash dragons opened their mouths and roared. Then, a dazzling flash of light accompanied by dense mana flames burst out and blasted towards Lebecca and Sylvia. Careful! The sudden attack made Lebecca and Sylvia's reactions slow by half a beat. However, Guffrin and Lancelot reacted in time. Roar! The 2 holy dragons let loose enraged roars, and a magic power surging over their bodies swelled. The hexagonal defensive barrier immediately expanded, and ripples spread out from it. Bang! The 5 water dragon corpse, ash dragons' dragon breaths landed on the hexagonal defensive barrier in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and scarlet sparks, but it only lasted for a moment before dissipating. The 5 water dragon breaths had been easily blocked. However, that wasn't something to be happy about. This was because the 5 water dragon corpse dragons had already extended black shadows from all parts of their bodies. They swiftly and violently bypassed the hexagonal barrier erected by the 2 holy dragons like whips and arrived before Lebecca and Sylvia in the blink of an eye. Those black shadows were actually dark red tentacles. The next moment, Lebecca and Sylvia, who hadn't reacted in time, were completely entangled by the tentacles. This is... Seeing Lebecca and Sylvia completely entangled by the tentacles, Wu Yin gaped in shock. These corpse ash dragons actually knew how to play with tentacles? President Lebecca, Your Highness. Yashio was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly stretched out his hand, intending to break those tentacles, but in the end he pounced on empty air. The slippery tentacles wrapped around Lebecca and Sylvia's limbs and slender waists. With a tug, the 2 beautiful girls were suspended in the air. Damn it. Let me go. As if having a bad premonition, let alone Sylvia, even Lebecca looked rather flustered. And the facts proved that their bad premonition was indeed real. What are you trying to do? Stop. As Lebecca and Sylvia struggled with all their might, the dark red tentacles nimbly slid past their bodies and began to burrow into Lebecca's armor and Sylvia's uniform. No. Lebecca and Sylvia immediately let out coquettish gasps that made one's heart go numb. Lebecca and Sylvia got tangled up and harassed by the tentacles. Who knows what parts they shouldn't be touching under their clothes? The 2 girls blushed, and their panting became more coquettish. Wu Yin was dumbfounded by what he saw. What kind of dragon is this? It was one thing to play with tentacles, but to play with such evil tentacles, how perverted must the person behind these tentacles be to create something like this? Just as Wu Yin was stunned by the surreal scene before him, a sorrowful cry rang out beside him. No. While Wu Yin was at a loss for what to do, one of the water dragon corpse, ash dragon's tentacles came into the dorm and wrapped around Luca, who was hugging Wu Yin. Luca screamed as she was dragged away. The tentacles with visible veins wrapped around Luca's limbs and dragged her out of the room through the window. She was also hung upside down in the air. Luca was crying as she struggled with all her might. However, the tentacles had already burrowed into Luca's loose pajamas. No, don't touch strange places. Not long after, Luca also let out a coquettish cry and was hung in the air with Rebecca and Sylvia. It was an extremely pleasing scene. Wu-Yen was completely dumbfounded. Yashur had already been blinded by Alec the moment Rebecca and Sylvia's pajamas were burrowed into their pajamas. He was rolling on the ground and howling in pain. Rebecca endured the strange feeling in her body and turned her head with difficulty to look at Wu-Yen. When she saw Wu-Yen's dumbfounded expression, she was furious. "Stop daydreaming. Come save us." Oh. Wu-Yen regained his senses. He stepped on the windowsill and shot out of the dorm. Turning into a black shadow, he charged towards the three girls who were hung upside down in midair like he was breaking through the night. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. His figure flashed past the dark red tentacles. All the tentacles wrapped around Rebecca, Sylvia, and Luca were cut off like snakes. They fell to the ground and continued wriggling like earthworms. Carrying Rebecca, Sylvia, and Luca, Wu-Yen landed firmly on the ground. He looked around at the wriggling tentacles on the ground and couldn't help but sweat. They actually have this kind of ability. These corpse dragons really can't be underestimated. Damn it. Rebecca and Sylvia's expressions darkened. Their eyes were filled with rage. Gufflin, Lancelot, roar. A roar echoed in response to the two girls. The two divine dragons set up a magic formation. Flame-like dragon breaths shot out and instantly obliterated the 5 corpse dragons and the disgusting tentacles on the ground. Seeing the flames of rage burning in Rebecca and Sylvia's eyes, Wu-Yen knew that they were thoroughly enraged. These corpse ash dragons were in trouble. Chapter 1378. Roland, make your move. This time, Rebecca didn't ask for Wu-Yan's opinion. Instead, she spoke in a deep voice as if she was giving an order. Evidently, Rebecca was enraged by the fact that the student council president of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the Shungtian Dragon Rider Academy, had shown such a wretched side in front of others. Sylvia was about the same. Her eyes were filled with ferocity, causing Wu-Yen to feel a little resentful. However, he had no choice but to refuse Rebecca and Sylvia's request. "No, go ahead." Looking at Luca, who was hiding behind him, and looking at the battlefield in the distance, Wu-Yen answered her like this. "I still have some matters to attend to. What time is it now? Why are you still?" Sylvia was about to reprimand Wu-Yen when Rebecca stopped her. Rebecca narrowed her eyes thoughtfully when she saw Wu-Yen looking at Luca. She seemed to have understood something and smiled. "I understand now. Then we'll go first." "President." Sylvia looked at Rebecca in shock. It was a matter of life and death for the entire Ansari Dragon Academy. What could be more important than protecting the Ansari Dragon Academy? "All right, just listen to Roland." Rebecca didn't answer. Instead, she called out to Guffrin and turned around. She rode on Guffrin's head again. "Let's go. Guffrin, roar." Guffalin roared in response. His body turned into a flash of red lightning and flew toward the battlefield in front of him. "Wait." Sylvia quickly got on Lancelot as well. She glared at Wu-Yen and Luca before grumbling. "Be careful. I'm not so weak that I need someone to take care of me." Wu-Yen chuckled. "You should worry about yourself." "Humph." Sylvia snorted. Beside her, Corset hugged Sylvia's waist. Under Lancelot's lead, they flew towards the battlefield. "How long are you going to lie there for?" AI kicked Yushio, who was still covering his eyes and rolling on the ground in pain. She grabbed him by the collar and dragged him towards the battlefield. "Don't fall behind. That would be so embarrassing." "Wait, it was accompanied by Yashur's screams. AI dragged him all the way to the battlefield, leaving Wu-Yen speechless. "Lord Roland." Luca raised her head suspiciously when she saw Rebecca, Sylvia, Yak, Yashur, and the others entering the battlefield. She shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. Why did you come with me? Before Luca could ask, Wu Yan took Luca's hand. He walked in another direction. Lord Lune? Luca tilted her head. Her eyes were filled with doubt, but she didn't ask any more questions. Dong! On the flat ground, a dazzling saber light that seemed to be composed of flames was parallel to the ground, like a remnant light. In a flash, a 10-meter-long saber curtain was drawn. Like a large saber of light, it slashed through the air with a loud explosion. The earth dragon and water dragon corpse dragons that were wreaking havoc on the ground seemed to have suffered a huge impact when they came in contact with the saber light. Their decaying bodies were crushed into pieces and fell to the ground. Holding Luca in one hand and Shauna in the other, Wu Yin charged through the battlefield with a dissipating airflow. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place. Shockingly, it was the 7th Dragon House of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. Dragon House. Luca was startled at first, but then she seemed to recall something. Her expression changed, and she cried out in surprise. Gawain! Roar! As if in response to Luca's call, a roar resounded throughout the 7th Dragon House. What followed was a pillar of dragon breath that seemed like a flame. It shot up from the 7th Dragon House and blasted open the ceiling. Gawain's average-sized body shot out from the ceiling and into the sky. Luca was overjoyed at first, but then she cried out in surprise, Gawain! This was because behind Gawain, who had rushed out of the 7th Dragon sarcophagus, there were about 10 dragon-shaped corpse ash dragons flying out from the 7th Dragon sarcophagus. They were like huge, strange birds, waving their tentacles and lashing at Gawain like whips while following behind Gawain and attacking him fiercely. Gawain tore through the air and flew through the sky above the 7th Dragon House, avoiding the tentacles that whipped at him and the pursuit of the pterosaur corpse dragons. However, it didn't take long for Gawain to slow down. If Gawain was in his peak condition, he should be able to easily deal with the 10 pterosaur corpse dragons. After all, Gawain was a holy dragon, even though he was only a young dragon. Unfortunately, Gawain had not received enough star essence for a long time. Although his body was not weak, he was not in a good condition. Under such circumstances, let alone Gawain, even Gyuvlin would not be able to withstand the pterosaur corpse dragon's pincer attack. Gawain's speed slowed down again and again due to his weak body. Finally, he was surrounded by the tentacles. Roar! Gawain let out an unwilling roar. Gawain! Luca's expression changed again and again until it was full of anxiety. Lord Roland. Luca grabbed Wu Yan's clothes tightly and begged, Please save Gawain. No. To Luca's surprise, not only did Wu Yan not do anything, he even lowered Shauna and rejected her coldly. I won't do anything. Why dash? Luca looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. Why? Because it's not my duty. Wu Yan met Luca's purple eyes. You should be the one saving Gawain. Me? Luca was dumbfounded. Gawain severed his star essence path to protect you and weakened his body. Otherwise, Gawain would have been able to deal with those corpse dragons in a matter of minutes. In other words, Gawain is in this state because of you. Wu Yan's voice pierced Luca's heart like a sharp arrow. As Gawain's master, shouldn't you take responsibility and save Gawain, who has been protecting you all this time? How can I save Gawain? Tears welled up in Luca's eyes. She was so anxious that she was about to break down. Without Gawain, I can't do anything. Lord Roland, I beg you, please save Gawain. You can scold me all you want after this, but Gawain, Luca. Wu Yan sighed when he saw Luca so anxious that she was about to cry. Luca, think about it. Think about everything you did with Gawain. The excitement you had when you flew in the sky with Gawain. The excitement you had when you practiced dragon riding with Gawain. The peace you had when you lived and ate with Gawain. The joy you had when you improved with Gawain. Luca, do you really want to see Gawain continue to weaken like this? This time, Wu Yan's voice drifted into Luca's ears like a breeze. She froze on the spot. Images of her time with Gawain appeared in her mind under Wu Yan's guidance. Gawain has a lot of pride. Wu Yan's gaze shot to the sky. Gawain was roaring furiously as he was entangled by 10 pterosaur corpse dragons. Wu Yan closed his eyes. Right now, because of his body, he's being entangled by 10 disgusting minions. He must be feeling terrible. If he's defeated, he might never get up again. Luca, do you want to see Gawain suffer such a blow and fall into depression? Gawain. Luca clenched her fists tightly. Her face was filled with uncertainty. Luca had to admit that everything Wu Yan said was correct. Given Gawain's personality, he would be devastated if he was defeated by a dragon like that. Right now, Gawain must be feeling terrible. This was all because of her fear of riding Gawain. Could it be that he was just going to watch Gawain be defeated and sink into depression? Could it be that he was going to continue like this until he ran out of star essence and died in depression? No, absolutely not. Roar. Gawain howled in the sky. He finally shattered the last bit of hesitation in Luca's heart. Gawain. Without hesitation, without confusion, and without the fear she had in the past, Luca lifted her bare feet and ran forward. Biz. In the next instant, Luca's body burst into a dazzling torrent of light and charged into the sky. Chapter 1379. The dazzling torrent of light turned into a bridge that resembled the Milky Way, rising from the ground into the sky. Then, with a turn, it descended from the sky like a veil made of starlight, landing on Gawain's body. In an instant, Gawain's body was also dyed with starlight. It was as if he had rushed into the Milky Way. His body flickered with an extremely rich radiance. The torrent of light formed from starlight melted into Gawain's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with it, Gawain's aura grew stronger and stronger. Gawain was gradually recovering to his peak state. Looking at the dazzling torrent of light that resembled the Milky Way, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. It's star essence. Yes, the composition of the Milky Way torrent of light was the essential energy that maintained the life of this planet. Star essence. Now, a huge amount of star essence was replenishing Gawain's body that was extremely lacking in life energy. It was allowing him to gradually recover to his peak state. This also proved that Luca and Gawain's star essence path. It had been re-established. Before long, the torrent of light formed by star essence finally subsided. It turned into specks of starlight and dissipated into the sky. Roar. Gawain abruptly opened his eyes and let out a roar filled with extreme excitement. His voice was like a sound wave, and with a tremor, it shattered the surrounding tentacles that were wrapping around him. They fell to the ground. Roar. As if to celebrate his recovery, Gawain roared excitedly. A surge of magic power surged from his body. Following his roar, it condensed into a rotating magic formation that extended forward. Bang! A dazzling stream of magic power that resembled a pillar of light was mixed with a flaming dragon's breath. Like a meteor, it streaked across the night sky and landed on the 10 pterosaur corpse dragons that couldn't react in time. A ball of fire exploded in the sky. Then, the corpse dragon's flesh scattered from the sky like dust, becoming insignificant specks of dust in a vast land. Roar! Gawain's voice was full of joy. He circled around and landed on the ground. Luca was sitting on top of Gawain's body without anyone noticing. Lord Roar. Luca's face bloomed with a smile that even the night sky couldn't reach. It was as if she had become the only light in this world that had lost all light due to the dark clouds. She was also extremely beautiful, like a fairy sent down from the heavens. Well done, Luca. Seeing Luca's smile, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He faces Luca. Wu Yan rubbed Gawain's neck as he looked at him from afar. Wait, Luca, you should be satisfied now. Roar. Gawain let out a low roar. There was joy and gratitude in his roar. Gawain knew that without this person's help, Luca wouldn't have been able to overcome the fear in her heart and accept him again, not to mention the problem of whether he could survive or not. Now that the celestial veins were once again connected, Luca's rider consciousness had also fused with Gawaine's. Gawaine could clearly sense the trauma in Luca's heart. It couldn't be said that it had been completely overshadowed by Luca's strong emotions. Luca Gawaine, way Gawaine, way Gawaine, way. No matter how you look at it, this has to do with Wu Yan. Gawaine's heart was filled with joy and gratitude. If you really want to thank me, then don't cause any more trouble. Seeing the gratitude in Gawaine's eyes, Wu Yan smiled. I can't take any more of your torment. Both Luca and Gawaine lowered their heads in embarrassment. Wu Yan was amused. Lord Roar. Luca suppressed the joy in her heart from reuniting with Gawaine. Her eyes were filled with determination. I want to join the battle. Join the battle? Wu Yan paused and looked towards the center of the academy. That's right, the corpse dragon isn't completely dealt with yet. Lord Roar. Luca suddenly spoke. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Another request? Wu Yan crossed his arms curiously. Then, we won't be spending the night together this time, right? Luca blushed and shyly shook her head. No, I want Lord Roar to ride Gawaine with me. Ride Gawaine together? Wu Yan gasped. Huh? Yes. Luca's clear eyes revealed a strong will. I want to challenge the dragon dance again and calm this chaos, but I can't guarantee that I won't be afraid. You mean? Wu Yan's tone was uncertain. You won't be afraid with me around? Lord Roar. If it's Lord Roar. Luca closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, her expression was firm. With Lord Roar by my side, I think I can. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks, and he helplessly grinned at Luca. I really don't know what to do with you. Wu Yan jumped onto Gawaine's back and sat behind Luca. He reached out and hugged Luca's waist. Now, you won't be afraid anymore, right? Wu Yan whispered into Luca's sharp, elf-like ears. Just give it your all. I will hug you. I will never let go. Okay. Luca felt the warmth on her back and the whispers in her ear. She nodded firmly. Gawaine, roar. Using a roar as a response, Gawaine raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Magic power surged from his body and soared into the sky. The wind whistled in her ears. Luca gripped the reins tightly and looked forward. She looked back and saw the smiling Wu Yan. Luca was a bit absent-minded. Lord Roar, Can you hold me tighter? Like this? Tighter. Like this? Tighter. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. As if he wanted to melt Luca into his body, he tightened his grip around Luca's slender waist. Then, how about this? Whoosh! At the same time, Gawaine increased his speed to the maximum. Like a white meteor, he streaked across the sky. A powerful centrifugal force began to take effect. If it were anyone else, this speed would be enough to make them lose consciousness and cause them to become anemic and dizzy. If they weren't careful, they would have been thrown off. However, there's still a gap between this speed and speed burst. Wu Yan was able to ride Lancelot, even under speed burst. His expression didn't change at all, let alone on Gawaine's back. He hugged Luca tightly and stared at her. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Luca's body began to emit star-like light. Gawaine's body also began to emit a gentle light. Following his flight path, he left a trail of light in the night sky. Gawaine was drawing in the night sky. He was drawing as if he was dancing. Moreover, the pattern Gawaine was drawing was an extremely complicated geometric magic formation. It wasn't until the huge geometric magic formation was completed that the full appearance of the pattern was exposed to the night sky. It was a circle with a shape like a dragon's head in the center. It was at least 100 meters in diameter. It was very strange. It was a star carving. The star carving that blotted out the sky was reflected in the pitch-black night sky. It emitted a gentle halo. A vast amount of magic power fluctuated from it and turned into ripples that reverberated in the air. Luca suddenly opened her eyes. Dragon Rider Dance. First dance, purifying honey rain. Once the Dragon Rider Dance was completed, all kinds of magic effects could be activated. At this moment, the night sky of the Ansari Academy blossomed with dazzling light. In the sky, a meteor-like rain of light suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Bathed in the rain of light, the corpse dragons didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies exploded into powder and covered the ground. The powder was the ashes of the original dragons. In less than a second, the hundreds and thousands of corpse ash dragons, which gave everyone a headache, were all turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Luca held Gawain's reins and leaned into the warm embrace behind her. Her purple eyes were filled with dazzling splendor. Chapter 1380. Did I fail again? On the top floor of the Templar Bell Tower, Mikosis looked at the disappearing dark clouds and the geometric pattern that resembled a star carving in the sky. His eyes were gloomy. Below him, the buildings of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy were still burning and smoking. Debris was scattered all over the place, and the ground was full of potholes. It was a complete mess. It could be said that if Maikavez's goal was to destroy the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Rider Academy, then even though he couldn't say that he had achieved his goal, it wouldn't be considered a failure to destroy the academy to such an extent. However, Maikavez's true goal wasn't to destroy the Ansari Academy. He wasn't interested in destroying the Ansari Academy. The reason he had the Corpse Dragon attack the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was to take a look at the White Flame Dragon. Why would he go through so much trouble to attack the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy just to take a look at the White Dragon burning flame? It might not be worth it to others, but to Mikosis, it was very important. This was because Mikoski was still unwilling to believe that there was actually a dragon in this world. A dragon that could strike fear into his heart with just an impression. He wanted to prove if there was a dragon in this world that could strike fear into his heart. Attacking the Ansari Union's Dragon Riding Academy was definitely worth it for Mikawos. After all, Mikosis' true identity was still, "It really is you, Mikosis." While Mikosis was immersed in his own imagination, a voice that he had only heard once but would never forget rang out. It echoed throughout the bell tower. Mikosis' pupils shrunk. "Lord Mikotos." Anya was also shocked. She turned around and pulled out a dagger, standing in front of Mikotos to protect him. Both of them looked into the bell tower at the same time. Soon after, a few figures entered their field of vision. Wu Yen, Lebeka, Sylvia, Luca, Yashur, Yak, the 6 strongest members of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. At the same time, he appeared in front of Mikawos and Anya in the bell tower of the sanctuary. "You?" A trace of shock appeared in Anya's eyes. Why? Why are you here, right?" Lebeka was wearing a slightly charred paladin armor. She focused her gaze on Mikawos and Anya like a chain. "Could it be? Do you think you're hiding well?" "You?" Ania's gaze turned ferocious. She seemed to want to say something, but Maikavez held her shoulder and stopped her. "Although I don't think we're very good at hiding, if we can. I hope you can give us an answer." Yashur stared at Mikawos and answered his question. "It was Luca who discovered you." "Luca?" Maikavez narrowed his eyes. She shifted her gaze and cast it on Luca. "I see. Are you from Yekablad?" "Yes." Luca nodded in response. "I'm from Yekablad. I was born with a certain ability to sense nature." "Although I didn't discover you at first." Luca turned her gaze to Mikawos' side and pointed her finger forward. "But I discovered that it was emitting an ominous magic power." In the direction that Luca was pointing at, there was a giant sword that was emitting a dark, swampy, and viscous magical energy. It was stuck in the ground. It was the giant sword that awakened the corpse dragon. "You're Mikawos, right?" Sylvia stepped forward and clenched her fists. Her icy blue eyes were filled with anger. "Last time, you had the corpse dragon attack Ansari. This time, you almost destroyed the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. I swear I won't let an evil existence like you do as you please." "Oh." Mikawos raised an eyebrow and let out an evil laugh. As expected of the 4th princess of the royal family of knights. Even if you're just a student, you're still a dragon knight. But that's not strange. After all, even Veronica, who's known as the Iron Valkyrie, didn't get fall and become a dragon breeder, but you did. If you're not at this level, then I'm very disappointed. Ew. What are you talking about? Sylvia suddenly had an indescribable feeling that something was wrong as she listened to the familiar words of the royal family of knights that came out of Mykovez's mouth. It's like this person in front of her is familiar to her as well. But how is that possible? Seeing that Sylvia was shaken, Makawos turned his head away without saying a word and looked at Yak, who had been silent all this while. His eyes shone with an evil gleam that had never been seen before. I finally meet you, descendant of the royal family of Avalon. Royal family of Avalon? They heard it from Wu Yin before. This time, it came from Makawos' mouth. Lebecca and Sylvia were stunned. Avalon, Yashur had a confused look on his face. Who are you? On the other hand, Yak was on guard as she stared intently at Mikawosi. What's the royal family of Avalon? You still don't know? Makawos glanced at Yashur in surprise. Looks like you don't qualify as a knight. You just a brat? You? Yashur was furious. I've always been curious. How do you know so much? Wu Yin suddenly spoke. Even the descendant of the royal family of Avalon knows about it. You, a citizen of the Empire, know more about the dragons than the knights. What is your true identity? Rune? Randall, you're even more surprising than I thought. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. Makawos looked at Wu Yin with a different gaze. In ancient times, the origin of the dragons, the sage dragon king Impoke, disappeared. However, his bloodline was left behind and split into two major branches. Makawos pointed at Yak. One of the bloodlines is the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, which is the little brat beside you. Yak, Lebecca, Sylvia, Luca, and Yashur looked at Yak in surprise. Me? Yak was at a loss. And then? Wu Yin kept his gaze on Makawos. What about the other bloodline? The other bloodline is the one that has been enemies with the royal family of Avalon for generations. Makawos' tone became distant. The Nihilinia Underworld Dragon King family. The Nihilinia Underworld, Lebecca and the others muttered. The Nihilinia Underworld Dragon King family. Wu Yin frowned. Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family and Nihilinia Abyssal Dragon Wong family are the royal families of the dragon race. They are also the dragons with the highest level of bloodline and the strongest power in the dragon race. Mikano's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Wu Yin. That's why I'm curious as well. Rune, Randall, what kind of existence is that white dragon of yours? Its power is already enough to rival the complete form of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and the Nihilinia Underworld Dragon royal family after their bloodlines have been awakened. Makawos' face under the mask was already tense. Tell me, what is it? The entire Templar Bell Tower suddenly became quiet. You want to know? Wu Yin chuckled under everyone's watchful eyes. Then, how about we exchange questions? Exchange? Yes, exchange. Wu Yin walked past everyone and stood in front of Makawos. Tell me who you are, and I'll tell you what my fall is. How about it? Fair, right? It was Makawos' turn to be silent. Forget it. After a long while, Makawos took a deep breath. I'll figure it out one day. Let's end it here for today, Makawos. Lebecca and Sylvia immediately barked coldly. Tried to escape? Wu Yan's gaze turned cold. Do you think I'll let you escape again? Calm down, Rune Randall. Makawos brought Anya to the edge of the bell tower's railing. After a while, there will be an even bigger feast. At that time, let's decide the victor. Leaving this sentence, Makawos and Anya jumped down from the clock tower without hesitation. Stop! Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others were shocked. They wanted to rush over, but Wu Yin stopped them with a wave of his hand. Looking at the edge of the bell tower, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a pensive light. An even bigger feast. Chapter 1381. That's terrible. When Wu Yin returned to the Ansari Dragon Academy, he took note of the current state of the academy. Only then did he realize how much damage Mikao's corpse dragon army did to the academy. Buildings that were supposed to have a long history were completely reduced to rubble and sawdust, scattering on the ground like garbage. The buildings that were lucky enough to escape being completely destroyed were all charred black like charcoal, with wisps of smoke rising from them from time to time, proving the scale of the fire that burned them last night. The ground was full of potholes and holes so deep that one could see the sewers everywhere. They were caused by the water dragon, corpse dragons breaking out from the sewers. Some of the flat ground was broken as a result of the earth dragon, corpse dragons mercilessly stepping on it. The Dragon Cultivation Academy that was originally one of the best in the Night Kingdom of Lorieman had now fallen into a state of near destruction. Fortunately, not all buildings were mercilessly destroyed. There were still some that managed to escape the destruction of the war, so the Ansari Academy with a long history did not need to be rebuilt. However, if they wanted to restore the academy to its original state, it would take a long time for them to return to their original state and be able to attend classes normally. Standing at the entrance of the Ansari Academy, Wu Yin, Lebecca, Sylvia, Luca, Yak, and Yashur could clearly see the students and teachers who were injured in the war last night being carried onto stretchers and sent to the hospital in Ansari in an orderly manner. Those who were not seriously injured were more or less wrapped in bandages as they ran back and forth in the academy. This scene, it made the hearts of those who saw it heavy. Their mood was unprecedentedly low. Fortunately, even though there were many wounded, the attack of the Corpse Grey Dragon did not bring any real casualties to the Ansari Dragon Academy. Until now, not a single person was found dead. Even the list of dead dragons did not appear on the list. This result, it could only be described as a miracle. Of course, the miracle was all thanks to Lebecca, who calmly organized the resistance as the president of the student council. She calmed down the panicked students and teachers and joined hands with Fall to resist the corpse dragons. This reduced the number of unnecessary casualties. Sylvia and Yashur also served as the frontline combatants and tanked most of the firepower from the corpse dragons. It could be said that more than 30% of the corpse dragons that were slaughtered last night were killed by Sylvia's penetrating dragon breath and Yashur's intrinsic device. In the end, Luca used the first dance of the dragon dance, the purifying honey rain, to purify all the remaining corpse ash dragons into ashes. It allowed the Ansari Academy, which was reduced to a cruel battlefield, to escape the fate of destruction. It also allowed the students and teachers to avoid the path of death. In other words, in the battle against the corpse dragons last night, if Lebecca, Sylvia, Luca, Yak, and Yashur were not there, even if there were no casualties miraculously, the Ansari Academy would not have been able to escape the fate of destruction. In this battle, the student council stole the limelight and became the heroes that saved the Ansari Academy. On the other hand, Wu Yin, the most powerful dragon rider that everyone had their eyes on, did not achieve much in the battle. No one even saw his whereabouts, which made people suspicious. If it was someone else, the students and teachers might start to suspect that the person had escaped from the battlefield or was the helper or even the culprit behind the corpse dragon's attack. However, if it was Wu Yin, the people might be suspicious, but they would not really believe it. After all, with Wu Yan's strength, there was no need for him to escape from the battlefield. As for him being the helper or the culprit behind the corpse dragon's attack, that was even more ridiculous. With Lebecca, the student council president, vouching for him, who would think so? In short, it was a fact that the academy needed to be rebuilt. The injured had to be sent to the hospital. The students and teachers who lost their homes had to find a place to stay. The attack of the corpse dragons also had to be reported to the Knighthood Kingdom. All of this required the student council to do personally. The coming days were going to be very busy. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, Student Union Office, Huff, panting with exhaustion. The six of them sat around the round table used for meetings. They started to relax after a sleepless night and working for the academy for half a day. Everyone, please have a cup of tea and recover your energy. Corsette pushed a dining cart filled with tea sets in. She had a gentle smile on her face as she brewed a cup of black tea for everyone. This was another form of timely help. Ugh, I'm alive. Yashur drank the black tea like it was water to quench his thirst. He heaved a sigh of relief before sighing again. I didn't expect the academy to be destroyed to this extent. The student council office is really lucky to be intact. It's all because of that guy called Maidens. Aika shouted angrily. Who's that guy? It's so annoying. Hearing Aika's words, everyone present fell silent for a moment and raised their eyebrows. Makawas, huh? Lebecca crossed her arms as if she was deep in thought. Is that guy really from the Empire? Why is he so familiar with the dragons of the Knighthood Kingdom? Also, he said Yak is the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Yashur looked at Yak, who was gritting her teeth in disbelief. Based on what Mikaos said, isn't Yak the Dragon royal family's princess? I don't know what's going on, but do you have any objections? Aika raised her head with an arrogant look on her face. I am such a powerful dragon. Are you convinced now? No. Yashur subconsciously shook his head. Rather than saying I'm convinced, it's more like I can't believe it. How can a girl like you who likes to laze in bed, gluttonous, irritable, and even pee in her sleep be a dragon? Bang! PFFF. Before Yashur could finish his words, he was sent flying by a red-faced Yak. I'm sorry, I'm a girl who likes to laze in bed, gluttonous, and irritable. Yak's eyes flashed fiercely. She stomped on the ground and walked up to Yashur, who was rolling on the ground while holding his stomach. She grabbed him by the neck and shook him. A watchdog like you dares to look down on me? See if I don't stomp you flat. What you're doing right now has nothing to do with stomping flat with one foot. Shut up. Do you want to die again? Already, dying. Everyone sighed when they saw Yashur's eyes rolling back as Yak grabbed him by the neck. But this explains why Yak is able to create a replica of the Holy Knight armor, even though she's only been born for less than 3 months. Lebecca tilted her head. Since she's the Dragon Royal family's princess, it's not surprising that she has this ability, right? Aika immediately beamed with joy and let go of Yasha's neck, allowing Yasha to finally catch his breath and gasp for air like a dog. Lord Royan. Luca turned to Wu Yin, who was deep in thought, and tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Lebecca and the others turned to Wu Yin. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Well, you can say that. Wu Yin waved his hand perfunctorily, much to everyone's dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, you didn't seem surprised when Mikaos mentioned that Yak is a descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family of Avalon. Lebecca asked curiously, did you already know that Yak is the Dragon royal family's princess? Didn't you ask us about the Holy Dragon royal family of Avalon a while ago? I just found out about it not long ago. That's why I wasn't surprised when Mikaos mentioned the Holy Dragon royal family of Avalon. However, I didn't expect there to be a Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon royal family. I didn't know about that at all. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead in distress. He turned to Yashur. But Yashur, you have to be careful. Me? Yashur was stunned. Chapter 1382. Pay attention. Pay attention to what? Lebecca, Luca, Yashur, Yak, and the others all looked at each other in confusion. They clearly didn't know what Wu Yin meant. You guys. Wu Yin laughed bitterly. Don't tell me you didn't hear what Micah said? Looking at Yashur, Wu Yan's gaze turned serious. If what Micah said is true, then the Neha Abyssal Dragon royal family and the Elvelyn Holy Dragon royal family have been fighting each other for generations. Sooner or later, the other party will find Yak, the last descendant of the Elvelyn Holy Dragon royal family, and engage in a cruel battle where either you die or I live. Yashio, if you continue to be so sloppy, I'm afraid that when Yak is killed by someone, you will still be in the dark. Yashur's pupils suddenly contracted. A chill surged from the depths of his heart and filled his entire body in an instant. Yashur felt as if he was in an ice cellar. His entire body was cold. Only now did Yashur realize what kind of danger he was about to face. He also realized that he had neglected something important. "I am not afraid," Yak said, but her pretty face was slightly pale. Whether or not she was the last descendant of the Elvelyn Holy Dragon royal family, Yak was only born for less than 3 months. She was still a young dragon. She had to face the threat of death at this age. It was impossible for Yak not to be afraid. She was only putting up a strong front. Rune is right. Yeah, sure, you have to be careful. Lebecca seemed to have realized the severity of the situation, and her expression turned serious. Judging from Acker's powerful magic power to create a replica of the Holy Knight armor when it was still a young dragon, if the Nihilenia underworld dragon royal family, who had been enemies with the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family for generations, were to reach adulthood, then how powerful can it be? Just thinking about it is terrifying. The more she spoke, the more serious her expression became. "Yashio, you have to be careful and protect Yak well." "I understand." Yashio nodded solemnly with a heavy expression on his face. "No matter what, I won't let anything happen to Yak. I'm not so weak that I need someone to protect me." AI coldly snorted. "Don't turn your head. Don't forget, without my Holy Knight armor, you are just an ordinary person. How are you going to protect me?" Yes. Yashio replied helplessly. "Apart from this problem," Wu Yin frowned. "There's another thing that I'm very concerned about." "Another thing?" Lebecca and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Yin again. "Did you all forget what Mikvis said before he escaped?" Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. "Wait a little longer. There will be an even greater feast." Hearing this, everyone finally remembered this matter, and their faces all changed. What is Mikvis trying to do now? Yashur clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. "Isn't destroying the academy enough? How am I supposed to know?" Wu Yin shrugged. "If I didn't want to know what this greater feast is, I would have let him go." "Do you think I would let him go?" "That doesn't make sense." Lebecca objected to the idea. "We should have captured him and forced him to tell us the reason." "Do you think he's the type to tell us the truth?" Wu Yin knocked on the table. "Besides, Mikhail's is from the Empire. This so-called Greater Feast is most likely not just his personal operation. It's very likely that the Sepharo's Empire is carrying it out. If we capture him, there's only a possibility that we won't be able to obtain any clues about the subsequent events. When something really happens, it'll be terrible." That's true." Lebecca frowned bitterly. "But now that Mikvis has escaped, how are we going to find clues?" "Well, at the very least, Mikvis has been exposed. The clues will be more or less exposed." Wu Yin shook his head. "Finding these clues is the mission of the Knights. We're still students. Let's focus on the Academy's reconstruction." "That's true." Lebecca sighed. "I will report this matter to the Knights' royal family and let them decide." "That's good enough." Wu Yin grinned, and he turned around abruptly. There, Sylvia had a gloomy expression on her face, and her icy blue eyes were filled with uncertainty. And then, Wu Yin looked at Sylvia with an ingenious change of topic. "What's wrong?" However, Sylvia's expression remained gloomy even after Wu Yan's words. She stared at the table as if she didn't hear what Wu Yan said at all. The atmosphere in the student council office changed into a heavy one. Wu Yan frowned. Lebecca, Luca, Yak, Yashu, and the others exchanged glances as well. "Your Highness." Cosette also noticed that something was wrong. He reached out his hand and shook Sylvia. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Sylvia exclaimed and came back to her senses. What's wrong?" "We should be the ones asking you that, right?" Wu Yin tilted his head in confusion. "You've been like this ever since you came back from the Templar Bell Tower. You haven't said a word, and you're always absent-minded. Not only are your actions strange, they don't seem like the usual Sylvia, who takes everything seriously. What's wrong?" Sylvia looked around at the student council members who were looking at her and lowered her head. "There's something I really care about." "Something you care about?" Lebecca repeated her words. "What do you mean?" Sylvia opened her mouth, but immediately closed it again. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No, it's nothing." Hearing this, everyone present frowned. "Nothing?" How could it be nothing when she's acting like this? Your Highness. Yashur wanted to say something, but Wu Yin shook his head. Seeing this, Yashio couldn't say anything and could only sit down obediently. Since that's the case, let's talk about something else. Lebecca stood up and changed the topic. The report on the Academy's damage has just been sent over. Lebecca picked up a report from the table. According to the statistics of the damage, fortunately, only one of the 4 student dormitories was damaged. I'm afraid it's not habitable anymore. Lebecca's gaze shifted to Wu Yin and Yashur. They had a bad feeling about this. Only one. Yashur couldn't help but gulp as he asked in a trembling voice. This dormitory, could it be? That's right. Lebecca shrugged. It's Apollo dormitory. As expected, Yashur was dazed. In other words, Wu Yin sighed. We don't have a place to stay, right? You can't say that. There are a few old dormitories in the Academy that survived. We've decided to temporarily let the boys of Apollo dormitory live there. However, due to the limited conditions, it's more like a refuge. Lebecca smiled mischievously. So, if you two can't find another place to stay, you'll have a miserable time. How can this be? Yashur looked like he'd suffered a blow. What about me? What about me? Yak was anxious. I'm also staying in Apollo dormitory. Are you going to let me stay in a refuge? I won't agree. Yak, you can stay in my room for now. Lebecca gave Yak a reassuring look. My place isn't big, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. If you agree, you can stay with me for now. I agree. Yak nodded without hesitation and abandoned her master. I just found out I'm a dragon princess. I don't want to stay in a refuge. Yashur shrugged and looked at Wu Yin. Hey, Rune, do we have to stay in a refuge? Who knows? Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Yashur. Let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 1383. Now, where should we go? Well, who knows? Wu Yin and Yashio looked at the busy students and staff running back and forth. They also looked at the messy campus and the potholes on the ground. They couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in their hearts. Of the two of them, one had defeated the world's strongest Saint Sky Dragon Knight and was currently the strongest existence in the world. Although the other was only a dabbler, he was a true Saint Sky Dragon Knight for a limited period of time after equipping the Holy Knight armor. His status was comparable to that of a noble, but at this moment, he was even more destitute than the average commoner. They couldn't even find a place to stay. Who could be more miserable than them? Of course, Wu Yin and Yashur could choose to stay in the old school, but Lebecca said that life there was comparable to a shelter. Wu Yin didn't want to live there, although Yashur didn't care too much about it, and he could accept living in a shelter. He still wanted to see if there was a better place before he was completely driven to a dead end. No matter what, only students who had advanced to the advanced class had the right to live alone in a room. The students in the basic class all shared a room with 3 people. When he was still in the basic class, Yashio had already wanted to live in a single room. In the end, after a few days, Yak popped out. Yak even took his bed. The living conditions in the old school must be even worse. If possible, Yashur didn't want to live such a hard life anymore. At the very least, he should struggle before he resigned himself to his fate. Fortunately, he had Wu Yin to accompany him. Otherwise, Yashur would have agreed to stay in the old school long ago. Looks like we can't stay in the academy anymore. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead and glanced at Yashur. Anyway, in this situation, the academy won't be able to hold classes for long. You won't be able to attend classes in the academy for the time being. Why don't you make a trip home? My home is far away. I'm afraid the car ride will last until the academy is rebuilt, unless a holy dragon is willing to take me back. Yashur lowered his head in distress. So I can't go home. What do you plan to do if I go home? It's the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy that was attacked, not Ansari City. It's not like I don't have money. Wu Yin waved his hand. At most, I'll go out and find a hotel and stay for a while. Hotel? Yashur's eyes widened. It will take at least 3 months for the academy and Apollo's abode to be completely rebuilt. Even with the help of the Dragon Chi magnificent crystals, it would still take a month. Staying in a hotel for a month would cost a lot. Luoang, are you sure you have the money? Wu Yin pursed his lips. Without saying a word, he took out a pouch. He threw it onto Yasha's body. Yashio hurriedly reached out and caught it. He glanced at Wu Yin in confusion before opening the bag in his hand. When Yashio saw the contents of the bag, he almost threw it out. Glittering gold. It was truly dazzling. The bag was filled to the brim with gold coins. From the looks of it, there were at least 20 to 30 gold coins. According to the gold price of this world, 20 to 30 gold coins was enough to buy a small hotel, let alone stay in a hotel for a month. Yashio's hands began to tremble as he held the bag. For a commoner like Yashio, the bag in his hand was heavier than anything he had ever held in his life. Gulp! Yashio couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His voice echoed clearly in the surroundings. I say, aren't you a little too useless? Wu Yin looked at Yashio with disdain. You're a dragon rider. Even though you're just a dabbler, you're still acting so pitifully for 20 to 30 gold coins. Be careful. Sylvia might get angry if she sees you like this. Yashio shrunk his neck in fear. Indeed, with Sylvia's yearning for holy dragon knights, she was already displeased with a half-baked existence like himself. If he were to perform so unbearably, with Sylvia's rigid personality and identity, it was possible that she would not be able to tolerate it and would directly curse him out loud. It wasn't Yashio's fault, though. He was just a commoner from a village. I don't even know if I can earn that much money in my lifetime. Yashio retorted. Besides, I didn't know you were so rich. Rich? Wu Yin chuckled and turned his head away. These 20 to 30 gold coins were nothing compared to the hundreds of billions of gold coins in the Ring of Gold, which could be piled up into dozens of mountains. However, no matter the world, gold is a hard currency. This is something Wu Yin has experienced firsthand. Are you coming too? Wu Yin asked Yashio. How about we stay in a hotel together? Me? Me? Yashio was stunned for a moment before he quickly shook his head. No, we'll have to stay here for at least a month. I don't have that much money. I'm the one who invited you. Of course I won't let you pay for it. Wu Yin was speechless. Yashio shook his head anyway. That's even more out of the question. How can I accept your help to pay for a month's hotel accommodation? Aren't you a little too restrained? Wu Yin glanced at Yashio with an amused look. To me, this amount of money is nothing. That's not enough. Yashio refused. Then what are you going to do? Wu Yin clicked his tongue. You're not going to stay in a shelter, are you? If there's no other way. Yashio sighed. That's the only way. Wu Yin was speechless. A petite figure ran over from afar as if looking for something. When she saw Wu Yin standing beside Yashio, her eyes lit up and she ran over. Master Roland. Wu Yin was about to drag Yashio into the hotel when he looked at the source of the voice. Then he gasped in surprise. Luca? Master Roland. Luca ran all the way to Wu Yin. She crouched down and placed her hands on her knees while panting. Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Yin walked to Luca's side and patted her on the back. Luca's heart warmed up by this. Master Roland is really gentle. After catching her breath, Luca started fidgeting. She looked at Wu Yin with a hopeful look. Master Roland, have you found a place to stay? Not yet. Wu Yin felt a little helpless. I'm going to find a hotel with Yashio. How can that be? Without waiting for Yashio to correct her, Luca raised her voice and shook her head with a resolute expression. How can I let Master Roland live in a hotel? Huh? At the side, Yashio laughed in embarrassment. Unfortunately, I can't afford to live in that kind of place. What else can I do? Wu Yin ignored Yashio's grumbling and scratched his face. Do you want me to live in the old school? Of course that won't do. Luca immediately objected. Soon after, her pretty face turned red and her determined eyes turned into hope. If Master Roland doesn't mind, I can offer my room to Master Roland. Wah! Yashio was shocked. Stay in your room? Wu Yin blinked as well. He looked at Luca's pretty face that is filled with hope and doubt. What about you? Me? Luca lowered her head. She was a little shy and nervous at the same time. Of course. I'm going to serve Master Roland, huh? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be shocked. The bag full of gold coins in Yashu's hand also fell to the ground, and a flabbergasted expression hung on his face. Serve him? Did I hear wrong? Rune-sama also invited me to your room to spend the night. I am just being polite. Luca clenched her fists. She looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful look in her purple eyes. Can't I? Can't I? Well, it's not that you can't. Wu Yan looked away and didn't want to see Luca's pitiful expression. But won't it be inconvenient for you? No, of course not. Luca answered without hesitation. I'm living alone. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Living alone? That's dangerous, isn't it? Wu Yan's lips twitched. He couldn't even retort. Yasha was also stunned. Chapter 1384. Ansari Dragon Academy. At this time, the noise of the Ansari Dragon Academy that had been noisy for the whole day gradually quieted down. Everyone began to return to their own residences as the night deepened. They were ready to have a good night's rest and wait until tomorrow to continue the reconstruction of the Ansari Dragon Academy. Lebecca and the other members of the student council organized everything in an orderly manner. Even though the Ansari Dragon Academy had been attacked by the Corpse Grey Dragon Army last night, the students and staff had recovered from the nightmare. They adjusted their mentality and returned to normal. Because of this, the rebuilding of the Ansari Dragon Academy had students who were not supposed to be involved in it. They came to help and sped up the process a lot. After all, the students of the Ansari Dragon Academy were all dragon cultivators. Other than the first-year students who had just entered the academy, the rest of the students had their own fall. With the help of the dragons, it was hard not to speed up the process. In addition to the assistance of the Dragon Chi Crystal that allowed people to use dragon magic, it only took one day for the rubble and wood shavings on the ground of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy to be cleared away. The burnt buildings were also demolished and rebuilt. The potholes on the ground were almost repaired. Even the building materials needed for the reconstruction were moved into the academy. It could be said that everything was ready. The only thing left was to rebuild. It seemed like the real rebuilding work would begin tomorrow morning. However, because of the Corpse Grey Dragon Army's attack on the Ansari Dragon Academy last night, no one in the Ansari Dragon Academy had slept the whole night. Therefore, before that, they had to have a good night's rest. Therefore, when night fell, the noise in the Ansari Dragon Academy was almost gone. Other than the destroyed Apollo's dorm, the lights in the other 3 dorms were turned off early. Long, drawn-out breaths could be heard. Meanwhile, in the open space of the academy, the dragons were sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. It couldn't be helped. When the Corpse Grey Dragon Army invaded, the dragons in the Ansari Dragon Academy were awakened and realized the situation was bad. The group of dragons also rushed out of the dragon house. The dragon house had been damaged to a certain extent by the collective charge, not to mention the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack from behind. Even the ceiling of the 7th dragon house, which was specially provided for holy dragons, had been blasted apart by Gawain's dragon breath. The other 6 dragon houses naturally didn't fare any better. With the 7 dragon houses destroyed, the dragons could only sleep on the empty grounds of the academy. And in Maeve Cottage, the light in one of the rooms was still on. Below the window of the room, Gawain was lying on his stomach, fast asleep. This room was naturally Luca's room, in a room that looked like a small forest. Luca, in her nightgown, was grinding some herbs. He was even humming a rare song. Obviously, he was in a very good mood. Tonight, or rather, until the Apollo cottage was rebuilt, Yin might have to stay in this room and live under the same roof as Luca. Because of this, Yasha had no companions and no longer had the mood to look for a new place to stay. When Wu Yin decided to stay in Luca's room, he planned to go to the old academy and live like a refuge. However, Wu Yin dragged him out of the academy and to the city to look for a hotel. He couldn't just ignore his gay friend. No, his friend after receiving an invitation from a girl, right? If that's the case, even Wu Yin would feel embarrassed. Therefore, regardless of whether Yasha was willing or not, Wu Yin dragged him out to look for a hotel. After all, as long as he threw money at him, with Yasha's commoner personality, he would have to accept it even if he didn't want to. Therefore, Wu Yin told Luca to come back first. After helping Yasha find a hotel, he would come back to find Luca. Thus, Luca had some time to prepare. She divided the herbs in her hand into 2 portions. She put one portion into a teapot and poured hot water over it so that it would suffocate on its own. The other portion was placed into an incense burner and laid flat on the ground. Luca picked up the teapot and carefully shook it. Then, she placed it by her feet and took out a sparkling and translucent gem from her bosom. That was the Dragon Chi Magnificent Crystal. Luca raised the Dragon Glory Crystal in her hand and chanted the incantation to activate her dragon magic. Burn! As soon as he said that, the magic power in the Dragon Chi Magnificent Crystal turned into a flame and exploded in the incense burner in front of him. The herbs that had been ground into powder immediately started burning. Seeing this, Luca hurriedly picked up a lid and covered the incense burner. The next moment, a strange smoke floated up from the vent of the lid. Luca picked up the incense burner and smelled the fragrance coming from it. A trace of satisfaction appeared in her purple eyes. In this case, it should be fine. Luca, are you there? Outside the door, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Luca, who was talking to herself. It also gave Luca a slight fright. Lord Roland? It's me. Wu Yan's voice sounded. I'm here. Is it convenient for you to open the door? Of course. I'm here. Luca hurriedly held the incense burner in her hand and looked around in panic. Then, she trotted to the side and put the incense burner in the corner of the wall. After making sure that the aroma was still in the air, she walked to the door of the room. Lord Roland, opening the door, Wu Yin, who stood outside, appeared in Luca's field of vision. His pair of wine-red eyes seemed to have deepened in the night, captivating Luca a little. My apologies for the delay. Wu Yin scratched his cheek and spread his hands. Yeah, sure, that guy. He's treating me like an outsider. He was still trying his best to resist me in front of the inn. If it wasn't for my brute strength, I might not have been able to beat him. That's because Lord Roland is too gentle. Luca smiled shyly. I think Senior Yashur must be very grateful to Lord Roland. Don't say that. It's just a small matter. Wu Yan's expression was slightly embarrassed, being praised for being gentle in public. This is the first time Wu Yan has encountered such a situation. Lord Roland, please come in. Luca opened the door completely and stepped aside. Her beautiful amethyst-like eyes were glowing strangely. She stared straight at Wu Yan. That look made Wu Yan's heart inexplicably cold. Luca's bright eyes, how should he put it? It gave Wu Yan the feeling that she gave him. It was like Mei Jio and Origami were planning to push him down. It was as if they were going to eat him up. But how is that possible? Luca's personality is very delicate and introverted. She shouldn't be able to push her sweetheart down like Mei Jio and Origami, right? Probably? With that in mind, Wu Yan walked into Luca's room with a bit of hesitation. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled an unusually pleasant fragrance. Is this the incense you usually light? The hesitation on his face and the suspicion in his heart disappeared because of the pleasant fragrance. Wu Yan's expression immediately relaxed. It smells good. Smelling this should make you sleep well at night, right? Why, yes. For some reason, Luca's voice sounded a bit nervous. Even her action of closing the door was a bit hurried. It was as if she was afraid that Wu Yan would run away. She closed the door forcefully and hurriedly. This is not the usual Luca at all. If Wu Yan noticed this scene, even if he thought that Luca was harmless, he would still be suspicious. But now, he was relaxed because of the pleasant fragrance in the room and didn't notice Luca's abnormal behavior. Seeing that Wu Yan's expression was normal, Luca secretly sighed in relief. She walked to a small round table in the center of the room and sat down. At the same time, she picked up the teapot that was placed there. Pouring a mouthful of steaming coarse tea into a cylindrical cup with edges and corners, Luca's sparkling eyes met the cup. Lord Roland, please have some tea. No need. Wu Yan sat opposite Luca. While smelling the fragrance in the room, He waved at Luca casually. Drinking tea at night will make it hard for you to sleep, so don't drink it. Luca uttered such a sound in surprise. Her expression became flustered, as if she didn't expect things to turn out this way. She even unconsciously rubbed her hands together. Sitting opposite Luca, no matter how relaxed Wu Yin was, it was impossible for him not to notice Luca's behavior. He immediately felt strange. Luca, what's wrong? Chapter 1385. Luca is so flustered that she's on the verge of tears. Wu Yin felt suspicious, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He has to admit, Luca's attitude is too much of a foul. Luca had a pitiful appearance to begin with, and her delicate temperament was even higher than Cannon's. Only Ikaros, who easily aroused the desire of others to protect her, could rival her. Not to mention, Luca had an introverted personality. When she pretended to be pitiful, it was more lethal than any weapon. No, there's no need for her to act pitiful. This girl's every move and action is so natural that it exudes a pitiful aura. Even though he knows he did nothing wrong, he still felt like he has committed a grave sin. His expression instantly turned awkward. All right. Stop acting like you're breaking the rules. Before long, Wu Yin surrendered. I'll drink it. Really? Like a sunny day after a storm? Luca's expression turned for the better. Her watery eyes stared at Wu Yin with watery eyes. That look of hers, it's even more of a foul than before. Oh, really? Wu Yin was shocked. His heart couldn't help but waver. He forced himself not to look at Luca's expression. As if he was trying to escape, he quickly picked up the steaming teacup on the table and brought it to his mouth. A mouthful of hot tea slid into Wu Yan's mouth. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach. In the next second, it was as if a ball of carefully prepared honey had exploded in his body, and a wave of warmth spread in his stomach. For a moment, it filled Wu Yan's entire body. Yet, the taste was unusually cool. It was contradictory to the extreme. Yet it felt natural. It was incredible. This tea. Wu Yan looked at the tea in the cup in astonishment. He didn't even think about it before he blurted out his comment. Incredible. As long as Lord Loon likes it. Luca seemed happy to see Wu Yin drink the tea. His eyes curved slightly. This is tea made from herbs. I have already mixed it. Although it is not a famous tea, it is my own invention. That's really amazing. Wu Yin took another sip of the hot tea. Even though it was hot tea, it tasted cool. To be able to fill his body with warmth after entering his stomach was definitely not an exaggeration to say that it was incredible. What kind of tea is this? This is spirit herb tea. Herbal tea? Luca nodded and explained. The Yekiblade people are good at herbalism, but the herbs are used according to different ways. Different compounding methods, different types. It is divided into many fields. Some teas made from herbs that have a good effect on the body are called spirit herb teas. So it's good for the body. Wu Yin had some admiration. That must be very expensive, right? This is a tea that I mixed myself. I can't comment on the price. Luca used a calm expression to state a fact that no one could ignore. But if the herbs used to make the tea were to be sold in the market, a conservative estimate would be that it could be sold for 300,000 ekels. 300,000 ekels. Wu Yin was shocked. Even though it has only been 2 to 3 months since he came to this world, Wu Yin had a rough idea of the value of money in this world. 300,000 ekels, compared to the bag of gold that Wu Yin tossed to Yashur today, it was definitely not much less. 300,000 ekels was just the price of the herbs. If he were to buy the tea directly, the price would definitely be several times higher. It was only now that Wu Yin realized how expensive the tea in his hand was. I really didn't expect this. But if it's good for the body, it's not that unacceptable. Wu Yin bitterly laughed as he slowly tasted the tea in his hand and casually asked, "Then, what's the effect of this tea?" This. For some reason, Lucas stuttered as if there was something that she couldn't say. This made Wu Yin feel a little depressed. Why is today's Luca so different from her usual self? Then, it's time to go to sleep. Luca, who was stuttering, suddenly said and stood up in a hurry. It's already very late, all right. Wu Yin gloomily swallowed the last mouthful of tea in the cup. He stood up and looked around. Luca, where's the bed? Luca pointed at the coffin in the middle of the room that was covered in white flowers. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he looked at the coffin. You want me to sleep in that coffin? That's not a coffin. Luca kindly reminded him. That's a bed in the style of Yekyblade. It's a convenient piece of furniture that can be buried directly during a funeral. All right, so you want me to sleep in this convenient piece of furniture? Luca nodded. Wu Yin was speechless. In my life, I've slept in good beds, bad beds, floors, sofas, but I've never slept in a coffin. Wu Yin was speechless. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to sleep in a coffin. I didn't expect it to come so soon, Lord Lune. Luca lowered her head when she heard Wu Yan's words. You don't like it? I can't answer the question of whether I like her or not. Wu Yin scratched his face in a conflicted manner. However, I'm more concerned about one thing. If I sleep in this coffin, this bed, where will you sleep? Me? Luca blinked her eyes and was at a loss. Shouldn't I be sleeping with Lord Lune? Huh. Wu Yin laughed dryly. He felt like he would lose if he took this seriously. There's no other way. Wu Yin sighed. He had a lot of things he wanted to say. Then sleep, Luca's small face bloomed and became bright. What Luca did next made Wu Yin unable to react in time. Luca slowly reached for the straps on her shoulders and gently pulled them down. Soon after, the seemingly light nightgown on her body slid down her body and fell to the ground. Luca's fair and delicate body was completely exposed to the air without a trace of cover. Luca, Wu Yan's face stiffened. Why? Why did you take off your clothes? It's cold at night. Luca answered matter-of-factly. That's why I have to warm Lord Lune with my body. You're not warming me. You're inviting me to commit a crime. Wu Yin wanted to bang his head against the wall. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Eat. At first, Luca tilted her head in confusion. Then, she realized what he meant by eat. A blush appeared on her pretty face as she began to blush shyly. If Lord Long doesn't mind. But, Lord Long, after this, please come with me to the village of Yekyblade. I have to introduce Lord Long to my adoptive father. Meet your parents? Wu Yin couldn't stay calm anymore. Is she implying that I have to take responsibility if I can't control myself? Could this be the legendary forced marriage? Wu Yin felt his head start to hurt. It seems the month he's about to spend in Luca's room isn't as peaceful as he thought. Wu Yin felt something was wrong with his body. The blood in his body seemed to have started to flow faster, and a strange heat was surging through his body. His mouth felt dry, and at the same time, an unknown evil fire appeared in his heart. Wu Yin was stunned. He didn't know what to think, and he looked at Luca with his mouth agape. You drugged the tea? Of course not. Luca shook her head like a rattle drum, but this time, Wu Yin doesn't believe her. Then why do I feel hot all of a sudden? That's... Luca turned her head away awkwardly. That's the effect of the tea. Effect? Wu Yin had a bad feeling about this. What effect? That... Luca was like a child who had done something wrong and answered in a mosquito's voice. Strengthening energy. Looking at Luca's naked and alluring body, listening to her answer, he felt the lust rising in his heart and his vision turned black. He knew he was going to be sad tonight. Chapter 1386. In the following days, Wu Yan's life could only be described as an abyss of suffering. The reconstruction of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was in full swing. As a member of the student council, the amount of effort needed to contribute to the rebuilding of the academy would definitely not be small. Among other things, Wu Yan is in charge of calculating the funds needed to rebuild the academy, assigning jobs to the staff, students, and Dragon Race members. Also, he is in charge of the types and designs of the buildings being rebuilt. Wu Yin is in charge of all of this. Logically speaking, these tasks should be handled by the president of the student council. After all, the person who made all the arrangements for the reconstruction work was already considered the person with the highest authority in the reconstruction work of the academy. As the president of the student council, it was only right for Leibeka to handle these matters. However, Leibeka still had to sort out the matter of the Corpse Grey Dragon Army attacking the Ansari Academy and report it to the Knighthood Kingdom. She also had to explain and discuss with the relevant higher-ups. Sometimes, she even had to go to the city council for a meeting. Her workload was already very heavy, so she couldn't take care of the academy. Thus, all the arrangements for the reconstruction of the academy were made. All of them fell to Wu Yin, the student council's assistant. The position of assistant was originally meant to fill in for the absence of the vice president and secretary of the student union. It was established to support Rebecca, the president of the student council. Now that Leibeka was busy and couldn't participate in the reconstruction of the academy, Wu Yin naturally had to take on the responsibility as her assistant. This wasn't an easy task. The Ansari Dragon Academy was no ordinary academy. It was known as the Academy City, so one could imagine how vast the Ansari Dragon Academy needed to be rebuilt. The workload was huge. At least, Wu Yin felt that ever since he took on this job, he didn't have time to rest except at night. No, he didn't even have time to rest at night. Of course, the reason why he didn't have time to rest at night wasn't related to the construction of the academy. It has nothing to do with the rebuilding of the academy. It's mainly because of Wu Yan's roommate, Luca. Luca was the secretary of the student council. In other words, after Wu Yin joined the student council, Luca had been absent. Her work, it was all done by Wu Yin as her assistant. However, the reason why Luca was absent was because Gawain refused to let her ride him. She was so depressed that she didn't even attend classes. It was understandable that she didn't work in the student council. Now, since Luca and Gawain's relationship had recovered, the secretary naturally returned to the student council. To be honest, Luca helped Wu Yin a lot during the reconstruction of the academy during the day. She made sure that Wu Yin didn't even have the time to take a breather. Although he didn't have the time to rest, the work went smoothly and it was quite relaxing. But at night, Luca would change and become Wu Yan's biggest problem. It was because this girl seemed to be thinking about something more than friendship with Wu Yin all the time. When he really lived in Luca's room and stayed with her, Wu Yin realized that he had underestimated Luca. Luca had a slender personality. She was usually quiet and expressionless. She was a fresh and refined girl like a fairy. She was also very weak in her bones. She was a typical soft girl. With Luca's personality, even if she really had an unusually good impression of someone, she might be hesitant and unable to make up her mind to confess. And if she was asked to take the initiative to push down the opposite sex like Meijio and origami, it was something that she would never do even if she was beaten to death. This was Wu Yan's impression of Luca. So, it wasn't until he started living with Luca that he felt the need to change his impression of her. Indeed, Luca was a typical soft girl. It was impossible for her to push the opposite sex. However, she would try her best to make Wu Yin take the initiative to push her down. Luca couldn't seduce him, but she dared to drug him. She couldn't take the initiative, but she dared to be extremely passive. On the first night alone, Luca made Wu Yin drink some spiritual strengthening herbal tea. It was conceivable that she, who became bolder and bolder, came up with some horrible methods to make Wu Yin turn into a wolf. It wasn't until later that Wu Yin found out that Luca had been lighting up incense sticks in her room that can relax one's mind and strengthen one's energy. She's trying to break down Wu Yan's resistance against her. Coupled with the fact that Luca would occasionally use all sorts of methods to turn him into a wolf that he couldn't even fathom, she would even sleep with him naked at night. Wu Yin didn't know how many times he almost pushed this little vixen down. Unfortunately, every time when Wu Yin almost turned into a wolf, Luca would stubbornly add a sentence. I hope that Lord Loon will come with me to the village of Yekibrad after this and meet my adoptive father, the current chief of the Yekibrad tribe. According to the customs of the Yekibrad tribe, Bringing the opposite sex back to meet the chief or parents meant an engagement. In the future, they would have to be married together. Pushing her down was a small matter. Marriage was a big matter. What a scumbag. Therefore, Wu Yin couldn't do it until he was sure that he really had some kind of feelings for Luca. Because of this, Wu Yin spent the night in an abyss of suffering. He was hugging a delicate and soft girl in his arms, and she was completely naked. She had even given him some formula to strengthen his energy and break down his resistance, causing his body to react very faithfully. In the end, he couldn't even eat her skin and bones. What a painful thing that would be. If this doesn't count as an abyss of suffering, Wu Yin would feel that his life before this was way too good. However, after a long period of sex, Wu Yin and Luca got along better. Luca was no longer as respectful to him as before. Although she kept calling him Lord Roland, her tone and behavior were no longer as respectful as before. Now, they were getting along like friends. Moreover, whether it is at work or in life, Luca has always rushed to help Wu Yin, taking care of Wu Yin. She's more considerate than anyone else. Now, she's even washing Wu Yin's underwear. She's just like a good wife and a loving mother. Wu Yin's heart has been tugged at by her. If it went on like this, Wu Yin might not be able to resist the temptation and go back to her hometown to marry her. Of course, Cosette was dissatisfied with Luca's taking care of her daily life. This was supposed to be her job. However, Sylvia had been acting strangely recently. She didn't talk much and would be absent-minded from time to time during work. Even when she was sleeping, she would stare blankly at the sky, as if she had something on her mind. She was even more silent than Luca, which made Cosette very worried. Under such circumstances, Cosette didn't have time to compete with Luca to take care of Wu Yin. She was racking her brains to find a way to restore Sylvia to her original state. Unfortunately, before Cosette could think of a solution, her peaceful life was once again disrupted. Boom! One morning, an explosive sound accompanied by a shockwave reverberated in front of Epona House. Like an earthquake, the entire Epona dormitory shook slightly. The glass windows also trembled. In the dormitory, the girls of the advanced classes screamed and caused a commotion. What's going on? Following a nervous voice, the window of the Epinash royal family's private room was opened, revealing Sylvia's panicked face. However, when Sylvia poked her head out of the window, the scene that entered her eyes caused her to freeze on the spot. Excuse me. On the empty ground in front of Epona's house, a beautiful woman wearing a yellow-green dragon riding suit saluted Sylvia energetically. I'm the court's first-rank postmistress, Ovida Brown. Ovida Brown. Sylvia? Lord Lehman's fourth princess. The woman named Ovida took out a scroll from her bag. The Night King has a letter for you. Father. Sylvia was shocked. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.